All right, people, we're live. Thank everybody for being here this morning. We have some information. So I want to know, does anybody have any information? I have some information. But I want to know if y'all have any. So anybody want to chime in and let me know what the community knows? I'd be happy to know. To know. Fresh out of info. Hey, so I just finished making a video, y'all, and I'm uploading it now. I have to make the thumbnail now. So if I seem like I'm a little bit distracted, it's because I am. I didn't know I was gonna come across this, but came across some info this morning. So now I didn't come across it as in I discovered it. I was on Miss Sylvia's live this morning, and I came across information that she came across. So I came across it by her. She revealed some information that seems to indicate that some plea deals, at least one deal, has been taken. Has anybody heard anything about this, or is this news to everybody right now? Now, let me put this in the world of speculation. Can y'all hear me, by the way? Am I audible? Can anybody hear what I'm saying right now? Y'all give me a sound check, please. Give me a sound check. Okay. So it appears that some of the defendants, at least one, and we're going to listen to this in a sec, at least one of the defendants has had his plea deal accepted or has taken a deal. This is according to Miss Sylvia's channel. She had on her channel the aunt, the sister of the mother of Charmel Drinks. Y'all know that name, right? Charmel Drinks is a man who lost his life, and who I think two of the defendants in the YSL trial at least are on trial for that. So Charmel Drinks is a man who lost his life, and victim. I'm only saying victim because his aunt doesn't seem to feel certain that the people on trial actually did the crime. And again, I don't want to speak for her, y'all. So, I'm certainly not trying to speak for her, but she was very adamant that they wanted to know the truth. And she expressed a lot of frustration. With the prosecution. We're going to listen to this on my video. By the way, I do want to encourage everybody to go and check out Miss Sylvia's video. I don't want to play the whole thing here. I'm going to play the key part, but it was powerful, and I'm going to put the link in my video. But I only did a clip. I didn't just rip the whole thing. She did give permission for people to use it as long as you give her credit, and she deserves all the credit. Plus, I don't know if I hear. Yeah, you see her on my video. You'll see her. You'll hear Miss Sylvia. So we always like to give people credit. It's the right thing to do. But at any rate, so Charmel Drinks' aunt was on the stream. It was very emotional. It was very eye-opening. And the interesting thing about it is that she seemed to be more upset with the prosecution than anybody. Morning, Miss Love, disappointed father. Yeah, it is heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking. It was, I say eye-opening because, You remember when Miss Love said that we're here? I think she either said we're representing the family. I think she said we're representing the family, something along those lines, which is technically that's not true. I mean, in any situation, the prosecution represents not the family. The prosecution represents the state, okay? Or the state represents the people, I should say. So in as much as the family is part of the people, then yes, but the prosecution does not represent the family, as in like just the family. So that wouldn't be quite correct. But y'all may remember Ms. Love said that, right? So you have this aunt of a person who's deceased, and it's very, it's heartbreaking, as Nurse Fancy says, because they don't seem to have healed. And not that I'm saying they should have, it's just, you can tell that's like an open wound still. And I don't know if she would say that she feels justice has been served. I mean, I don't want to put words in her mouth, but you can watch the video yourself. Let me just make this. All right. I'm just making I'm trying not to give too provocative of a title here, because, you come back and you're wrong and it's like, oh man, you said they took a plea deal. But she said very clearly, she said very clearly that Nicholls took a deal, and that she didn't know if Shannon was going to take a deal, that he hadn't taken one as of her last update. But she said very clearly that Nicholls has taken a deal. Now, the interesting thing is I was listening to Miss Sylvia last night, and Miss Sylvia, I turned it off because I went to sleep. I turned it off probably 10 or 15 minutes before that part. And Miss Sylvia was just saying how difficult it would be for a deal to happen, because you would have one person maybe taking a deal, and then that could prejudice the other people, blah, blah, blah. And so I went to bed with this sense that, okay, they'd all have to take a deal or none of them, and again, this is just, I guess I could say speculation, because we don't really know. But as I'm going to sleep, it turns out that the aunt of Charmel Drinks comes online and says that, according to her information, one person had taken a deal, at least one, and somebody else had not at that point. So that would kind of nullify the theory that everybody had to take a deal together, if that's correct. So again, I'm saying this with a big, I won't call it a rumor, but this is an unconfirmed information alert. Okay? Unconfirmed information alert. Let me go ahead and I'm going to play this video because I just uploaded it. I didn't even have time to edit out all of my mistakes, all of my ums and stuff, y'all. I didn't have a chance to edit out all of my ums. So this is going to be a rough video, but I'm going to go ahead and play it while I grab Miss Sylvia's link so I can make sure I put it in the description of this video. So let me just play this real quick. Y'all can watch this. It's about 10 minutes, so enjoy.
And then she calls my niece to tell my niece, your mom is upset. She's texting her, want to talk to her. And yes, Nicholls, they offered him a plea. He took it. They offered Shannon one.
And we are back, and we are back, and we are back. Thank you for watching today's video, y'all. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and hit that like button. It helps us out, and it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you this content. Now, everybody's wondering what's going to happen with the YSL trial, and it looks like we have some hints, y'all. Now, I am going to tell everybody from the very jump, please don't take this as any kind of gospel truth, y'all. We are truth sleuthing. We're internet detectiving, and at this point, I would not call this knowledge. I would call this maybe some hints, but sometimes the hints can lead you in the wrong direction. So yesterday, while we were on our live, certain people were looking up the dispositions of the prisoners, the defendants in the case, and they noticed that some of them have had their dispositions maybe changed to no pros. No pros means that basically the prosecutors have decided not to prosecute certain charges. So I hopped on to the Fulton County Jail database to take a look myself. And yeah, as you're going to see on your screen, we're going through various different inmates. And yes, you will see a bunch of no pros. You will see other dispositions that seem to indicate that the prosecution is not going to prosecute certain crimes. Now, as a point of reference, took a look back at Monk Tonk to see, because we know Monk Tonk took a plea deal, right? He took a plea deal. He later, apparently, according to the prosecution, violated that plea deal, and we all watched that live as well. But he had previously taken a plea deal, so I wanted to see what did Monk Tonk's disposition look like. And yeah, he has a no pros there as well. So maybe that's how the Fulton County DA or inmate system dispositions these plea deals. So as you will see from looking at the paperwork here for Shannon Stillwell, first what we have are all of the charges related to, well, y'all can see all the charges there, hopefully. If not, hopefully you can zoom in. This is tiny, tiny, tiny text here, y'all. So I'm trying to bring this to you, half of the one half of the page and then the other half. But you can see here all of the charges listed for Shannon Stillwell. And then we're going to cut to the other half of the page where he has a number of no pros and decline to prosecute. Now, again, were all of these dispositions there previously? I don't know, because I didn't look all of this up previously. So that's really going to be a big question. So if you were a person who's been monitoring this, you can help out. It seems that, like, though, you know, I've heard some people say, no, it was like that before. And I've also heard some people say, no, there's some dealing happening. Would they have put the deals in that quickly? Look, at this point, I'm just unsure. Also, you can see with Quay Nicholls, you can see his rap sheet, his list of charges, I should say. And you can see that on one side. And then shortly here, we're going to take a look at the other side, where you can also see decline to prosecutes and no pros. So as you can see on this half of the page, there's still a bunch of charges that don't have any disposition, but there are a bunch that do have no pros and decline to prosecute. Now, once we get to Diamante Kendrick, though, we do not, and mind you, this is Weinstein's client, we don't see the same kind of lineup of decline to prosecutes and no pros. It looks like he does have one from many years ago. Is that a new entry? Is that an entry that's been there the whole time? I'm not sure. Maybe somebody out there knows how to look further into this, but it doesn't have a date of any of these entries, so we really don't know. Then also we come to Lil Rod. Lil Rod has fewer charges here than everybody else. But when you look at Lil Rod's paperwork, the dispositions, you'll notice he does have one decline to prosecute, but it looks like he may still have open charges as well. So y'all, listen, again, am I saying that there were plea deals? I don't know. I'm just presenting y'all with this information that you can find on a publicly available source. Now, last night on the infamous Sylvia show, the aunt of Charmel Drinks, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, she appeared on the infamous Sylvia show. And I'm just going to put a little clip here, okay? I'm just going to put a little clip because I want Miss Sylvia to get credit for this powerful interview. And I'm going to put a link in the description so you can go to her page and watch the entire interview. So I'm just going to put a little clip. This is a teaser to get y'all over there. And you can make of this what you will. You can make of this, you can make up your own mind, you know, as to what you want to take away from this. So I'm going to go ahead and place this teaser here. I'd like for y'all to go over to Miss Sylvia's channel to listen to the entire interview.
No, is the truth. And like I shared with my sister from reading the indictment, and I told her from day one, it's wrong that they trying to tie this into a RICO case and racketeering and have so many people brought into this when it should be done individually. Okay, charge the ones individually. Is
Okay.
it clear? Because I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it sounds better.
I had to
But
mute Deborah. Go ahead.
okay. I know I've been watching you for a few months now, and I follow you on and subscribe to the membership. And I know a lot of people asking you today, um, what's going on and what do you know? And I can share this. I am Shamel Drink's aunt, and it's and like I shared with my sister about this case and the situation from day one
Before
when
before you go, my condolences to you, and also I do pray for your family, for your strength.
thank you, because we really need it. We really need it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we are not lashing out to the defendants. The only thing we want to know is the truth. And like I shared with my sister from reading the indictment, and I told her from day one, it's wrong that they trying to tie this into a RICO case and racketeering and have so many people brought into this when it should be done individually. Okay, charge the ones individually for the individual crimes of what they have done. Yes, they have been in negotiation. Love, Hilton has been lying to my sister. She's been lying to us. And it's so sad. I'm out in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm working. She calls us today and tells us to be to the courthouse at 3 o'clock. My sister is in another part of Georgia working. Nobody could get there at that time that they allow it. And then she calls my niece to tell my niece, your mom is upset. She texting her, want to talk to her. And yes, Nicholls, they offered him a plea. He took it. They offered Shannon one, but he didn't take it. And he made tomorrow. But they want us to be there to speak. Speak on what? I can't come there and speak because I probably will be locked up because I would lash out at the prosecutor at the state for the mishandling of this case and the way they have went about doing it. I want to thank you.
So to hear the rest of that interview, y'all go over to Miss Sylvia's channel again. Check the link in the description. We're going to be hanging out to see what happens today. But yeah, we're looking for information, y'all. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So long as we make sure we say, look, this is unconfirmed at this point, or this is speculation, or we're checking into this, there's nothing wrong with looking for information as long as we're clear when something is factual and when something is under investigation. Anyway, leave your comments down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll be seeing what happens today. All right, y'all. So that is the video that I just uploaded. Yeah, hit the like button. If y'all could just, I don't know, if you got a second device, I'm going to put the link to that one. Y'all don't go away from the stream because you just watched it. But if y'all could somehow, I don't know, maybe the link for Miss Sylvia is in the description of that video. The link for Miss Sylvia is in the description of the video I just played you. Okay. Miss Sylvia had on a guest who her name is Tennille Kane. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Tennille Kane identifies herself as the aunt of Shamel Drinks. Now, I only say identifies as because, y'all, I'm trying to be careful with my wording. We don't have any reason to doubt her. And she identifies herself as the aunt, the beloved aunt of her beloved nephew, Shamel Drinks. And she says that Mr. Drinks, obviously we know he was the victim of an attack, if we can use that term, and he didn't survive. And she seems to be more upset. And again, I'm not putting words in her mouth. Y'all can listen for yourself. But she seems to be more upset with with the state than anybody right now. Now, the family apparently did not agree with turning this into a RICO and so on and so forth. A lot of things that we've said ourselves. This is a lot of things that we've said ourselves, okay? So I will probably play that video one more time, probably in the next 20, 30 minutes. So everybody who's new here will be able to watch it. But Miss Kane says that she was told that Nicholls took a deal. That would make sense. You would probably tell the family of the victim that the person you are saying was responsible took a deal. One second. Y'all give me 1 second. Don't go anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Tú vas a saber el género, entonces. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. Okay, so jail records have been updated, 3 of them. Yeah, so that's what I showed in the video, that it looks like the jail records have been updated. They were updated yesterday. We talked about it. We had Amy on. Amy had looked it up. I looked it up. I did not show that on yesterday's live stream because I felt it was a little bit more uncertain. But at this point, it feels like the evidence is starting to mount that there have been confirmed plea deals. But, she said that she didn't think Shannon took a deal. But as of our stream yesterday afternoon, Shannon's records seem to have already been updated as well. So that's a bit of a discrepancy between her understanding and what we sleuths are trying to piece together with circumstantial evidence, basically, that the jail records have been updated because Shannon's records were updated yesterday afternoon. I saw them updated, and then yesterday evening or last night, the aunt said Shannon had not taken a deal yet. So there's a little bit of a discrepancy there, y'all. So we need to point that out. Nicholls, Kendricks, and Stillwell. Well, I looked up Kendricks this morning, and Kendricks still has. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one, y'all. Kendricks, I looked it up this morning, and Kendricks, y'all, we can just look it up now. Since we're talking about it, we're gonna just go ahead and look it up. I looked up Diamante Kendricks this morning, and I'm looking on the Fulton County, Georgia inmate records. And when I look up Diamante Kendricks, I saw that there was one charge that had not been prosecuted, but that was from 2015. I don't know if that had already previously been dispositioned or if that disposition was new. But I'm looking right now, y'all. Kendricks's RICO is still not dispositioned. Kendricks's RICO is not dispositioned on the website I'm looking at. So I took that to be Kendrick's. I mean, I don't know. I just obviously don't know if he took a deal or not. Could he take a deal as to this and not a deal as to that? Possibly. Could he take a deal as to this and not as to that? Possibly. But I'm looking at Kendricks's, and I don't see anything to indicate that his RICO. So are you going to take a deal as to one thing and leave the RICO open? I mean, I don't know. Right? So I'm not going to speculate on that. But I will say that one thing I can say factually is I'm looking at the website from the jail record search detail. And this is where it seems that we've been seeing updates, and Kendricks's RICO does not have a disposition. Neither does a bunch of other charges that he has on here. So we don't know what kind of Stillwell does. Miss O, Stillwell does have an update. Stillwell does have an update. Let's go to Twitter. Let's go to X. Y'all, I'm trying not to spread misinformation this morning, okay? One of my goals is to not, so I don't mind getting into speculation world. I don't mind getting into, well, if this, then that world, but we just need to be clear that we are speculating, that we don't know, okay? So that's the thing. As long as we're clear that that's what we're doing and everybody understands that and nobody's going to go back and report anything we said as the gospel truth, then we can do it. But we have to be adults and not say that this thing is that or that thing is this. That's my only request. Okay? The cluster of a case was never a RICO. I think most people would agree with that. Weinstein ain't going to go down that easy. So there was a somebody reposted Weinstein. Was it there's another person on X who follows this case. I don't know if it's Nosy Rosie, but there's another person who follows this case on X and does a lot of tweeting. And I think she's the one that brought us Weinstein. Matter of fact, let me just go to his TikTok. Let me just go to Weinstein's TikTok real quick. Weinstein made an update yesterday. Oh my gosh. Bear with me, y'all. TikTok has not been working out for me like I want. Doug Weinstein. Okay. Oh, Doug's got a nice little following. All right, check this out.
So good afternoon, everybody. We are out of court. I know everybody wants to know what's going on. I totally understand that. And I'm sorry, I'll just tell you at the beginning, I can't really tell you what's going on. I think that if you've been watching the case, you could have some idea of what's happening right now. But I just ask you to continue to have patience, continue to support the guys, support us as we work our way through what we are working on right now, and just to stay tuned. We'll see what happens tomorrow, and hopefully, we'll just have to see what happens tomorrow. So, see you all again tomorrow.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are out of court.
Let me turn that off.
Everybody.
He did post something else after this, so maybe we'll check that out as well. We'll check this other one out real quick here, but I want to say something, y'all. What it appears as of right now, as people are starting to say, what it appears, and please don't take this as this is the case. This is what happened. What it appears is that Stillwell, Nicholls, and Huey have taken a deal. That's what it appears. Now, why do I say it appears that way? Well, as it relates to Nicholls, we have two pieces of evidence. We have his jail records have apparently been updated. And we also have the aunt of an alleged, there's a victim, Charmel Drinks, who was killed by somebody. The state has been prosecuting Nicholls with that. The aunt of Drinks says that Nicholls took a deal. She said that yesterday the state called them. They wanted them to come down to the courthouse by 3 o'clock. I think that's where that 3 o'clock time frame came from. We want y'all to come down here. we have a plea deal. Maybe they want them to speak or whatever. The aunt, and I will play this for you. I'm going to play this again in 5 minutes. It's about a 10-minute long video, so that'll get us to about 9:25. So you're going to hear from the aunt of Charmel Drinks. She says that yesterday the state called them down, them being the family of Mr. Drinks, who's deceased, who was killed by somebody. And she says the state called them down, I guess, to speak or to have audience as Nicholls, who they allege, the state alleges, killed Mr. Drinks, unalived Mr. Drinks. They wanted the family in the courthouse, and the aunt expressed extreme emotion, negative emotion about the state, their handling of the case. And if I can use my own word, she's, well, let's say she continues to desire the truth, which seems to indicate she does not necessarily buy the state's argument. Okay, that's my take on it. Yes, Huey, Nicholls, and Stillwell have the post up now. The post where? Which post are we talking about? Yeah, I heard Miss Sylvia say something about Lil Rod. We need to get into X. Varisha, you said you think it's speculation. If you're talking about the plea deals, I would say it's until it's officially announced. I would say, I don't know if I want to call it speculation, because somebody who identifies himself as close to the case did say it. So we're not necessarily speculating as it relates to Nicholls, but we are listening to a source without official confirmation from the state or from his lawyer. So in that sense, you're correct. Everybody's on pins and needles. Is there court today? Law and Crime has court scheduled for 9:30. Y'all, so what probably happened yesterday is they were working on these deals. They got the deals done, some of them anyway. Other deals seem to be up in the air, or they were at that time. They wanted the family to come in at 3. Maybe they imagined that the media would be in there to report on whatever was going to happen at that point. And maybe everything didn't work out as they wanted. Particularly, the aunt did not at that time feel that, at that time, meaning like last night at like 9, well, shoot, this was probably 10, 11 o'clock at night when this happened, when this interview happened with Miss Sylvia. The aunt did not think that Shannon had taken a deal, but we had seen Shannon's inmate search updated during the afternoon before the aunt spoke last night. So there's a bit of a question about that. You can watch her interview. I have a link to the part where the aunt starts talking in the description of the video I'm about to show you. I'm about to show y'all in about 3 minutes. I'm going to show you what I made this morning, and in the link of that video will take you directly to the part where the aunt starts talking. Seti Nash on it as well. He be in court. Yeah, Seti is all of the creators. I haven't seen any of the main people covering this. I haven't seen anybody that I think is like just out to lunch. It's just off. Everybody brings their own perspective, and frankly, I've watched a little bit of Seti. I've watched some Cuff Boys. I've watched Lead Attorney. I've watched AV just when she's by herself. I watched Cat Not Williams, Miss Sylvia. Then you have Dear Woke Christian. You have Classy Beats. Everybody has their own perspective. I think everybody's trying to do the best. Or try to what? I sent you that link. Which link did you send me? I'm about to play this in 2 minutes, y'all. I'm about to play this in 2 minutes. What I'm playing today, excuse me, I said today because I just saw Naughty Girl put today here. What I'm about to play in 2 minutes is my video that I made this morning, and it includes a clip from Miss Sylvia's interview with Charmel Drinks' aunt. So Charmel Drinks' mother's sister. You know, we all have aunties, we all have moms. Not all of our moms have a sister, but for those of us whose mom has a sister, that's your aunt. So that's her relationship to Charmel Drinks, is my understanding. And she was speaking on Miss Sylvia last night, and she was saying how well, you're gonna hear it. I'm about to play it. Let me go ahead and let me cue it up. Let me cue it up real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and play this video one more time. That should take us to about 5 minutes before 9. And then we'll see, 5 minutes before 9:30. Sorry about that. Should take us to about 5 minutes before court is set to start. So let me get this video loaded up. One second. All right, let's do this.
And then she calls my niece to tell my niece, your mom is upset. She's texting her, want to talk to her. And yes, Nicholls, they offered him a plea. He took it. They offered Shannon one.
And we are back. Thank you for watching today's video, y'all. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and hit that like button. You know, it helps us out, and it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you this content. Now, everybody's wondering what's going to happen with the YSL trial, and it looks like we have some hints, y'all. Now, I am going to tell everybody from the very jump, please don't take this as any kind of gospel truth, y'all. We are truth sleuthing, we're internet detectiving, and at this point, I would not call this knowledge. I would call this maybe some hints, but sometimes the hints can lead you in the wrong direction. So yesterday, while we were on our live, certain people were looking up the dispositions of the prisoners, the defendants in the case, and they noticed that some of them have had their dispositions maybe changed to no pros. No pros means that basically the prosecutors have decided not to prosecute certain charges. So I hopped on to the Fulton County Jail database to take a look myself. And yeah, as you're going to see on your screen, we're going through various different inmates. And yes, you will see a bunch of no pros. You will see other dispositions that seem to indicate that the prosecution is not going to prosecute certain crimes. Now, as a point of reference, took a look back at Monk Tonk to see, because we know Monk Tonk took a plea deal, right? He took a plea deal. He later, apparently, according to the prosecution, violated that plea deal, and we all watched that live as well. But he had previously taken a plea deal, so I wanted to see what did Monk Tonk's disposition look like. And yeah, he has a no pros there as well. So maybe that's how the Fulton County DA or inmate system dispositions these plea deals. So as you will see from looking at the paperwork here for Shannon Stillwell, first what we have are all of the charges related to, well, y'all can see all the charges there, hopefully. If not, hopefully you can zoom in. This is tiny text here, y'all. So I'm trying to bring this to you, half of the one half of the page and then the other half. But you can see here all of the charges listed for Shannon Stillwell. And then we're going to cut to the other half of the page where he has a number of no pros and decline to prosecute. Now, again, were all of these dispositions there previously? I don't know, because I didn't look all of this up previously. So that's really going to be a big question. So if you were a person who's been monitoring this, you can help out. It seems that, like, though, you know, I've heard some people say, no, it was like that before. And I've also heard some people say, no, there's some dealing happening. Would they have put the deals in that quickly? Look, at this point, I'm just unsure. Also, you can see with Nicholls, you can see his rap sheet, his list of charges, I should say. And you can see that on one side. And then shortly here, we're going to take a look at the other side, where you can also see decline to prosecute and no pros. So as you can see on this half of the page, there's still a bunch of charges that don't have any disposition, but there are a bunch that do have no pros and decline to prosecute. Now, once we get to Diamante Kendrick, though, we do not, and mind you, this is Weinstein's client, we don't see the same kind of lineup of decline to prosecutes and no pros. It looks like he does have one from many years ago. Is that a new entry? Is that an entry that's been there the whole time? I'm not sure. Maybe somebody out there knows how to look further into this, but it doesn't have a date of any of these entries, so we really don't know. Then also we come to Lil Rod. Lil Rod has fewer charges here than everybody else. But when you look at Lil Rod's paperwork, the dispositions, you'll notice he does have one decline to prosecute, but it looks like he may still have open charges as well. So y'all, listen, again, am I saying that there were plea deals? I don't know. I'm just presenting y'all with this information that you can find on a publicly available source. Now, last night on the infamous Sylvia show, the aunt of Charmel Drinks, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, she appeared on the infamous Sylvia show. And I'm just going to put a little clip here, okay? I'm just going to put a little clip because I want Miss Sylvia to get credit for this powerful interview. And I'm going to put a link in the description so you can go to her page and watch the entire interview. So I'm just going to put a little clip. This is a teaser to get y'all over there. And you can make of this what you will. You can make of this, you can make up your own mind, as to what you want to take away from this. So I'm going to go ahead and place this teaser here. I'd like for y'all to go over to Miss Sylvia's channel to listen to the entire interview.
No, is the truth. And like I shared with my sister from reading the indictment, and I told her from day one, it's wrong that they trying to tie this into a RICO case of racketeering and have so many people brought into this when it should be done individually. Okay, charge the ones individually. Is it clear? Because I'm okay. Can you?
Y'all hit the like button, please. I can't see how many likes we have. That's why I'm not always spamming. Hit the like button. But Angie says we have 3,000 in chat with 300. What we got to do? Can you just take your finger and just do that, please? Like one finger, boop. That's it. Please hit the like, people. Come on. I mean, it's literally the minimum of effort that you can give is to hit the like button.
Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sound better.
I had to mute Deborah. Go ahead.
Okay. I know I've been watching you for a few months now, and I follow you on and subscribe to the membership. And I know a lot of people asking you today, what's going on and what do you know? And I can share this. I am Charmel Drink's aunt. And like I shared with my sister about this case and the situation from day one.
Before you go, my condolences to you, and also I do pray for your family, for your strength.
Thank you, because we really need it. We really need it. Mm-hmm. Like, we are not lashing out to the defendants. The only thing we want to know is the truth. And like I shared with my sister from reading the indictment, and I told her from day one, it's wrong that they trying to tie this into a RICO case of racketeering. And have so many people brought into this when it should be done individually.
Sorry. I was just clarifying. I say I was on mute. I was just clarifying. We're listening to the aunt of somebody who lost his life. And the DA has charged, I believe, Nicholls and Stillwell with committing this act to her nephew. So her nephew's not with us anymore, y'all. Okay? That's what I was saying.
Okay, charge the ones individually for the individual crimes of what they have done. Yes, they have been in negotiation. Love, Hilton has been lying to my sister. She's been lying to us. And it's so sad. I'm out in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm working. She calls us today and tells us to be to the courthouse at 3 o'clock. My sister is in another part of Georgia working. Nobody could get there at that time that they allow it. And then she calls my niece to tell my niece, your mom is upset. She's texting her, wanting to talk to her. And yes, Nicholls, they offered him a plea. He took it. They offered Shannon one, but he didn't take it. And he made tomorrow. But they want us to be there to speak. Speak on what? I can't come there and speak because I probably will be locked up because I would lash out at the prosecutor at the state.
All right, listen to what she says, y'all. They wanted us to come to yesterday. She says, I couldn't even come there because even if I did, she's far away, so she couldn't just drop everything. But even if she did, she said she would lash out at the state. This is the victim's aunt, y'all. Somebody who wants justice. This is the person that DA Love says she's fighting for. She's fighting for this lady, Miss Tennille. I believe I'm pronouncing that right. Miss Tennille Kane is the person DA Love says she's fighting for. She's the family of a victim. Okay? And listen to what she says about the state.
Said she texting her, wanting to talk to her. And yes, Nicholls, they offered him a plea. He took it. They offered Shannon one, but he didn't take it. And he made tomorrow. But they want us to be there to speak. Speak on what? I can't come there and speak because I probably will be locked up because I would lash out at the prosecutor at the state for the mishandling of this case and the way they have went about doing it. I want to thank you.
So to hear the rest of that interview, y'all go over to. All right, y'all. So I'm just wrapping up my coverage at that point. So I'm gonna switch over to law and crime, y'all. So people who are wondering if we're gonna have court today, this is the law and crime feed. At this point, we really don't know what's gonna happen today. Thank you. I was cooking. That was kind of Chef Boyardee that I couldn't replicate, I should say. So we are waiting for 9:30. At this point, we do not know if anybody's going to be allowed into the courtroom. Nosy Wren. She's the one who I was looking for. Is Nosy Wren the same as Nosy Rosie or no? I'm wondering that. So we're waiting to see if everything will start in 3 minutes. Yeah, that's crazy. Her saying she didn't go, so she would. Well, she said Hilton has been lying to the family. She specifically said Hilton has been lying to the family. She named Hilton. And what's so funny is yesterday we got a lot of Hilton hate in the comments, and I'm like, what's up with all the Hilton hate? But you can't deny it when a family member who wants justice is saying, and I'm not saying she hates Hilton, but she certainly said Hilton has been lying to the family. So did we get a membership gifted? Or was maybe that was yesterday? They've been lying in court too. Y'all, I don't know what's going to happen. For the people who just got here, anybody who's not late, but just arrived on the scene, I'm going to fill you in. We have looked at we've looked at jail records, and it appears that 3 people may have, and the operative word is may, we do not know for sure. We have reason to plausibly believe, but we're not sure, that 3 people may have taken a deal. That would be Stillwell and the 2 Quays, Quay Huey and Quay Nicholls. Quay Nicholls, there's further evidence about him beyond just the jail records, because a person that Quay Nicholls is accused of unaliving, YouTube word, the aunt of the victim has said that her family received information yesterday that Quay Nicholls took a deal. She was unsure about Shannon, but it looks like Shannon may have taken a deal as well. It does not. Now, this is something we didn't get to yet, y'all. And you're looking at the Law and Crime feed. It's now 9:30. Let me refresh real quick and see if anything's happening. All right, so Law and Crime feed, and we still don't see anything as it relates to getting into court. So there's a few things we don't know. One, because Young Thug is being held at Cobb County, not at Fulton, we don't easily, at least I could not easily find the update, the disposition of his charges. They don't use the same system, apparently. And while Fulton gives you the disposition of charges at a glance, I didn't see that same information in Cobb. So we could not. So if anybody's like, wait, what happened to Thug? It was 9:30 since yesterday, GM. It's been 9:30 since yesterday. It's been 9:30 since yesterday. So anyway, anybody who's wondering, like, hey, what happened to Thug? What happened to Thug? We don't know about Thug because his disposition is not shown on the Cobb County website the same way that the Fulton County website shows the dispositions. And Thug is not in Fulton, so we don't know. Yak Gotti appears not to have any new dispositions. Oh yeah, by the way, we want to thank Peter Ortiz for gifting a membership. We want to thank Tara Strong for becoming a member. So I thank y'all. Peter Ortiz was rocking with us yesterday. We got Peter Ortiz for a second day in here. Appreciate it. So Yak Gotti, that is Diamante Kendrick. He does not look like he's taking a deal. Now, am I saying he didn't? No. I'm saying it doesn't appear. If we use the same kind of evidence that we've had for the 3 people who seem to have taken a deal, Quay and Stillwell, and then we look at Yak Gotti and Lil Rod, they don't seem to have the same kind of updates on their Fulton County jail records as Quay Huey, Quay Nicholls, and Shannon Stillwell do. So we're just comparing. Okay. Yeah, Peter over here rocking with us. So we're looking at 9:30. Let me go to Kathy Russin because they are the ones at Law and Crime who man the camera. Yeah, nothing. No updates from Kathy Russin that I can see in the last 45 minutes. So we'll just hang out over here. I think I'm going to sit down now, y'all, in a sec. Standing up, getting kind of tired of standing up. But as you can hear, the aunt was very upset with the DA's office. So, y'all, what are we talking about? Are we talking about incompetence? Are we talking about maliciousness? Are we talking about just disorganization? Are we talking about people who were given a task, an impossible task? You know, y'all have, particularly Andre's always like, man, you're too forgiving. You're too forgiving. Well, what if they were given an impossible task? Like, we talk about love. 95% of the haters at love, not 95, 10%, 70% of hate is at Love, 25% is at Hilton, and 5% is at Fonnie, right? Fonnie doesn't really get the hate, maybe outside of this channel, maybe outside of this conversation. But let me ask you this, Andre. Would Hilton and Love be on this case if Fonnie had not, let's say, assigned them to it? Or isn't it Fonnie who's behind all of this? Isn't it Fonnie who's behind all of this? They are all hated. Probably. Peter Ortiz says DEI hires. Now, this has been an interesting and very controversial claim. And I'm acknowledging it because I think some people are thinking this, and I've seen this in the comments a lot. But listen, Love, DA Love in particular, she was an accomplished, I believe she's a former judge. She was an accomplished attorney, apparently with a 100% conviction rate. Okay, so if you're going to say that the job of a prosecutor is to convict, let's just say that's their job, or at least part of their job, and you've done it successfully every time, then you're successful, right? So I've seen a lot of people saying DEI hires, and I understand why people want to malign Love and Hilton with that when they have vitriol against them. But I don't know a lot about Hilton's background, but my understanding is that Love has been a very successful prosecutor in the past. Now, you do ask yourself the question, has she used similar tactics in the past? You know, there's certain things that, you know, you do want to question now. I only bring this up because I see it a lot, y'all. We should address it. So, yeah, it doesn't come off as it comes off as a unfair criticism against Love, but particularly because she does have what I understand to be a successful history of prosecuting these kinds of trials, or convicting people in these kinds of trials. That's what I want to say. All right, but y'all, let's not go too deep on this. Again, I brought this to the forefront because I've seen this a lot in the comments. We should be able to talk about this kind of stuff. Okay. So, you know, and one other thing, y'all. I mean, the fact is that race has been a part of this trial. If y'all remember, Woody got onto the stand and he made a comment about, you know, this is us doing this to us. So, you know, I don't want to, this is not the race channel. I certainly don't want to go too deep into that, but I think it's a legitimate part of the conversation. They put the media back in the media room. Not surprised at all. I'm going to check Dennis Byron. He's been there every day. So let me go over here since we don't have anything popping there. Dennis Byron says, update, members of the press are here in the waiting area. That was 24 minutes ago. So that was before 9:30. Kitty, where'd you put the media back in the media room from? Where'd you get that from? Dennis Byron's last update was 24 minutes ago. Is my boy Thugger saying anything this morning? Thugger was a little bit, maybe Thugger's like he's just going to hang out until something happens. Maybe Thugger's saying he's just going to hang out till something happens. If we wait too long, I'll probably play my video one more time, y'all. I'm going to be honest with y'all because there are more people coming in and they probably haven't seen it yet. Let's go to Kathy Russin. Let's go to Kathy Russin. She's the head of Law and Crime. She has not said anything yet. Yeah, y'all hit the like button. I'm gonna bring my standing desk down. I'm gonna bring it down so I can sit now. Y'all don't have a standing desk, one of these motorized desks, you should really get one. These things are fabulous. All right, now we are, now we're comfortable. Okay. Dennis is live and was in the media room. Let's go back and see. But it's one thing to be in the media room, and it's another thing to be like back in the media room, if you know what I'm saying. Like you were out of the media room and now you're back. Update members of the press. I don't see that he's live here on X. Maybe he's live on YouTube. I just bought this standing desk. I'd have to grab the paper. But yeah, it is definitely very, very convenient to have one. Very convenient. I have 2 monitors here. I have a laptop on this desk. I have some speakers and a couple of other things, and it goes up and down, no problem. Dennis is live on YouTube. All right, let's take a look. Yesterday, he was live on X. Okay, he is live on YouTube. Yeah, he's live on YouTube, and he is in the media room. Let's see if he's chatted at all. All right, y'all. So far, we have Dennis Byron. He's live. And he's in the media room or somewhere that's not the actual courtroom. So y'all, can we just talk about something here? I think there's a really interesting avenue of conversation. If it is confirmed that you have Stilwell, Quay Nicholls, and Quay Harvey, that they've taken a deal. Let's say that's confirmed. Then a few things seem to be the case. What does it say, T and Mom? What does the 11 Alive pin comment say? Y'all, I'm way out in speculation. Don't have any actual facts. Just speculating and opening up conversation with y'all right now. Okay. So if anybody is an attorney who would have an exact answer, if anybody out there is an attorney who would have an exact answer to this, feel free to chime in. But I don't think anybody necessarily knows based on my investigation of Georgia law. So you kind of have to be a Georgia attorney to even have a true inclination, probably a criminal attorney to have a true inclination about this. Mr. Ortiz, thank you for 5 more memberships. So we have 5 people who just became members or are becoming members now. Thanks to Peter Ortiz. Thank you, sir. The state will give everyone a deal to get Doug. That's the case. That's a win for the state. Okay, so that's the direction I'm about to go, Lil Woody. All right, y'all. So let's just assume. Let's assume without confirmation at this point, let's assume that Quay Nicholls, Quay Harvey, and Stilwell all have a deal. And I think everybody would agree that the likelihood is that if Thug does not have a deal, then the deal of anybody else would require them to testify against Thug probably, or act against Thug in some fashion, even if it's, you know, signing a piece of paper. I'm gonna say it again. If anybody's taking a deal, then if Thug is not one of those people, then we have to imagine that the deals of those people who are not Thug, whatever deals they have, would probably mean they have to go against Thug as the leader of the gang and the key figure in the RICO, let's say. Yeah, the big fish. The big fish. Now, if that's the case, y'all, think about it. These would be legal questions that, frankly, I can't answer, but I think they're interesting questions. First one would be this. The mistrial without prejudice. Isn't that as it relates to Quay and Quay? That mistrial without prejudice was not a motion that anybody besides Quay and Quay, well, both of them, the Quay and Quay were the ones who had the standing, let's say, to motion for that mistrial without prejudice because it was a free Quay comment. So if the prosecution took both Quays off the board, would that take the mistrial without prejudice issue off the board as well? I'm going to say it again. If the mistrial without prejudice came due to a free Quay comment, so therefore Quay and Quay both file a motion for mistrial without prejudice. Now, if Quay and Quay both took a deal that take them off the board, does the mistrial without prejudice as it relates to that moment, does that go away? Harvey rule makes it all defense will get a mistrial. No, Parker. So again, Parker, that is not the question. I agree with you that the Harvey rule seems to indicate that if a mistrial is granted for one, it will likely be granted for all. That is a seems to. I don't think that is confirmed, but it's a seems to, and I agree with you there. But that is not my question. So I'm trying to phrase my question very clearly. Okay, let's go back to the Harvey rule, Parker. The Harvey rule is if one attorney or one defendant makes a motion, then they all join in automatically unless or until each defendant removes himself from that motion. That's more or less the Harvey rule. But think about this, Parker. Who made the motion to start? It was Quay Nicholls. Quay Harvey then joined in, so we could say it's both of their motion because basically either one of them could have gone first in a sense because the free Quay was the comment. So it's the Quay's motion. My thing is this, Parker. If the Quays take a deal and remove themselves from the trial altogether, doesn't that remove the entire basis for the motion, which is that free Quay prejudices Quay Nicholls and Quay Harvey? If they're no longer part of the trial, doesn't that remove the entire mistrial concept or motion or whatever threat from the trial? Because now the two people who could have been prejudiced by it are out of the trial, and I would imagine that nullifies any motions they have. Do y'all understand? Are y'all not getting are y'all not understanding? We still talking about the Harvey rule. Is nobody understanding what I'm talking about here? Am I tripping? All right, y'all still are not getting it. Who made the motion? Quay Nicholls and Quay Harvey made the motion. So if they're no longer in the trial, does the motion die? That's the question. If they're no longer in the trial, does the motion die? So therefore, there's no longer a motion to join into because they have removed themselves from the trial. So therefore, the motion is dead. That's the question. Yeah, we don't have an answer. No, we don't know the answer. I just want to make sure everybody's clear on the question. I'm certainly not trying to purport that I know the answer. I'm not sure anybody knows the answer. I mean, the judge would probably have to be the one to determine that. But do y'all see what nothing ever dies? Is it mooted? Okay. Is it mooted? Things are mooted, which I'm using the term dead, but is it mooted? If I have a motion for mistrial and then I take a plea, is my motion for mistrial still open for those who didn't take a plea? Or because I made the motion and I took the plea, does it moot my motion? Therefore, nobody can continue join to a motion that is mooted. Do y'all understand what I'm saying now? You can't get blood from attorney. You know what I'm saying? So I would imagine that because the motion was made by two people who we now believe may have taken a plea, and if they're out of the trial, then that motion is mooted, and anybody who was joined to it, they can't join to a moot motion. They can't remain joined to a moot motion. Or we can say your joining is mooted as well because the motion itself is mooted. Does that make sense? I think I can talk ears off of anything. I think the motion would be irrelevant, correct? So think about that. If you remove if you move Quay Nicholls and you remove Quay Harvey, let's say that moots the motion because they've taken a plea. We don't know this. We're just kind of killing time. So let's say the motion is mooted. I said dies. Somebody said nothing ever dies. Well, whatever you want to say, mooted. So if the motion is then mooted, so then now you don't have the mistrial without prejudice issue even on the table anymore. So whoever remains in this trial could not pursue that mistrial without prejudice because the motion's mooted because the movants have taken a plea as opposed to continue with that motion. The motion was made before any deal was made, and because of the rule, the court would have to rule. I don't think that's the case. So, James Barber, you're saying I make a motion for mistrial, I go take a plea deal, and now the court is going to decide whether to give me a mistrial after my plea deal? How would that even? I mean, maybe they could make a rule on it, but what would be the point? Would it just be for the record? I would have given you the mistrial. I don't know. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. I imagine the court could do that. Is that a requirement? That's the question. The motion was on prosecutorial misconduct. Yeah, but okay, you could have different motions on prosecutorial misconduct. You could have a motion to remove the prosecutor. You can have a motion to remove the evidence. You can have many different types of motions with that basis. So my point is, I think logically, though I'm not saying this as a legal certainty by any stretch, I am not saying this by any stretch as a legal certainty. I would imagine if you have a motion that's moved by two people in a 6-person trial, those two people take a plea deal before the motion is ruled on, that would moot the motion. And can that motion be preserved for the non-movants, even though the movants withstanding, let's say, have been removed? The movants who have standing to make that motion have been removed themselves, basically. I don't know that it's preserved for the non-movants to continue. I would think it'd be mooted out, and then you would not be able to continue with that motion because the movants are no longer in the trial. That would be what I would think. And again, I'm only saying this from a perspective of just trying to think it through. But it's a RICO that has to be considered. The question is, why would the trial end? The trial would end because free Quay. So can Lil Rod request a mistrial because of free Quay? That's the question, Andre. Can Little Rod, when they said free Quay, Could Lil Rod have said, I want to make a motion? Could Lil Rod have said improper character evidence as it relates to a co-defendant? Would the judge have said, yeah, but you're Lil Rod, you're not, they weren't talking about you, so motion, denied, or you don't even have the standing to make that motion? Or can Lil Rod say, no, that's my co-defendant, and that's improper character evidence on him, and that's bad for the whole trial? I mean, I think that the one who has the character evidence improperly introduced on yourself is the one who gets to move. I don't think the co-defendant gets to move because somebody says something bad about you, about a different co-defendant. So I think whoever is the sufferer of the damage gets to move. That's why you saw the two Quays move. If it's something that damages the trial in general, then anybody can move, right? If it's something about the trial itself, then anybody can move. But if it's something specifically about a defendant, that's the defendant that has to move. I don't think somebody else in the trial can move on behalf of the other defendant when the evidence was against that one person. Good morning, Red Davis. No, the trial is not dismissed. We are waiting for some kind of activity. We currently do not have any, unsurprising. I am filling the time with my melodious voice, my ability to just talk and talk and talk. I think the motion is on the record. Yes, it's certainly on the record, but that's really not the question. The question is not, is it on the record? The question is, does the motion moot out? Is it mooted by the movement removing himself from the trial? Does the motion for a mistrial, is it mooted by the movement removing himself from the trial? So no, because you have the same jury that has been tainted. Okay, but timepiece, the jury's tainted as it relates to Quamarvius Nicholls. Free Quay does not taint the jury as to Jeffrey Williams. Free Quay does not taint the jury as to Lil Rod. Free Quay does not taint the jury as to Shannon Stillwell. Free Quay does not taint the jury as to Yak Gotti. Free Quay could taint the jury to either person named Quay because it's Free Quay. So you have two people named Quay, and it could taint the jury as to either of those people. So the question is, once the jury is tainted as to two Quays, and then the two Quays are no longer part of the trial, if that's the case, the jury is no longer tainted as to anybody on trial because those two people are not on trial any longer. So therefore, isn't the motion for a mistrial without prejudice mooted out? If not, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying my reasoning seems to indicate it would be, but I'm not making a legal pronouncement. I'm asking y'all, let's talk about it. There's an order of operations on appeal. Yeah, but I'm not so much talking about appeal. Then they have to wait for trial to start again, and 5 minutes later, there'll be a mistake call. Yes, that's right. Ocean Beach, I agree with that. No, bruh. It's in the transcript. The jurors heard the motion. They are co-conspirators. The jurors did not hear the motion. Oh, the mention. No. Maybe you meant mention. The jurors did not hear the motion. They should not have heard the motion. Jurors don't get to hear those motions. If you remember, Miss Westmoreland stood up. She said, Your Honor, I have a motion. They dismissed the jury. Then they debated the motion. So the jurors did not hear the motion. But if I take your point, your bigger point, and not maybe nitpick that little point, yes, they are co-conspirators. But if you remember, they're letting Lil Rod's conviction come in to this trial, even though it's with certain controls. So the fact that you're co-conspirators conviction comes in, it is coming in in a controlled fashion and in a permitted fashion. And this free quay was kind of a mention that was not controlled or necessarily permitted. So, John Washington, I'll say this. I'm not saying you're wrong. I disagree with I shouldn't say I disagree. My thought process, my reasoning about this, it comes to a different conclusion. But frankly, it's not whether either one of us is right or wrong right now. We don't know. We don't know. It shouldn't be mooted because the damage is still already done. You can clean, but y'all, I just want you to at least understand what I'm saying. It's mooted because the person it hurts is no longer in the trial. That's the point. Yeah, we don't know. I know we don't know, but what else are we going to talk about? Love moves? I mean, we have to talk about something, right? But they're all still charging the same indictment. I'm sure it doesn't go away. It's on record. I'm gonna go on record and say, if this trial continues, I think we will hear Judge Whitaker say, or we'll see some kind of even tacit acknowledgement that the mistrial without prejudice is no longer an issue. If the trial continues and if both quays have taken a deal that gets them out of this trial. So I'm going to go on record saying, if the trial continues and if both quays have taken a deal that gets them off this trial, I think Judge Whitaker says now the mistrial without prejudice is a moot issue, and I don't think she even has to rule on it. Yeah, but if they take the two quays out in Shannon, how much evidence has the jury heard that was only about quays in Shannon? This is something Miss Sylvia was saying, that something similar, I think, which is that if anybody takes a deal and they don't all take a deal, then the fact that some of them took a deal could be viewed as prejudicial against those who didn't. I agree and disagree with that. The jury could see it either way. The jury could see it like, oh, so the ones who were guilty took a deal, and the ones who were probably innocent said, no, I'm going to fight on. So some of the people taking a deal could actually help you. But it could also hurt you, because if you're the person who is seen as the leader and now some of the so-called subordinates are taking deals, it could be like, well, they took a deal, so that shows they were out there doing this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it could work either. It all depends on the mindset of a juror. It could be they took deals, therefore they were really out here doing this, therefore they were really a gang, therefore this was really a RICO. That would hurt the remaining people. Or it could be some of them took a deal, so they were guilty, and the ones who feel they're innocent, they didn't take a deal, so they must not have taken a deal for a reason. You know, they must have wanted to maintain their innocence, so maybe they really didn't do anything. You know what I mean? So it could go either way. It could go either way. Ocean says, if some take a plea, they may have taken it, but they have to testify against the rest of YSL. Yeah, I've said that. I don't know that they have to until we see the deal, but I think it's likely, and that will certainly hurt. That will certainly hurt the case. That part I did not mention right now, but yes, I agree with that. It will definitely hurt the case. We still have 9:30 on Law and Crime. Let me double check some of the people there. Dennis Byron is streaming on YouTube. I think he's talking. I'm going to double check on Miss Sylvia. I don't think Miss Sylvia is live right. Oh, yes, she is. Miss Sylvia says they're in the media room. We are back in the media room. Okay, so that's where somebody got back from. Miss Sylvia chats, please read the comment under my face. That's probably the we are back in the media room. Yeah, I would just hang out, y'all. I would hang out. For people who don't know, I know y'all have watched this video twice now for people who've been hanging out since 8:30. I'm gonna probably play it again here shortly. So for y'all who do not know, the appearances that Quay Nicholls, Quay Harvey, and Stillwell have taken a deal. When I say the appearance, why do I say that? Because when you look at their Fulton County jail records, they have a bunch of no pros and refusal to prosecute. Okay. Check back next Wednesday. Yeah, I know. They have a bunch of no pros and refusal to prosecute. So that seems to indicate that Stillwell and the two Quays have maybe taken a deal. For one of the Quays, Nicholls, we have more evidence. The aunt of a person who was a victim of violence against Quay Nicholls, excuse me, let me rephrase. The aunt of a man who is now no longer alive, his aunt says that Quay Nicholls took a deal and that the DAs notified the family. I'll say it again. Two Quays and Stillwell, based on their jail records, seem to have maybe taken a deal, maybe. And further evidence for Quay Nicholls is that a victim, his aunt, victim being a person who was killed, his aunt said yesterday on Miss Sylvia that the family is notified that Quay Nicholls has taken a deal, and that at that time, she said she didn't think Shannon had taken a deal yet, but Shannon seems to have taken a deal as well. That doesn't mean they took a deal. Do you understand what I'm saying? I said seems to. So would you retype this comment to say that doesn't mean they seem to have taken a deal? Why don't you retype this comment and use the word seem, because that's the word I used, okay? Thank you for the, big time super sticker, 20 bones. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Big Skeezy 11. I appreciate that. I try to use language so that people can understand that I'm certainly not saying somebody definitely did something. I'm saying seems to for a reason. I'm telling you what the evidence is. I didn't say somebody did something. What I did say is that the aunt of Charmel Drinks has said that Quay Nicholls has taken a deal. So that's evidence that he took a deal. Doesn't mean he did anything. It just means that there's evidence of it. So that's what we're talking about. So, I'm trying to be as clear as possible with what I'm saying here. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be clear because I don't want anybody to be confused. I don't know who did what. Setting up his big old camera. I want to get a camera like that, y'all. I think you missed the first message where I said at least first offer to Shannon may have been 75 years, which is crazy. Yeah, nah. Is that a plea deal? Like what? Nah, I didn't see that message. But I guess you have to, they always say start off, kind of extreme in negotiations, but that would be extreme of an extreme. I saw a new sub here. I appreciate it. 2 hearts, 1 soul. Appreciate it. It's very nice. No problem. We all loving here, y'all. We are all loving here. I was saying if a co-conspirator is removed or gets a mistrial or charges dropped, they have to make charges to the alleged leaders. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody agrees with that. If you're saying that any co-conspirator anybody who's not thug, I should say, if they get a deal, the deal will probably, and see, I'm trying to underline these conditional and vague terms. The deal will probably, not necessarily or certainly, but probably would include something that would cause that co-conspirator to testify against Thug. It is very reasonable to believe that with the previous deals, they've all had some kind of implicating language in them. And it would make sense that any future deals would probably or likely have implicating language against the, against Thug basically, or the YSL in it as well. They don't have to testify, and remaining defendants can't. They just plead to a lesser charge. We don't know. I would say they don't have to, but if Thug's not taking a deal, isn't that what they want? Why would they just let these guys get off on these charges? Not get off. Let me rephrase that. Why would they just let them take a deal and not help on the big fish, as Woody said? And he got to buy all the prosecutors lunch. Is that Mr. Dennis? Or are you saying the plea deal people? You're making too much sense for some people. They just want you and your emotions. That's not right. Well, thank you. I'm trying to make some sense, y'all. Quit trolling me. Okay. Maybe I'll troll you. But I don't get in my emotions about this stuff. I really don't. Like, at least as of now. You know what I mean? It might seem like it, but I don't. I really don't. I enjoy this, y'all. Somebody left a comment yesterday, said, let me find this comment. Yesterday on yesterday's video, they were like, I'm trying to rock with your channel, but you just like droning on about nothing. I'm like, yo, I was talking and on live for like 9 hours yesterday, y'all. 9 hours. And when we finished yesterday at 6 p.m. and we started at 8:30 a.m., so 8.5, 9 hours or whatever it is. No, 9.5 hours, whatever it is. I'm like, yo, what am I mean, if you're gonna have people on your live, some of the people were like still there. Yeah, you're gonna be droning on about some random stuff like hair and different things at some point. Like, you better believe it. You know what I'm saying? I was patting myself on the back. I felt very good and very accomplished yesterday. Yeah, I did play a couple of videos. So let's say I was actually talking for like 7 hours. I was talking for 7 hours yesterday in a day where there was no court. Literally nothing happened yesterday besides some rumors. Nothing happened at all yesterday besides rumors. And I was able to talk for 7.5 hours or whatever it was. And people were rocking with me for pretty much the whole time. So, yeah, I told my wife, I was like, yo, I did that like 7 hours. Like, that's crazy. I don't think there was anybody else who just stayed on by themselves with no co-host. Now, again, I'm not going at anybody, because if I had a co-host, it would have been great. You know what I'm saying? Y'all were kind of like my co-host, honestly, because Andre's always here chatting, Miss Lily. Amy was here pretty much the whole day. Air Hall was here all day. A bunch of y'all were here. But I'm like, yeah, you're gonna get some long stretches of just some random conversation if you're gonna be talking for 7+ hours. You know what I'm saying? Within a 9 hour period. Yeah, Papa Bear was here yesterday. Bunch of y'all were here. So yeah, we're gonna get some random off the wall stuff. That's just part of it. Show me the plea deal. So Kiki, we don't have any copy of the plea deal. So at this point, we are in a position to say it seems like they've taken deals, but we don't have confirmation from anywhere. We don't have confirmation from anybody at this point. So we're going off, we would say circumstance. Well, we do have what I might call witness testimony. I don't know if we call her a witness, but the family member of somebody reports that she was called, or her family was called by the DA's office to say that Nicholls had taken the deal. When I say somebody, Charmel Drinks. I shouldn't just call him somebody. Charmel Drinks, who was a victim of violence, The DA has pinned that or accused two of the defendants with that murder. His aunt talked to Miss Sylvia last night and said she has personal knowledge that Nicholls took a deal. So that's more than just circumstantial evidence. I mean, that's actual somebody who would be in the know about it. But yeah, but we are waiting on confirmation. So that should be clear. That should be clear. If they be deal making, these attorneys better read it with microscope for those crazy word acknowledgments. Yeah, I agree with that. I think don't y'all kind of feel for Thug? Doesn't it kind of feel like the worst case scenario is that some of the guys take a deal and then testify against them? I don't know. That really feels like one of the worst case scenarios, y'all. That you would have Thug. Again, this goes back to my original question. And I know we don't know the answer, but I'm going to repeat it. If Quamarvius, I'm going to just say Quay because I don't want to mispronounce people's name. If Quay Nicholls, Quay Harvey are removed from this case due to plea deals or whatever else, does the mistrial motion stand? My guess is that it doesn't, because it would be mooted out because the movements are no longer on trial. And I would imagine that to renew it, you would need one of the three people who we believe will continue with the trial if they have not taken deals, and that's to be seen. But if there are three people who don't take a deal and they continue with the trial, then you would probably need them to renew the motion or preserve it or whatever it would be called. And I don't know they would be able to do that because they were not the one prejudiced by the free Quay comment or hashtag or whatever. So I don't think that the free Quay mistrial motion will survive both of the Quays being taken off of this. Thank you for that. Y'all, we already been going almost 2 hours today. Give me a plea deal with immunity. I'll get up there and sing like Fantasia. All right, Wavy. Give me a plea deal with immunity. Yeah, you would need immunity, wouldn't you? Because you might. Oh, so Wavy, you saying, okay, I want my plea deal. So whatever I did, that's adjudicated. But there's some more stuff. Well, excuse me. Whatever you know I did, whatever you charged me with, that's adjudicated. Plus, there's some more stuff that you don't know I did that I did do. Give me immunity for that stuff. And then let's just go. Let's make it a concert. Let's make it Patti LaBelle. I'm Patti LaBelle. You Fantasia, Patti LaBelle, Aretha Franklin. Wavy says, give me immunity for the stuff y'all haven't charged me with. Adjudicate the stuff you have charged me with. And then let's just dim the lights and hand me the microphone. I heard you, Wavy. Maybe they feel like they have enough to get the big fish Thugger already. Y'all, one thing is for certain. If Thug does not take a deal and the others do, then presumably, you know what, though? You have to wonder, though, like, there's too many variables for us to have to draw any real conclusions, because what does the witness list look like if you remove some of the defendants? Does it shrink? Do they still try to prove the same overt acts anyway? Because if you have Thug still on trial, they still want to prove the same overt acts, not prove, but offer evidence of the same overt acts anyway? Or do you remove some of the witnesses because you're not trying to offer evidence to convince the jury that somebody did something? Now we've already had them plead that they've done it. So but then does the time get extended again? The time remaining, because now you have these 3 guys you're going to put on the stand and they're all going to take 3 days apiece. So that's easily, 2 weeks of testimony, not easily, but possibly 2 weeks of testimony of direct and cross-examination. How many witnesses do you reduce by getting rid of these 3 defendants? Of course, you probably add 3 witnesses with the defendants themselves, but do you get rid of 20 witnesses? Or do you still need to bring those witnesses? Because if you still have Thug on trial, you still want that evidence about the RICO to come in either way. So therefore, is it a balancing out as far as the time you save, as far as the effort, as far as all the moving parts on the prosecution? Painting and getting drunk today. Share Bear, that almost sounds like a perfect day, honestly. Paint a little, drink a little, paint a little. In honor of, who is that? Lolita. But how do they sever them and use their charges? Still, I can't see it because it would help him in the end. I'm confused. Is that Lolita? Lolita. Okay, Lolita. We're not talking about severing. When I say get rid of, I'm not talking about severing. I'm talking about they take plea deals, so therefore they're adjudicated. We don't even know if they are taking pleas to all of the charges, to some of the charges. Y'all, it's just too many different questions. I got drunk celebrating America. Hey, you know what? I just don't want the hangover, y'all. I just don't want the hangover. Let's go to X. Thugger seems like he hasn't posted yet today. Thugger didn't really post anything until later yesterday. Maybe he's just seeing this as a bit of a break. Dennis Byron is live on YouTube right now. Miss Sylvia's in the media room. So I imagine the other media members are as well. I'm scrolling to see if we have anything she's written. Nope. Nobody. Nope. It's 10:21. So we were expecting court to start about an hour ago. Law and Crime does not have any update on their chat. Kathy Russin. Let's see. Kathy Russin doesn't have any update either. So, all of our people. Yes, I totally feel for him. I don't think they have proved he did anything so far, but if they make all those taking a plea testify against him, I think that is totally unfair to him. Is it? I wouldn't use the term unfair, but I would certainly use the term bad. It's totally bad for him. I get why you would say unfair, but that's the way the system works, right? So you can call witnesses. If they ask those people to lie, that's unfair. If they try to obscure the truth, that's unfair. If they try to present evidence that seems to indicate one thing, even though they have evidence on the contrary that is something else, that would be unfair. But the justice system really does allow you to call a witness who you believe in good faith has evidence against somebody else. It would be bad for Thug. It would be terrible for him. And I was saying yesterday, and I was saying last week, everybody's been saying Thug shouldn't plead anything. He doesn't have a criminal history, and if he's a felon, he can't travel outside the United States, and he can't own a gun, and blah blah blah. Y'all, this is what I'll say. That's when you think about it as you negotiating with the state directly. And if you don't take into consideration other people may testify against you, your co-defendants, your former co-defendants, when you just think about me and the state, but you aren't thinking about these other people who were sitting next to you, who now may be sitting in front of you, yes, you kind of can make that case. But now when you consider other people took deals who the jury has been seeing for a year, over a year, sitting beside you, now they're sitting in front of you and they're about to start talking. Now, whether you'll take a deal has a different calculation, because you weren't calculating these guys being your opposition. Basically, you weren't calculating that before. And I really think that your chances of getting convicted go up significantly if these guys are going to start getting on the stand and saying, yeah, Thug told me this, Thug told me that. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? If these guys are going to get on the stand and start saying, yeah, Thug told me this, Thug told me that. Cash Money says it's not happening. Are you saying they're not going to take the stand? If they're not going to take the stand, then Thug may not need to plea. If they are going to take the stand, Thug still may not need to plea, but he certainly needs to take that calculation into consideration. Get out of my way, and you also have my, okay, I don't know what you're talking about, but let's keep it moving. My gut tells me they will refuse to testify against him. He's, okay, think about it. Wolfette. We don't have details about whether somebody actually pleaded out, except for Nicholls, where we don't have details, but we do have close hand knowledge as far as the family. But wouldn't any plea deal require them to turn on Thug unless Thug also takes a deal? Stop with the outrageous scenarios. When we've all watched this trial and know there's no evidence Thug did anything, all those defendants know they're winning this case. Is that sincere? So what is an outrageous scenario that I've said today? What I have said today thus far, at least what I'm talking about right now, is there are reports that 3 people took a plea deal. So that's not an outrageous scenario. Those are reports. There's a history of all the other people who took a plea deal. They had to turn on Thug. That's not an outrageous scenario. That's history that you can also independently verify. So there is at least a reasonable conclusion you could draw that if all the other people who got a plea deal had to turn on Thug, then the people who are now negotiating a plea deal, we don't know. But is it outrageous? Is it ludicrous or preposterous to think that the people doing something today will be required to do the same thing that the people who did something yesterday were required to do? Is that outrageous? Is that ludicrous? Is that preposterous? Is that unimaginable that the DA is going to say, this is how we work. We worked like that yesterday. We're going to work like that today. Is that outrageous to you? Because I don't find it outrageous that the DA is going to do the same thing today that they did yesterday. And if they do the same thing today that they did yesterday, and if there's a plea deal, that means the people who take the deal today will have to turn on Thug, because the people who took the deal yesterday had to turn on Thug. Okay? So whether we're talking about there's evidence or not, that's not the point. So you missed the point already. The point, the evidence that we're concerned with is, if there's a plea deal, what does the evidence say? What type of plea deals, according to the evidence, what type of plea deals does this DA make in the Rico trial we're looking at? They make the type of plea deals that require people to turn on Thug. That is the type of plea deal we've seen according to the evidence. Okay? So that is what we're concerned with. We're not having a conversation at this moment about whether or not Thug may be able to beat the allegations. That's not the conversation. I did say it will be more difficult if you have your co-defendants testifying against you. However easy it will be harder if you have your co-defendants testifying against you. All right. Let's see here. Listen to blah, blah, blah. A plea deal, you have to turn on somebody else to testify. Yeah, but that's what we've been seeing. We have been seeing that that's what the DA does. We've been seeing that that's what the DA does in OJ. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying the evidence shows, if we're looking at the evidence of the way plea deals work within this trial, the evidence shows us that these plea deals tend to want to say YSL is a gang and Thug is the leader, or implicate Thug as the leader. That's the evidence we have about these plea deals. Yeah, Rico is wild. The DA doesn't care about the evidence. That's what I'm trying to get at. I mean, what y'all got to understand is this. Somebody testifying against you itself is evidence. I'm going to say it again. Somebody saying that you did something, somebody saying that they saw you do something, somebody saying that you ordered them to do something, somebody saying that you did something along with them, all of that is evidence. So you know what has not been evidence in this case so far, and what we presumed would not be evidence? The testimony of Shannon Stillwell against Thug. That has not been evidence in this case up until today. You know what else? The testimony of Quay Nicholls and Quay Harvey. That has not been evidence up until today. All I'm saying is, if there are plea deals that require them to testify, you know what kind of evidence we didn't have yesterday that we will have tomorrow? We'll have their testimony. That is evidence. So for everybody saying there is no evidence, you know what you make when you make a plea deal that requires somebody to testify? You literally invent, at that moment, you invent new evidence. What is that evidence? It's the testimony of the person who was on the defense side, who now is on the prosecution side. So the fact that you have not seen evidence up until now, I agree with that. I don't necessarily think that any of these guys have anything to say that's going to make YSL into a gang, or that's going to make Thug some kind of mob boss. I don't think that's out there. But what I am saying is that by flipping them, if that happened, and I'm not saying it did, but we're saying an if there's a flip, you're creating new evidence. What would that be? It would be the testimony of those people. It would be whatever kind of factual acknowledgments they agree to, et cetera, et cetera. All of that will be new evidence. Now, you may speculate, but it's probably still isn't enough. Probably still isn't. I agree with that. But my point is, the evidence will expand. The evidence in this trial will expand if there are plea deals that require people to cooperate. That's my point. Y'all do hit the like, please. Do hit the like. Thank you, Gemini Rising. Yes, prosecutors do want guilty, bro. Listen, I'm talking to everybody, y'all. I'm talking to everybody. Let's not. As long as we're respectful, y'all. As long as we're respectful, we're cool. Everybody has their own opinion. They saw Monk Tone get 5 years. Them boys not trying to go back. Wavy, you were like, you would do the Fantasia situation. So I agree with you on Slime Life Shouty. You know, he was like, he seemed like he was like, nah, you ain't gonna get me like Monk Tone. Yeah, some people are lost in this, but y'all know what? Like, I'm a parent. I'm literally an instructor, y'all. Like, I'm not perfect and I'm not all knowing, There's a lot of questions I have that I don't know the answer to. But I'm literally an instructor. Like I teach classes. So I don't mind expressing my opinion and trying to bring some clarity, but I also don't mind people giving me their perspective, because sometimes I'm either wrong or I can be convinced that somebody else has a better perspective, and that's cool, because then I can update my perspective and hopefully, we're all better off. Has anyone in the chat had direct communication with any staff linked with the court? Good question. Anybody on the chat have any direct conversation with the court? Anybody on the chat have any direct conversation? So corrupt system really want this young man back from listening to court proceedings. They have nothing on him. They really want this young man. I guess you mean bad. Yeah, seems like it. I agree with that. I'm telling you, my twins turned 15. I spent so much money and they didn't bat an eye, instead requested more. Yep, we were talking about that yesterday. Patron, you have twins? That's really cool. Let's see. I doubt anyone has spoken to the courts. The evidence shows the co-defendants have done things on their own account. No one has said that Thug told us to do XYZ. So this is where prosecutorial ethics come into play. If I'm a defendant and I'm telling you I was doing this on my own account, but you're requiring me as part of a plea deal to spin it, to reinterpret it in such a way that it fits with the narrative, that, in my opinion, is not ethical. And it does seem like some of that has already happened in this case, where people have said this is what happened, and the prosecutor is like, well, how did that further the gang? And it's like, well, I was just doing something because they did something to me. And the prosecutor is trying to figure out how to put that as a puzzle piece in the whole furthering of a gang situation. I don't think that's ethical. It's not the same thing as solving a crime. It's trying to make something fit where it doesn't fit. I don't consider that ethical. But is it effective in getting a prosecution? So, Quita, I think it might be effective, though unethical, if somebody's telling you they did something of their own accord, but you're trying to get them to fit that into the puzzle piece. I feel like it might be effective for prosecuting people, while it might be effective for prosecuting people, while that would not be ethical, in my opinion. Can't believe Stillwell would go on to probation. They will pick him up and squeeze him like a lemon. Do we know for sure? Do we know for sure? You've been seeing pretrial deals. Snowball has a better chance. Yeah. We still got Miss Sylvia. Oh, hold up. Funny enough, somebody on Miss Sylvia's channel has it. Miss Sylvia has a chat. Miss Sylvia, I'm gonna just show you this real quick. This is funny. We don't know if somebody took a plea deal. Stop believing what the internet say. Now, this is on Miss Sylvia's channel, and Miss Sylvia, I imagine, selected this comment to put up, because I'm selecting all the comments that go up here. Like, I can put it up, I can take it down. But Miss Sylvia just last night had somebody on her show that said somebody took a plea deal. So maybe she's addressed this person. Maybe she was talking to this person. Maybe she was correcting this person. I don't know. But it's interesting. So I didn't hear what the conversation was, so I don't want to jump to any conclusions. But just FYI, y'all, we do have. Matter of fact, let me play this. Y'all have seen this before. I'm about to play it again. Some of y'all didn't see this. And maybe some of your comments Maybe some of your comments might be because you didn't see this video. So let me line it up. One sec. Y'all, this will probably be the last time I play this. Okay. But I am going to play it one more time.
And then she calls my niece to tell my niece, your mom is, and then she calls my niece to tell my niece, your mom is upset. She texting her, want to talk to her. And yes, Nicholls, they offered him a plea. He took it. They offered Shannon one.
And we are back, and we are back. So, y'all, that was Miss Sylvia last night. Okay, so I made a video this morning. I'm going to just let it play. But this is last night from Miss Sylvia. The lady talking is the aunt of a shooting victim. The shooting victim is Shermell Drinks. I believe two of the defendants were on trial, and they both, I'll let it play. This is Shermell Drinks' aunt. And we are back. Thank you for watching today's video, y'all. I'm going to ask you to go ahead and hit that like button. You know, it helps us out, and it helps you because it helps us keep bringing you this content. Now, everybody's wondering what's going to happen with the YSL trial, and it looks like we have some hints, y'all. Now, I am going to tell everybody from the very jump, please don't take this as any kind of gospel truth, y'all. We are truth sleuthing. We're internet detectiving. And at this point, I would not call this knowledge. I would call this maybe some hints, but sometimes the hints can lead you in the wrong direction. So yesterday, while we were on our live, certain people were looking up the dispositions of the prisoners, the defendants in the case, and they noticed that some of them have had their dispositions maybe changed to no pros. No pros means that basically the prosecutors have decided not to prosecute certain charges. So I hopped on to the Fulton County Jail database to take a look myself. And yeah, as you're going to see on your screen, we're going through various different inmates. And yes, you will see a bunch of no pros. You will see other dispositions that seem to indicate that the prosecution is not going to prosecute certain crimes. Now, as a point of reference, took a look back at Monk Tonk to see, because we know Monk Tonk took a plea deal, right? He took a plea deal. I'm going to show this video 1,000 times just for you. Sorry, let's keep going. Later, apparently, according to the prosecution, violated that plea deal, and we all watched that live as well. But he had previously taken a plea deal, so I wanted to see what did Monk Tonk's disposition look like. And yeah, he has a no pros there as well. So maybe that's how the Fulton County DA or inmate system dispositions these plea deals. So as you will see from looking at the paperwork here for Shannon Stillwell, first, what we have are all of the charges related to, well, y'all can see all the charges there. Hopefully, if not, hopefully you can zoom in. This is tiny, tiny, tiny text here, y'all. So I'm trying to bring this to you, half of the one half of the page and then the other half. But you can see here all of the charges listed for Shannon Stillwell. And then we're going to cut to the other half of the page where he has a number of no pros and decline to prosecute. Now, again, were all of these dispositions there previously? I don't know, because I didn't look all of this up previously. So that's really going to be a big question. So if you were a person who's been monitoring this, you can help out. It seems that, like, though, you know, I've heard some people say, no, it was like that before. And I've also heard some people say, no, there's some dealing happening. Would they have put the deals in that quickly? Look, at this point, I'm just unsure. Also, you can see with Quay Nicholls, you can see his rap sheet, his list of charges, I should say. And you can see that on one side. And then shortly here, we're going to take a look at the other side, where you can also see decline to prosecute and no pros. So as you can see on this half of the page, there's still a bunch of charges that don't have any disposition, but there are a bunch that do have no pros and decline to prosecute. Now, once we get to Diamante Kendrick, though, we do not, and mind you, this is Weinstein's client, we don't see the same kind of lineup of decline to prosecutes and no pros. It looks like he does have one from many years ago. Is that a new entry? Is that an entry that's been there the whole time? I'm not sure. Maybe somebody out there knows how to look further into this, but it doesn't have a date of any of these entries, so we really don't know. Then also we come to Lil Rod. Lil Rod has fewer charges here than everybody else. But when you look at Lil Rod's paperwork, the dispositions, you'll notice he does have one decline to prosecute, but it looks like he may still have open charges as well. So y'all, listen, again, am I saying that there were plea deals? I don't know. I'm just presenting y'all with this information that you can find on a publicly available source. Now, last night on the infamous Sylvia show, the aunt of Charmel Drinks, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, she appeared on the infamous Sylvia show. And I'm just going to put a little clip here, okay? I'm just going to put a little clip because I want Miss Sylvia to get credit for this powerful interview. And I'm going to put a link in the description so you can go to her page and watch the entire interview. So I'm just going to put a little clip. This is a teaser to get y'all over there. And you can make of this what you will. You can make of this, you can make up your own mind, as to what you want to take away from this. So I'm going to go ahead and place this teaser here. I'd like for y'all to go over to Miss Sylvia's channel to listen to the entire interview.
No, is the truth. And like I shared with my sister from reading the indictment, and I told her from day one, it's wrong that they trying to tie this into a RICO case with racketeering and have so many people brought into this when it should be done individually. Okay, charge the ones individually. Is it clear? Because I'm okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, it sounds better.
I had to mute Deborah. Go ahead.
Okay. I know I've been watching you for a few months now, and I follow you on and subscribe to your membership. And I know a lot of people asking you today, what's going on and what do you know? And I can share this. I am Charmel Drink's aunt. And like I shared with my sister about this case and the situation from day one.
Before you go, my condolences to you, and also I do pray for your family, for your strength.
Thank you, because we really need it. We really need it. Mm-hmm. Like, we are not lashing out to the defendants. The only thing we want to know is the truth. And like I shared with my sister from reading the indictment, and I told her from day one, it's wrong that they trying to tie this into a RICO case with racketeering and have so many people brought into this when it should be done individually. Okay, charge the ones individually for the individual crimes of what they have done. Yes, they have been in negotiation. Love, Hilton has been lying to my sister. She's been lying to us. And it's so sad. I'm out in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm working. She calls us today and tells us to be to the courthouse at 3:00. My sister is in another part of Georgia working. Nobody could get there at that time that they allow it. And then she calls my niece to tell my niece, your mom is upset. She's texting her, wanting to talk to her. And yes, Nicholls, they offered him a plea. He took it. They offered Shannon one, but he didn't take it. And he made tomorrow. But they want us to be there to speak. Speak on what? I can't come there and speak because I probably will be locked up, because I would lash out at the prosecutor at the state for the mishandling of this case and the way they have went about doing it.
All right, so that's the video that pretty much covers everything that I know up until right now. I really don't know anything else beyond that. I cannot vouch for the woman that you just heard who says she's Charmel Drinks' aunt. I don't have any reason to doubt her. But as some people have said, this is the internet. So I'm certainly not casting any aspersions on her. I don't want to doubt people unnecessarily. But I present this information to everybody so that you can draw your own conclusions, okay? Y'all, do y'all want to come up? Who wants to come up? All right. Why don't I just play the whole thing once? Because there's only a little bit left. It's just me talking at the end. It's just me talking at the end. So, I mean, I'm just basically saying the same thing that I said there. I mean, I'll play it since Andre requested.
I want to thank you.
Just me talking here. So to hear the rest of that interview, y'all go over to Miss Sylvia's channel again. Check the link in the description. We're going to be hanging out to see what happens today. But yeah, we're looking for information, y'all. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So long as we make sure we say, look, this is unconfirmed at this point, or this is speculation, or we're checking into this, there's nothing wrong with looking for information as long as we're clear when something is factual and when something is under investigation. Anyway, leave your comments down below. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and we'll be seeing what happens today. All right, so that was it. That's why I didn't play the rest, because it really wasn't much after that besides just my little bit of commentary. 58 to 59 minutes into the stream. I probably clipped the most important part, I think, that most people want to know, which is that the woman, the aunt, she's very upset. I can use that word, with the state, with the DA's office, and that Nicholls took a plea. Those are the two main things that she said. So let the man fight his trial on house arrest. Yeah, I think that would be excellent. That certainly would have been preferable, I think. Let's go back, check Twitter. They still in the media room now, y'all. They still in the media room, apparently. This is definitely very strange that over the past several days we've been kind of on with this trial that's been so public and been so widely covered by so many media, not only just personalities, but media organizations. Now all of a sudden it's all secrecy. Now all of a sudden it's secrecy. Well, as you heard the aunt say, yesterday, apparently they were trying to get people into the courtroom, family members into the courtroom, in order to talk and offer their, I don't know if they wanted to offer their opinions or say something or whatever. So I would think that the media personalities there, the people there, would already know. Like, I don't think anybody has said anything about that, but that's kind of interesting that nobody has said so far that I can see. Nobody has said, oh, the mom's here for the victims, or the aunt showed up, particularly Miss Sylvia. But the aunt did say she's in Kentucky, which maybe is not a convenient commute. But it seems like Miss Sylvia, and maybe she did say it on stream, maybe she just didn't chat about it. So I don't know. But I would think that they would know that some of the family members have showed up. Where's the balance says they're negotiating pleas. That would seem to be the case. Again, if you're Thug and 3 of the defendants have taken a plea, you probably want to talk to them and say, hey, what did you plead to? What's required of you? Can I read it? If you read it and it says they need to testify against you and they've made certain factual acknowledgments, blah, 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 that's going to probably affect your calculation. Now, will it cause you to plea out or not? Who knows? But knowing what other people have agreed to and what they're going to say against you and blah, blah, and all that stuff, that has to probably, I shouldn't even say probably, that has to be taken into account. That's not secrecy per se. We have to remember that plea deals are discussed privately, then put on the record. In a normal case, we would not have seen this part anyway. I agree with that. I think that the secrecy part is not that we're not seeing the plea deals. I think the secrecy part is that they haven't even announced that they're negotiating plea deals. Like, we're hearing that from media organizations. And again, in a normal trial, would you get an announcement? Now we're moving to plea deals. You probably wouldn't, but I would say that this is anything but normal. So it would seem like not that you necessarily get to see what's happening, but I think what people, because there's so much public interest in this, what I think people would like, whether they deserve it or not, whether it's something that's protocol or not, I think people just like to know, okay, what's actually happening. Not that they have to see what's happening, but okay, we're working on plea deals. This could take a while. Please be patient. You know, again, do the people deserve that? I don't know. Is that protocol? Probably not. But I don't necessarily think that that people expect to see like Fonnie and Yak Gotti going back and forth over the table about wording or something. You know what I mean? I don't think that's the case. When the state has taken this much time on the case, then start popping pleas out, make them take the L. Yeah, a lot of people have a lot invested in this, y'all. I've seen numerous people, particularly on X, talk about, you know, anxiety and, you know, it's been bad for their mental health, so on and so forth. There's a lot of emotion wrapped up in this. There are many different personalities, from the judges to the prosecutors to the defense lawyers. The funniest thing about this, and I've said this, explain it to people, is that this, in a sense, is the Young Thug trial, the YSL trial, but Thug and all the defendants in a movie, they wouldn't be the main character. Thug and the defendants in the movie would not be the main character because they don't talk. They don't have speaking roles. So for everybody watching this trial, most of us have not heard Thug's voice in 2 years. Now, you might have seen some jail footage or something like that, but most people watching this trial have not actually heard Thug's voice in 2 years. You haven't heard him say anything in 2 years. You have not heard any voice of his, anything he said over the past 2 years. You have not heard it. Same goes for the other defendants. So if this were a movie, the main character would be Love, the judge, probably Brian Steele. Excuse me. Probably Love would be a main character. Fonnie may or may not be a main character. But the main characters would be, at this point, Whitaker, Love, Brian Steele. Those would be the main characters. Yeah, the leaked jail conversation. That's what I said. Some people heard that. Most people watching this probably have not heard that. And even still, you know, if this is the movie about the YSL trial, that leaked jail conversation is not going to be enough, you know, to carry a movie. So my point is, this case is about the defendants, but the main characters in the story are Love, Hilton, Steele, Weinstein, all basically the prosecution team and the defense team and the judge. So the reason I say that is because, like, it's just interesting to think about the perspective of how people have gotten emotionally invested in this, but they aren't even hearing from Young Thug. They aren't even hearing from any of the defendants. They're not hearing, their emotional, what would be a good word? The emotionality is tied up in watching what's happening, but without even hearing. You're in the interesting thing is you're seeing Thug every day. So it's not like he's behind. It's not like he's behind closed doors and you're wondering if he's eating right and is he skinny and, you know, is he pale? And no, you're seeing him. You can see he looks healthy. He looks like he's, you know, for all things considered, he looks like he's doing well. You see him smile, but you never hear his voice. Same thing with everybody else. So it's just a very strange kind of setup. It's a very strange kind of setup. No, I'm not saying don't be worried about him, Andre. I'm saying that if you didn't see him, the type of worry you would have would be your imagination. You know what I'm saying? Which could run wild. When you see him, your worry is limited because you can say, well, he looks like he's eating, you know, and I'm seeing him smile. So it just gives you a different perspective. You ever heard of saying, let your money talk for you? Probably. But my point in all of this, my point of that tangent about not hearing from them is talking about when there have been a lot of people who said they have been mentally tormented by this trial. And most of it is because of what the DA has done. Frankly, you know, most of this has, like, if you were to watch this movie, you might hear Thug say something in the beginning, but if I'm making the movie, you wouldn't even hear his voice. That would probably be the final scene. The final scene would probably be Thug saying something or back in the studio making music. You may literally never hear him say an actual word through the whole movie. Like, I mean, aside from music, because truthfully, watching this trial, his voice has been silenced. His voice has been silenced throughout this whole trial. People have been saying that this is affecting their mental health. If you get tired, you can bring some people like Woody, and I want to hear him. Woody, Lil Woody, you want to come up? You want to you want to come up? Yeah, we can bring people up if y'all want. If you want to come up, let me know. I'd like to get two of y'all up to have a conversation. Woody, if you want to come up, let me know. Anybody else, let me know. I'm in ATL. This fresh right now. What calf mean? I don't know what that says. I'm sorry. Bring me up. All right, Jose. Who is that? That's Jose, right? I want to bring two people up so y'all can talk to each other. All right, we'll bring a couple of people up. Oh, catching a flight. Okay. All right, I just put the link in for Jose. Who else? Who else is going to come up and have some conversation? Y'all, let's keep it respectful, please. Let's keep it respectful. I'm going to check some of the other channels in the meantime. Again, still nothing from Thugger Daily. Kathy Russan, I don't see anything. I think it's Russan, not Russin. I think I was saying Russin yesterday. I think it's Russan. Let's take a look. All right. We got Jose. Nosy Rosie. All right. Y'all are both up. Introduce yourself. Say what you got to say.
Dude, man, what's up, man? My name Jose.
What's going on?
I got a lot to say about this case, man. And the topic that you brought up earlier, as far as the hold on, let me mute my laptop also.
Okay.
All right, I got a lot to say as far as like, you know, like him not saying nothing. I feel like he really doesn't have to say anything. He's at the point in his life where you know, money talks. Like, he got a lot of people that looks up to him. You know, he got a lot of people on his side, like, you know, as far as like the people that he was around and stuff is just crazy, because it's like this man changed, you know, he changed a lot of people's lives, and like for everybody to do like how they doing him now is crazy. And now they trying to recant their statements, and now everybody don't know nothing when they in court and their faces out there. You get what I'm saying?
So let me clarify something. When I say Thug hasn't said anything, he can't say anything. I'm talking about the fact that we haven't heard his voice, but that's because when you go to trial, you don't talk. You know, only the witness and your lawyer speaks for you. So it's not a criticism. That's just the way it works for everybody.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm actually a man that's been to prison twice. I'm currently fighting a case right now with one of my co-defendants. Threw a gun in my house, and we all got charged for it. I sat for a year because I'm in New Jersey. New Jersey doesn't have any bail. It's a bail reform. So basically what they do is they go off for numbers. Whether you show up for court, and are you more unlikely to commit another offense while you're out on PTI. And that's just basically more so like probation without taking a urine or anything. You have to report to somebody until you go to court and stuff. So with that being said, with my situation or whatever, I just went through something where the guy threw the gun in my house and we all got charged for it. I paid for my lawyer, and I also paid a private investigator. And the private investigator went and talked to him, and he got a willingly and voluntary statement from him saying that the gun was his or whatever. And about 4 or 5 months in of us doing our county time, you know, just waiting, because it's a waiting game at that point. Everything is a waiting game. You're on their time. He tries to go back and try to suppress his evidence. So that means he tried to go back and take his statement. So now I didn't find this out from him. I found that out from my lawyer. So okay. The guy ended up taking it to trial, and he ended up winning. So now I'm trying to figure out who's the gun is going to go on and all that. I know I'm off like topic and stuff, but it's, you know, everybody like goes through things too. Like I'm currently going through things. I still work. I drive 26 footers. I'm just trying to stay out the way. I do my little music. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, I don't be trying to do nothing to nobody. I'm just trying to stay out the way, trying to, you know, spread a positive message. How I changed my ways, like, and you can really see it. Like, I've been shot 2 different times. Yeah, so like I know like the whole Thug and how he feel and that whole situation, how he got people turning their back on him and stuff, especially Wardy. Like, I don't know how he got famous off that. That's crazy. That'll never be all right with me. But I guess this is the world that we live in today. You get what I'm saying? Where a lot of
so you know, again, my commentary about Thug, again, just so it's totally clear about him not speaking, there's no venue for him to speak. He can't do a press conference. He can't just get up in court and say, I have something to say, you know. So my point is, I was saying, if this were a movie and we're watching the trial, we're never going to hear Thug say anything unless he takes the stand, which he probably won't. And I'm not saying
he ain't going to do that to himself. But
yeah, exactly. So,
but hear this out though. Anything that he does say, even if it's positive, negative, whatever it is, it's going to be a whole narrative behind it. They're going to make it seem like something that is not. And then you already know how that prosecutor coming. They're going to try to use that in court for anything. You get what I'm saying? Well, he's talking to the outside. He's you know, like he's a known leader or whatever. Like you know how it go when you got money and all of that. They try to make it seem like you the devil.
Yeah. So thank you, man. I'm gonna see if we're gonna bring somebody else up, but I do wish you the best with your charges, man. It's always
All
tough.
right, man. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Good luck, Jose.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, Nosy.
I want to, I always think about the jury. And in this case, I'm thinking now if some of the current defendants take a plea, I'm going to be thinking about the witnesses that came in that got a plea and how now they're going back on the things that they're saying, they're kind of recanting. And then I'm also going to be thinking, wait a minute, we saw how some of these guys got out with these shady deals and 30-year probations, and they took whatever plea that was offered to them just so they could get out, because for whatever reason you had a mom that was ill, people that they just don't want to be incarcerated. So why wouldn't these gentlemen that are defendants right now not take a deal? I mean, they're looking at a lot of time. So as a juror, I'm going to be thinking, what did they say to these guys in order to get these pleas? What kind of pleas did they get, and what are these guys going to say, and is it true?
So,
at this point,
let me respond to that real quick, Nosy.
Mm-hmm.
You mind if I call you Nosy, or should I call you Rosie?
You call me whatever you want. Just don't call me Collect.
I'll call you Rosie. Rosie, listen. The one thing I've been saying for months now is no human on this earth, except people who have been in a similar situation, which is not many of us, none of us can really imagine what it's like to be a juror right now. And the reason why is because if they have taken their oath and their mandate from the judge seriously, then the vast majority of what we've seen, they haven't seen.
True.
And they haven't even discussed this case with another person, not even each other.
Right.
So it is impossible for you or me. I think it would be fair to say it's impossible for either of us or anybody who hasn't been in this type of scenario, like on a jury with, I mean, this is already the longest case in Georgia history. So how many people have been on as a juror in a year-long case with this many please step asides, with this many, when I say step aside, I mean jury please, step out of the courtroom, back and forth, with this many different limiting instructions, with this many different whatever else we want to put on here. Plus, you're going home every day, so you could look at it on the news, but you're not supposed to. You can't talk to. It's not possible for us to really have a true idea what is in a juror's head right now. It's impossible.
I agree 100%. What I was referencing is that the jurors did get to see is Montunk's deal and how Love went through each thing, and he's denying it. And he also said, I needed to get out. And
yes,
30 years probation, like that's insanity.
Okay, but you know what, Rosie? When you say 30 years probation is insanity, you have been undoubtedly influenced by the community who's been talking about this.
No, I've been on probation.
Oh, okay. So you've been influenced by your own experience.
Yes.
So
and look, I did 96 hours and I was like, oh my gosh, I will never come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
My mistake.
So I take a plea.
But you still have also been influenced by the community, because it's even if you haven't changed your opinion, everybody's talking about it and we're all forming opinions together.
Yes.
That's what I mean. So the influence might have not pushed you far this way. You're also influencing other people when you say what you say too.
I will say
the jury is supposed to not have been influenced. They're supposed to not have been influenced by anything outside of what they see in trial and their own previous understandings and experiences and influences that would have come before trial.
I accept that 100% because
so let me just say this last thing. I myself, if I'm a juror and I'm like, oh, so he could have done 30 years in prison, but he just needs to not commit any more crimes for 30 years. See, I've never been on trial for anything. I've never been arrested personally. I'm talking about me. I've never been arrested. I've never been in handcuffs. I've never been in a courtroom as a defendant on a criminal trial. So I'm going to speak personally.
Yeah.
If I got hemmed up for, oh man, I'm going to make some money. I'm like Walter White. I'm going to sell some whatever. They hem me up and they like, stay clean for 30 years. I would just think, I ain't do any crimes before this. And I was, I didn't do any crimes for the last 30 years. I got caught with this. Now I just need to basically go back to the stuff that I was doing before, which is nothing. So my perspective, people like 30 years, that's crazy. Yeah, if you're a criminal, I'm not.
That's the lifestyle they know.
I'm not a criminal. I'm 40 years old. I've never been arrested. So if you tell me 44 years of probation, I'm not saying it's nothing. And people might look at me like this dude, but I haven't got arrested for 44 years. So if you tell me you can't get arrested for the next 30 years, I'm just like, okay, well, I'll just keep doing what I've been doing and I'll be fine. So if the jurors have that perspective, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If the jurors have the perspective of, well, I've never been arrested and I'm 65. So I do get arrested and now I can either go to jail for 30 or prison for 30 years, or I could just keep not getting arrested for the next 30 years. Yeah. I'm just saying people can have different
Absolutely.
Absolutely. When you're going into it.
Absolutely. I'm just kind of like thinking what could possibly be in their heads, even based on just the Moontook, testimony. And they're going to be wondering, well, wait a minute, these guys were sitting in defendant chairs this week and now they're testifying. What kind of deal did they get? They're not, I don't know if they're supposed to think that, but I would. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you so very much for having me.
Well, before you go, Rosie,
Yes.
I do want to acknowledge what you're saying though, because I don't want to just seem totally combative. I do think you're making a good point that from our perspective, it seems like if we try to limit our knowledge to what the jury might know and you sum it all up, I totally 100% agree with you that in aggregate, it still feels like the jury would have to be seriously doubting this case. So it seems like that's what you're getting at.
Yes,
so I know I kind of nitpicked on a point.
We need different perspectives, and that's good. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, but I do think that the jury overall, when they put it all together, even if they haven't looked at anything outside of this case, even if they haven't been talking to each other, I think that they will say, because the defense lawyers did bring that out of Moontook, like you said, didn't you sign this agreement because your mother was sick and blah, blah, blah. So the defense lawyers brought that out. Woody got on the stand and said he lied. Sprinkle got on the stand and Brian still made him admit that he didn't think Thug had anything to do with Donovan Thomas. The car guy got on the stand and said, I can't even say for sure that that's an infinity. So like once you start putting all this stuff together, the case seems very flimsy.
They're going to put it together in closing arguments, which is going to take about 4 months. So put it together even then.
Right. So I think we're on the same page. And I think most people who are saying there's no evidence, I think that they're saying what you're saying, which is if I try to put myself in the perspective of a juror, I still haven't seen anything, even all combined, that makes me say I think this is a RICO.
And having said that, I do believe that there have been crimes committed. So I'm not saying that these guys are like little angels. I'm just saying that there's some shadiness going on in the way that they're trying to prove this case. And in my opinion, I can't remember what happened 5 minutes ago. So how am I going to remember what happened a year ago? It's an unfair trial. That's it. Somebody else take the spot.
Well, Rosie, you're doing such a good job. It's like I'm trying to hold on to you because like you're expressing the opinion. Do you have somewhere to go? Do you have to go, or are you just trying to bounce?
No, I just don't want to take up the time because other
Stick
people
around for a sec, y'all.
Okay.
Are we feeling rosy? I'm feeling rosy. So let's just stick around for a sec. I think you're representing the opinion of the people well. So I don't want you to just feel like you're. I mean, you're here. We're here. We're here to discuss this. And in fact, as of right now, I'm a refresh. I don't see that court's back. So I think you're representing what a lot of people feel, and closing arguments taking 4 months. So let's just discuss, because it's good to have somebody to bounce my ideas off of. And Rosie, I've seen you here. I've seen you in Miss Sylvia. You bounce around, so you have a lot of information.
I want to get different perspectives. I don't want to be just like in one. No, I look. Even in politics, I want to know from this side, that side, in the middle, on the outside. I want to know, and then I want to make up my mind.
Can y'all hear Rosie? Somebody said, Rosie, I can't hear you. It said hard to hear her. I don't know how to change any kind of volume. It says you sound far away. Okay, I hear you fine. I hear you fine, but
okay. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
So I hear you fine. People, y'all give some feedback to Rosie. So this is what I'm gonna say. I think it's important what you said, which is crimes were committed. I mean, there's already been people who've taken guilty pleas, like the shootings that Monk Tonk and them had done on April 28, 2015. So it's definitely not like no crimes were committed, right? Mm-hmm. But they served their time for that already too.
Yes.
And what I feel is I think the people are upset because what this prosecution essentially is trying to do is this. Garlington got jumped on, as they say, the night of April 28th. And also, I think QZ's cousin house got shot up. So Monk Tonk, Garlington, and QZ hop in a car and they go for some get back.
Yeah.
Those are pretty much undisputed facts, and those guys have all been sentenced and had to serve time for that. I think, to use that as an example, I think where people get upset is the DA wants to take that and then say, you did it in furtherance of a gang, Dick. It is like, come on now.
Yeah.
He got jumped on.
And some of it was like over a girl.
Yeah, it was over a girl. That's why Monk Tonk was down. Monk Tonk had his own reason. Garlington, so Monk Tonk was more or less over a girl. Garlington just got jumped. And QZ, they were shooting at his family members. Yeah. So you have all of these legitimate, independent, extenuating circumstances. And then here you have the DA coming along saying, and it was also for the gang. What? And it's like,
I have to say also is that I don't know any of Thug's music. I've actually never, ever even heard Thug speak. So when you were talking, are we back?
Yeah, I'm refreshing the Law and Crime to see if.
Okay. I have never heard him speak. I have no actual opinion on them. So to say, I came on when I heard about the corruption with that ex parte. That's what interested me. And then watching the trial after that and seeing how it's going, that's why I'm like, no, this isn't cool at all.
I think that is the story of a lot of us. This whole case has captured the public attention, but this is what I think people missed when I said we haven't heard Thug speak. And thank you for saying that. You during this trial, you've never heard Thug speak, and that's not a dig at him. There was no venue or point at which he could have spoken. It's not like he should have said something.
The only time he will speak during this trial is when there's a colloquy, and the judge asks him something directly. Otherwise, his voice is through his attorney.
Exactly. So what I was saying when I said Thug hasn't spoken is I was envisioning the movie.
Yeah.
And what I said is Thug would not be the main character in the movie because he wouldn't have a speaking role, unless they made him like a narrator or something. The
Right.
main character in the movie, in the Thug trial movie, wouldn't be Thug. The main character,
The
frankly,
attorneys
the attorneys and the judge would be the main characters.
and
And
Moody
yeah, Woody. Yeah, exactly.
and
Woody would be the
Motoon.
comic relief. He would be the
Yes.
comic relief.
Yes.
So in order to get Thug in the movie, you would either need him to be a narrator or you would need to basically shoot to some jail scenes.
Yes.
So my point was that people have gotten invested in the Thug trial without even hearing from Thug during the trial. That was my point.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And
yes.
and I just find it a fascinating
And that's injustice.
phenomenon.
That's injustice. And so, you know, I like to watch a lot of different trials, and I've really changed. I've really changed my point of view in the justice system, and it makes me really sad. And I'm seeing a lot of corruption. You know, I was all about the thin blue line, and you know, the judges, and I'm like, man, there's so many corrupt judges and corrupt law enforcement. They're not all bad. So let's just say that. But you're seeing more and more. And honestly, the internet, the YouTubers, it does help. I mean, it's a love-hate relationship.
Two directions we could go. One direction is the corruption of the judges, and the first thing I thought, friendly debate about whether Judge Whitaker is corrupt. But then you mentioned the YouTubers, and that gave me another direction we could go. But let's go with the Whitaker. I don't feel you have to make a comment on this. I will say I've gone on record as saying I don't think Judge Whitaker is corrupt, but I do think Judge Whitaker has made decisions to prolong the trial, and I do not believe that that is appropriate. I think corrupt is a strong word, and I think corrupt is a strong word. We should reserve that for people taking money or people making backroom deals or people who have hatred in their heart for somebody who just want to see him burn. I don't think we want to use the word corrupt.
No. I don't think that Judge Whitaker is corrupt, and I think that she's made some unfair rulings. I agree with what you said yesterday, that she said the quiet part out loud when she said that she was trying to clean up their sloppiness.
Yeah.
Should she have said that? 100% no, because the appearance is so.
She shouldn't even have been, but even if she didn't say it, she shouldn't even have been trying to do it quietly.
Exactly. And
that shouldn't have been.
And the fact that, yes, on the one hand, she is trying to save this because of the time, because of the millions of dollars that it's cost the taxpayers. The defendants have spent, I mean, Lord knows how much they, spent and whatever's coming up. But so I understand that. Also, I've heard Doug Weinstein, he is okay with her. He agrees that some of her rulings have been kind of funky, but he's okay with her. And so for me, I'm like, he's directly working with her, and he's okay with her. And so that I got to take that for something.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, for everybody in the chat who's saying she is corrupt, I get why you're saying it. I just don't. I just don't like that word for. I don't like, because the thing is, when you take Judge Whitaker and everything she's done, and then you take another judge who is maybe taking money behind the scenes. Like, do you want to put those two people in the same basket? Do you want to put whatever? I would put
Glanville in slightly corrupt.
Yeah, you know that's what they said in the chat. That's what they're saying in the chat.
Yeah, no, and so has Whitaker come to that part? No, but I've also been watching the Karen Reed trial. That judge is the Delphi case. That judge is straight up something. I mean, we can't even watch that trial. I mean, thank God for YouTubers that are in there. Thank God for lawyer YouTubers that are there taking notes. And that's also an injustice. And honestly, truthfully, it upsets me because the victims, this is not justice for the victims. At the end of the day, this is supposed to be justice for the victims. And during the trial, the victims are forgotten. Now I'm upset because just thinking of specifically what's going on with the Delphi case, and yeah,
I
it's
haven't
upsetting.
kept up with that, but
Yeah,
I would.
it's long, it's terrible. So yeah, that's on.
That's
Yeah.
another
Yeah.
track. So I think it's an important point that you made though.
G-Rel, I can see what you're saying. Yeah, there definitely are some bias rulings, 100%. I don't say corrupt, and definitely not Glanville. I mean, the way she dressed down Love, that was, so yeah, she's been biased and fair at the same time. I know that's
I think people I think there's one major thing people don't take into account, and maybe they do, and maybe they just still disagree with my take, which is she's not corrupt, but I think she's overstepped the line in certain decisions.
Yes.
But the main thing I feel like people are not considering is this. I called it a prosecution. I think I called it a prosecution problem counter yesterday. That was with Paige Whitaker. It was at 0 when she took over in July.
Yes.
So the steam has been building up for the people since January, since opening argument, and the steam level, the pressure level among the people is way higher than it is for Judge Whitaker, because she wasn't here since January, and she said, frankly, I'm not going back to build my steam level up like everybody. So
the people are upset that she actually didn't do anything about the ex parte. So that also built up the pressure with the people, and I get that. I feel like, dang, she should have done something about that.
But you know what I agree. I totally agreed. However, the problem with her doing something was when Judge Cross recused Glanville, she said that there was nothing wrong with the ex parte. So when Judge Whitaker came on after, she would have had to go basically. There wasn't a precedent. It wasn't a precedent. It wasn't like a binding ruling, and it certainly wasn't a higher court ruling. But Whitaker would have basically had to go against Cross and Glanville. So I get the point with her. Again, am I defending her? I'm not defending her, but I am saying we also have to try to think, like, what would I do if I'm in her position? I'm just giving this case. I have Glanville on one side and Judge Cross, who backed up the ex parte meeting. So two of my colleagues on this side who both thought that there was nothing wrong with the ex parte meeting. Now I'm giving this case, and I'm just going to come and go against both of them and call a mistrial right off the bat. Like, it's just unlikely. So was there something there she could have worked with? Of course. Was the ex parte meeting called by almost, if not every legal observer of this trial? I never saw anybody say that it was okay. Every last single lawyer and judge observer that I saw have an opinion on it was that it was improper. So there's no debate there. But we also have to think, you got a new person on the job. You have two of your colleagues who are both judges who say there's nothing wrong with it. From their perspective, they disagree. They disagree with us. I am on the side where that was totally inappropriate.
Will say, poor Judge Whitaker was looking all cute when she rolled up into the case, and that poor woman, she hasn't done. You can tell that she went and got her hair did the other day because it was a little fluffy and it was all cute. But then you can tell, like, it's been rough because her first few days she was, she looked good. Now you can tell she is stressed because
Andre's one of our mods. He's mad at me because I'm forcing. I don't know if I forced you to say she's not corrupt. I think Rosie's free to say whatever she wants right now.
I don't think she's corrupt. That's for me. I'm telling you, I have watched other cases very recently that it breaks my heart in the justice system, because I'm like, I've lost faith. And Judge Whitaker is nowhere near where those, Again, have some of her rulings been biased? Yeah, some of them I'm like, what? But at the end of the day, she's nothing like Glanville, and she's absolutely nothing like other cases that I've seen. And other judges, I mean, other lawyers have said the same thing. And you know, I'm specifically going with Doug Weinstein. If he can accept her, you know, then honestly, I'll respect that. So,
Yeah, I agree. I think we could probably agree that. Let me say this. Let me just take a moment to acknowledge. Thank you to Sean for saying Kathy Russin had posted an update. No jury, so apparently the jury is not there today. They are in pre-negotiations. So negotiations, according to Kathy, are ongoing due to the amount of defendants they are using the courtroom. So I guess they're like not in somebody's office or something. The plea negotiations are never open to the public. Judge is not involved either.
right.
Okay, so that's the most recent update. Thank you, Sean.
Man, if I could be a fly right now.
Oh my gosh. So based on what we have, I guess, deduced so far this morning, well, I guess we don't know. So again, speculation alert.
I don't know. I feel like somebody else needs to have some input here. So I think I'm gonna let you go so that somebody else can have their, you know, their rant.
Why nosy Rosie? Why nosy Rosie?
Okay, so I'll tell you, by nature, I am not nosy.
Okay.
I'm actually very introverted. I don't want to know people's business in the neighborhood. Sure, if somebody gives it to me, I'm going to sit here and, you know, I'm going to give me the tea. Yeah, I'll take it. But am I looking out the window? No, I don't want to know your business. I really don't.
Okay.
But when I started watching these trials, I needed to know more, and I wanted to do more deep dives, and I wanted to just know all the facts. And that's one of the things that has been very frustrating, is doing these deep dives into the court documents and then knowing that the jury only hears parts of the story, and the part of the story that the judge allows in, which is the very frustrating part with the Delphi case that I've been watching, because they're not, the defense isn't basically being allowed to give, you know, a defense, and there's so much, you know, in these documents. And so I'm nosy in that way. So sure, if there's some gossip that's given to me, I'm going to be here for it. Am I going to spread it? Probably not. I'm kind of a good secret keeper. But that's why I'm nosy, because I want to know what's going on in these trials. And if I can give, so when I say, am I going to spread gossip on a personal, in the neighborhood level? No, I'm not going to do that. But on the court, you know, if I know facts, I'm going to give those facts, so I don't spread rumors in that way.
Got you. Okay. Well, Rosie, we definitely thank you. I think I might have told you my daughter's name is
Miss Posey. Yes.
Rosie Posey. Did I show y'all Rosie
yes.
Posey? All right. Well, listen, thank you. You've been a great co-host, co-commentator. Anytime you want to come up, let me know. I don't think you should feel like, you know, you're taking too much time.
James Coker, I respect your opinion. I really do. And it's good for us to have differing opinions, and it's good for us to have conversations. If we agreed on everything, it just, then you don't think freely for yourself. And so I respect your opinion. But no, I mean, maybe James, you can come up and talk to paralegal and tell us your thoughts.
Yeah. Anybody else wants to come up? Who
thanks for having me. And
all right, Rosie.
have a great day.
We'll talk again. Thanks a lot.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Antoinette said I was trying to keep her on. Yeah, I said that. Antoinette, I literally said, hey, don't go. So yes, I was trying to keep, not the whole time, but absolutely. I think Rosie had a lot of good, insightful comments to say. And I think Rosie had a lot of good, insightful comments to say, and I absolutely invite her back up anytime she wants to talk. I think really good. DAs are corrupt in this case, just like most other places. We are guilty until proven. Oh man, y'all, it hurts. It really does hurt the soul to think that the state is out to get you. It just hurts. It does hurt, y'all. It hurts your soul. So back to Kathy Russin, no jury, or is it Rasan? Sorry, I think I figured that out earlier. No jury. They are in plea negotiations due to the amount of defendants they are using in the courtroom. Okay, so let's think about that. Due to the amount of defendants, well, we were speculating that there were 3 plea deals already reached. So due to the amount of defendants, does that mean that some people maybe have not finished negotiating some of the 3? Right? Does that mean some of the 3 have possibly not finished negotiation? Because when you say due to the amount, it doesn't feel like 3 is a lot, right? There would only be 3 left. So maybe they are continuing to negotiate even with either one or many of the 3 that we thought might have already had a deal. FMLA says, I can't get past Whitaker saying, if I saw the expression, if you saw the hit, like she 100, yeah. FMLA, I'm going to tell you something. I said yesterday, I don't think that even mattered. Hilton's having done it on purpose or not, because of the accumulation of errors, I kind of feel like it doesn't matter if she purposefully did that or not, because at some point it has to be an accumulation of oopses and accidents. So even if she oopsies again, didn't they oopsie with Dennis on the stand? Didn't they oopsie when the woman who replaced Dennis was on the stand and said Thug was living a life of crime? Didn't they oopsie the first time with Slime Life Shouty saying Shannon Stillwell is in jail? The 4th oopsie. So this was the 4th oopsie in just a few days. So even if I do see Hilton's face, and even if it's a legit oopsie, how many oopsies we going to allow? We're going to allow 4 oopsies of the exact same type within just 3 days, 2 or 3 days. We just got rid of a detective. We kicked him out of the case. And literally his replacement does the same thing. We get a mistrial motion. They survive. And literally, 2 or 3 witnesses later, that witness does the same thing. They survive. And then he does the same thing again within 40 minutes to an hour. Like, I don't. So people are like, did she do it on purpose or not? Can't we talk about the fact that even if it is an oopsie, like how many oopsies do you get of the exact same type? Like, we're talking about the same type of character evidence. We're not talking about oopsie on this thing and then they oopsied again, but on a different type of topic or a different type of oopsie. We're talking about literally the exact same oopsie, right? We're talking about the same oopsie 4 times within 3 days or something like that. I don't even remember now because we haven't had court in so long. I think Dennis had this oopsie on Thursday, and then they brought the detective. I don't remember. It was just within a few days. So my point, FMLA, is people are debating whether Hilton did it or not. It is a legitimate question, because if you could prove it was on purpose, then that's mistrial with prejudice, and this whole thing is over, period. So if she did it on purpose, mistrial with prejudice, everything's done. If she didn't do it on purpose, I still think you can have the mistrial with prejudice when you show a pattern of disregard for the defendant's rights. You see what I'm saying? When you show a pattern of disregard for the defendant's rights, even when you had a severe sanction and you continue to have the same pattern of disregard for the defendant's rights, I think you can get that mistrial with prejudice, even if we say it's an oopsie. That's what I said, Andre. I said that there is a legitimate argument that even if the Slime Life Shouty reading of that hashtag was an oopsie, there's still a very legitimate argument that this is a pattern of disregard for the defendants' rights. It's happened too many times within too short a period, and that we should get a mistrial with prejudice, even if it was an oopsie. You needed somebody to articulate that in court. Miss Westmoreland, she tried. She said, how many times, blah, blah, blah. But I don't feel like it was. I mean, Judge Whitaker ruled it out, but I do feel like they maybe could have pushed back on Judge Whitaker when she ruled out the mistrial with prejudice. Lead attorney saying Thug is working out a deal. So the source is lead attorney. What's lead attorney's source? We don't know, but I would say, Ocean, it's only to be expected that Thug is working on a deal, Ocean. Ocean, it's only to be expected that Thug is working on a deal. Now, why do I say that? Because of what I said earlier. Thug is painted as the leader, the mob boss. Let me just use that term. The DAs have painted him as the mob boss. Ocean, you going to let all the lower level captains and lieutenants and foot soldiers work out on a deal to turn on you, and you're not going to be trying to work something out? You better be trying to work something out. Everybody's like, Thug shouldn't take a deal. Again, that's only if you consider that nobody's taking a deal. If everybody's taking a deal to turn on you, you at least better be trying to get something. You better be talking. You know what I'm saying? You better be talking. You at least better be talking. That doesn't mean you have to agree to something that's not fair or that you disagree with, but you better be talking. If everybody else is talking and the thing that they're going to do is all turn around and point the finger at you. Yes, so it is. Listen, I would say this is not speculation. If we say that it's confirmed that there are people talking about a deal, then it's confirmed that Thug is also talking. I mean, or he's waiting to know about the other deals before he talks, but he's in the conversation. It would be negligent to know other people are taking deals and you're not even in the conversation, Josiah. That would be negligent on an attorney from an attorney standpoint. If you're on trial with 6 people, you know they're taking deals, and you just like, we have nothing to talk about. You would be negligent as an attorney. You would have to be active, and you would have to be trying to get your client the best out of this whole scenario. That may be continuing with trial, it may not be, but you'd have to be in it. You'd have to be in the mix. You can't control what comes out of other people's mouths, but when you give them something to read out loud, yeah. So you'd have to know. Stop. If they was going to turn him, they would have. Why do you keep saying this narrative? What do we do? What do we do with people who say these kind of comments, y'all? I've seen some streamers, and I guess I'm a streamer now, that like just go at people, and that's not my style. So Josiah, we on the same team. I think we want to see justice. So I'm not going to go at you, Josiah. I'm not coming at a narrative. Would you read what's on your screen right now, Josiah? Kathy Russin. Kathy Russin, in case you don't know, she is the director, head, boss lady, top person at law and crime. Okay, she would know some things probably. She says no jury. They are in plea negotiations. So Josiah Flowers, let's imagine you are Young Thug's lawyer. And let's say that they, meaning other people, are in plea negotiations. Who are those other people? People who are your co-defendants. So Josiah Flowers, you're saying there's a possibility that you as Thug's lawyer would say, Thug, let's just go sit over here and not take part in any of this. We don't want to have nothing to do with that. So Thug would say, but, you know, they might try to point the finger. No, Thug, no. We don't want to talk. We don't want to have anything to do with it. We just want to go sit in the corner and let them do all of that stuff. If you were to do that, you will have misserved your client. Of course, you're going to be talking. Now, will you come to an agreement? That we don't know that one, but you better be over there knowing what other people are saying and trying to figure out whatever you can and trying to get the best deal for your client based on the facts on the ground. Okay, that's not a narrative. I kind of feel like that's common sense. I kind of feel like it's common sense that you can't just plug your ears up and, you know, you can't just put in your earbuds and go to sleep until everybody finishes their plea deals and then just say, oh, don't care what they said, don't care what they did, let's continue. Like, I don't know. I don't see how you think there's another alternative than to be involved if everybody else is involved, or even if just a few people are involved. You absolutely have to be involved because they might want to implicate you. That's not a narrative. I mean, I don't know. You know, street dudes, it's very common, man for them. It's every man for themselves. Not everybody's a real ninja. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe Josiah Flowers like, nah, they ain't gonna tell, they ain't gonna flip. The point is not even if they're gonna tell or flip. The point is if there are conversations being had, and if you get an opportunity to be involved, you have to be involved. That's called negotiations. Okay? So you absolutely have to be involved. Everybody. Anyone watching this trial should see all these attorneys have had their clients back first and foremost. I agree with that. But my point at J9 is having your clients back means you have to be involved in any conversations you can be involved in as it relates to pleas. You do not have the luxury of not being involved in a plea conversation that you could be involved in if you're talking about a co-defendant, and particularly if there's any chance that that co-defendant may want to implicate your client. You absolutely have to, if you can. Now, if you can't, like if somehow there's a reason that you just can't, it's closed door and they prevent you, then that's different, right? Then you do what you can do. But you try to get that door open because you got to know what the heck is going on. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Your lawyer's supposed to defend you and you only at all times. Correct. So if, you know, Mr. S's lawyer is like, look, man, we'll talk, we'll point the finger at Thug. Now, this was where you might feel like it's a narrative. Like, why are you saying they might tell on Thug? If that's anybody's question, I'm not saying that they might do anything. I'm saying if we look at the previous deals, those deals tended to include language and testimony that implicates other people on trial. Sylvia reported there at lunch, drinks, family at court. Thug did not take the deal. Y'all, this is getting loco. Let's go to Sylvia. They're at lunch. So y'all, they over there working. Let's go to Sylvia. Oh, man. You know, let me see something. All right, let's go to Sylvia real quick. No, it says Shannon did not take the deal. It says Shannon did not take a deal. Let me get rid of this comment real quick. Updates. This is according to Sylvia. Court is at lunch. Drinks family is present. That's the aunt we heard from the 900 times that I played it today. Shannon did not take a deal. Y'all, if Shannon didn't take a deal, then that's going to blow my theory, or our, not theory, but our supposition that what we're seeing on the Fulton County jail records indicates a deal. If Shannon didn't take the deal, that's going to kind of blow that out the water, because Shannon did seem to have an updated record. And if the updated record does not mean a deal, then we really are kind of back to square one as it relates to that. After haters, bro, thanks for what you're doing. So David, Isabella, thank you for that. Y'all, I don't think anybody, no, so far we haven't really had any haters today. You know, except for the guy saying that I was playing the video too many times and I'm becoming one of his least favorite streamers. Like, that's kind of like hater. I don't mind somebody saying, yo, bro, you playing it too many times. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But if I'm becoming one of your least favorite people, just don't watch. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to give me some constructive feedback, fine. But if you're saying you don't like me, then you shouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? We haven't had a lot of that. But I do thank you for thanking me. I thank you for thanking me. People be so wrong about what? What are we wrong about? We do be wrong though. We do be wrong. Shannon won't get off as light as deal as others, right? Y'all, we don't know. We don't know. Sharp, yeah, that's Shannon's lawyer. After being on trial this long, why would you think they would take a deal that would have them turn on anybody? I'm going to answer that, Trip. Trip, I'm about to blow your mind. I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but let me just say partner, because that could be a boy or girl. Trip, I'm about to blow your mind, partner. I'm literally about to answer this question, and I guarantee you, I can't guarantee anything, but I believe you're going to like this answer. I believe that you're going to be illuminated by this answer. After being on trial this long, why would you think they would take a deal that would have them turn on anybody? I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to tell you from a strategic standpoint. Imagine this. You are the DA, Trip, and you've put this case on these guys, and you have 6 guys on trial. And you want this trial to be a success, which means from the DA's perspective, they're all convicted of all counts, or most counts, let's say. Now, let's say you're the big DA, and you have these underlings who are running this trial who are just effing stuff up. They're effing up the exhibits. They're effing up this. You got a judge gets recused. On day one, they put in exhibits they're not supposed to. They're just effing up left and right. You get a detective disqualified. Your case looks shaky. Your underlings are not putting on the case the way you want. And then after all of these problems, Trip, partner, you have somebody come to the stand who mentions Quay, free Quay. And there's a mistrial motion, and now your shaky trial that you want to be a success, which is convictions, your shaky trial is on the ropes because you may get a mistrial without prejudice, which means you, as the DA, are going to have to start all over. And you don't want to start all over. Even though this thing is shaky, the worst case scenario is that is mistrial with prejudice and you just lose. But not far behind that is like, let's start over from day one. This is already the longest trial in the history of your state. You're being attacked by Trump people who are coming at you for your affair. You just want this trial done. But you get this free Quay thing that might derail your trial. So what are you going to do about it? Well, you have 2 Quays who are on trial. So not only does free Quay, could it mean this Quay, but it can mean that Quay. So now you kind of got a double problem. You have 2 out of the 6 that this prejudices, not just one person, not if it was just one Quay. You got 2 Quays. Might you say, all right, you know what? I can get out of this mistrial thing if I just give the 2 Quays a deal. I'm going to give the 2 Quays a better deal than I would have given them at the beginning. I'm going to give them a better deal than I would have given them even 2 weeks ago. This mistrial thing prejudices the 2 Quays. I can just take them off the board, get some quick convictions, take the mistrial without prejudice off the board as an issue, And if anybody else wants to do a deal right now, they do it. If not, we keep it moving with this shaky trial. But at least I dealt with that mistrial without prejudice thing, and I got a couple more convictions. So why would the two Quays take a deal? Because the deal they would have gotten before this mistrial without prejudice was on the table would presumably not be as good a deal as they would get with the mistrial without prejudice being on the table, because that's an Uno card. That's like the Uno reverse or the draw four. They got that card that they could play. So the DA could, and this is just painting a possible picture, the DA could possibly say, ooh, you got that card now, huh? Let's work out something. And the Quays are like, you know, that last type of deal you was talking about? Nah, we ain't going for that. We got this Uno card. And the DA is like, well, we ain't going to just let you off. And they like, okay, well, let's come up with something better than what you've been talking about so far. Again, is that what happened? I don't know, people. I have no idea. But I'm giving you an idea. Well, all I'm saying is this is a way that they would not have been taking a deal previously, but because they get the Uno card that Slime Life Shouty gave them, now they might be able to get a more attractive deal. Now, would they take it or not? We don't know. Did things work out exactly how I just said? Probably not. Okay. But I'm just giving you an idea of how the situation could change. So the old deal that wasn't attractive might be replaced by a new, more attractive deal because they got that Uno card. That's my point. All right, y'all. That's a long rant. That's a long rant. Trip, I don't know if you replied or not. I gave you my best material there. And again, take everything I just said with a grain of salt because I don't know anything. Daniel Banks, let's start over from day one. Won't work with Thug given speedy trial motion granted. Yeah, people have been saying that. Daniel, I kind of feel like that's a bit of speculation because this is my question. Who would stop the trial? Who would stop a new trial, Daniel? What I mean is, who would stop the new trial? Sorry, y'all. I'm just checking my phone real quick. When I say who would stop the new trial, what I mean is we read through the statute, and it said that the trial would have to be, I think the word was the trial would have to start or something like that at the during the next court session, which I think at this point starts in November. But if they don't grant the mistrial until November, that would probably give them even more time to start the next trial. But we don't have clarity on whether, I forget the exact term. It's not start is not the exact term, but I'm just using that for lack of the exact term. We don't know if starting the next trial would be seating the jury. Would it be swearing the jury in? Would it be starting jury selection? We just don't know. So a lot of people have been saying this about the speedy trial thing. My take on the speedy trial thing has been this. My take on the speedy trial has been this. If this case is restarted and it's assigned to a judge that wants it to go forward, it's going forward. I think the speedy trial thing is vague enough that if you get a judge who wants it to go forward, it's going forward. They can cut whoever takes a plea and continue the trial. That's what I've been saying. But collective tribal, I've been saying something even more serious, which is if the people who take a deal are the two Quays, wouldn't that moot out the mistrial motion? Because the mistrial motion was brought by the two Quays. So I don't know if the other defendants would have the standing to move for mistrial based on the prejudicing of the two Quays, who, if they took a plea deal and they're out, they would be out. All right. None of them thugs are being released. People are 187 PC because YSL. Oh, man. People really stuck on Jeffrey wearing that dress. People be stuck on him wearing that dress. Breezy, that would be smart of Nicholls. What Breezy say? I heard Nicholls took a plea 20-7. Oh, for the full thing, for the whole thing, for the whole thing, for everything. Court set for 1 p.m. Let's take a look. Where do we get that from? Can y'all just start putting per XYZ? Per XYZ, or I seen it on ABC. Please. Y'all, we are so locked in. Yeah, thank y'all for rocking with me, y'all. I'm a talker. This used to get me in trouble in elementary school. I used to get a C on my report card because I talk too much. I used to get a C in behavior because of the exact thing that I'm doing right now. So, yeah. Take that, Miss. I don't even remember her name, but whatever. Whatever your name was for giving me those C's. For giving me those C's on my report card for behavior. Y'all hit the like button, please. Hit the like button, please. Thugger just said something. Let's take a look. Hit the like button, please, people. I think we should just do a like button, a group like, where we all do that. Let's take a look at Thugger. Thugger Daily. Let's see what Thugger Daily has to say. Court tentatively set for 1 hearing that at least 1, possibly multiple plea deals are to be accepted. As always, things can always change. Okay. So that's Thugger. That's Thugger, y'all. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. Me too. Are you talking about getting seasoned for talking too much? Not going to be courted today again. So far, we're looking at 1 p.m. Are there still protesters? I don't think there are any today. Smash the like button. Yeah, y'all please do. Thank you, Kyle. Air. I agree. Smash the like button. No jury today. That's correct. There's no jury. That was a nervous condition. Are you talking about talking too much? I called it starting at 1:30. Y'all, we went till 6 p.m. yesterday. So, you know, LOL C for average. Yeah, my behavior. That's right. My behavior was a C because I would talk too much. I was a social person. Paralegal, I didn't want to say it wasn't expected that Thug would negotiate. I asked who was the source. Don't Miss Hilton me. Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry if I did that. That wasn't my intention. No, Thug is. I mean, again, I think any negotiations by one of the 6 would mean everybody else should at least be involved. Y'all are taking it as me saying Thug's gonna plea. I'm not. That's not my point. My point is the negotiations. That's what Kathy Russin had on her, or Rasan had on her Twitter, was that they were negotiating. Of course, you have to be involved in negotiations, but that doesn't mean you have to actually take a deal. Maybe a deal leaves city of Atlanta. Man, I think I would be doing that anyway. It would not be negligent for attorney to not be talking about a deal. They did not offer a deal initially, but an attorney has to relay any offers. It would not be negligent for an attorney to not be talking about a deal. Okay, Sean. When I said it would be, did I use the word negligent? It would be inappropriate. If others are talking about a deal and you can be part of the conversation and you're not, that is negligent, period. Now, if nobody's talking about a deal, remember, Sean, you said talking about. So the conversation is not taking, it's talking about. If you know other people that you're on trial with are talking about a deal and you have the opportunity to be in that conversation and you decide not to, it's 100% negligent because you don't know what they're saying. And they could be saying something that's going to hurt you. And if you have a chance to be in a conversation with somebody who might be deciding whether or not to hurt you, and you decide, I don't need to be in the conversation with somebody who's deciding whether or not to hurt me. Explain to me how that's not negligent, please. Because 100%. Now, if they can't be in the conversation, that's different. If it's closed, if it's private, that's different. And then you just couldn't be there, so you weren't there. But if somebody's deciding whether or not to hurt you, and you can be there to try to talk, to be part of that, and you're like, nah, I don't need to be part of that. Explain to me how that's not negligent, please, sir. They must entertain all offers on the table and communicate with other defense attorneys. What I'm saying is, yeah. I don't know if that's strictly true, but I think the spirit of that is true. Not true with negligence. I went to trial with 4 other people who all took deals, and I didn't. Case dismissed. Oh, man. Y'all, I'm trying to be as clear as possible, but the clarity of what I'm saying is not clear enough. Andre, I didn't say everybody has to take a deal. I said if they're talking about the deal, if they're negotiating the deal, and you have a chance to be present as they negotiate, you have to take that opportunity to be present. That's what I said. I'm literally talking about talking and negotiation. I'm not talking about acceptance and agreeing. I'm talking about the negotiation phase. If you can be there when your 4 co-defendants are negotiating their deal and you say, nah, I don't want to be there, then that's dumb. I'm not calling you dumb, but it would be a dumb decision. If you could be there while they're deciding whether they're going to turn on you and you say, nah, don't need, nah, not interested, that's just not intelligent. Now, if it worked out for you, bravo. But I'm talking about the negotiation phase. I'm not talking about the acceptance and signing of the deal phase. Okay? I'm talking about the negotiation. So hopefully it's clear now, because people keep hearing me say everybody has to take a deal together, and I didn't say that. I'm talking about the negotiating phase. No one is saying take a deal or even negotiate. Just be aware to read where it's going to work in their angles to manage risk. You have to be informed what the other people are doing when you're deciding what you're going to do. That's the bottom line. If they're cutting a deal, the state will want that confidential IF. If you can't be there, no, you can't. Okay, now if you can't be there, that's different. I mean, if you can't, for whatever reason, be there, then you can't be there. Unpopular opinion. All right, we're not gonna go with this. We're not gonna diss the deceased, y'all. We're not dissing the deceased. I got a question for you. What if Young Thug take a proper plea deal without admitting guilt, just in his best interest? Can he still be sued civilly? So I was looking into this yesterday, and I noticed that Thugger had posted. Let me not go into Thugger. I'm gonna speak from my own perspective. Yesterday I was talking about being open to civil liability. And the X factor with the civil liability is the statute of limitation. I would say if you do admit guilt, if you take a plea without admitting guilt, or whether you don't take a plea at all, you can be sued civilly even if you never go to trial. So yes, you can be sued. So my point is, if you plea or if you don't plea is not the determining factor as to whether you could be sued. You could be sued if they never even put you on trial for a crime. Most injury lawsuits, probably the person accused of the injury never went to criminal trial for it. So, I mean, think about Diddy. Diddy's being sued right now for all of these people, from all these people, but he never went to trial for any of these things. He hasn't even been on trial for the Cassie situation yet. So we shouldn't think that you can't be sued unless you've been found guilty. You can be sued if you've never been on trial criminally. You can be sued civilly even though you've never had a criminal trial or charges or anything. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, yesterday I was talking about this and I was saying any kind of plea could maybe be used against him. But we do want to keep in mind that there may be statutes of limitations that might bar victims from suing. So it's a complicated question. I think the main answer to you, Day Clay, or let me see, hold up, Day L, I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm gonna just say Day. The main answer, Day, is it doesn't matter if you plead in guilty, not guilty, if you're found guilty, not guilty. It doesn't matter if you've never been charged. All of that stuff doesn't matter. You can be sued civilly just based on the allegations and the evidence. Think about Diddy again. So you're saying, so there, you don't have to, so it doesn't matter. In Thug's case, is he open to civil liability if he's found guilty? I don't know, because there might be statute of limitation type prohibitions on that. So that's an open question. What is LTK? LTK. All right, LTK said, No Child Left Behind left a lot of folks behind. Ain't that right? That was a President Bush thing, right? Was that Bush or Obama? It'll be an injustice if love isn't terminated and disbarred. Y'all really think Fonnie gonna get rid of love? Y'all really think Fonnie gonna get rid of love? In fact, if love were terminated and disbarred, that would hurt. That would hurt a lot of things. That would hurt a lot of things. Thug is gonna be affected by a plea. He's gonna rap about love while giving them the finger and make millions. Thug is not gonna be affected by a plea. I like how defiant y'all are. Y'all are a defiant bunch. Y'all are a defiant bunch. Yeah, this is the quintessential example. OJ was actually found not guilty. So this is even stronger than a plea without admitting guilt. This is a finding of no guilt, or, you couldn't convince us beyond a reasonable doubt. Finding of no guilt by the jury, but still he got hit for millions and millions in civil court. Nobody finna suit the I don't know. Ocean Beach is definitely that was one of the most optimistic things I've heard. I'm gonna be called. Hey y'all, he better not make no album called FDA Love. If I don't even want to think about, y'all know what though? I'm gonna show y'all this. I'm gonna show y'all this from Thugger Daily. I can't play the music because they'll demonetize me. But check this out, y'all. I've been kind of in a hold up. Let me play this. I've been kind of transfixed by this, y'all. Thugger Daily said, vibes this good have never been detected anywhere on earth ever since. Never thought Slime 2 language era would be so nostalgic. Okay. I saw this the first time and I wasn't really interested in watching it, but it just keeps coming up on my timeline, coming up. And start time, supposedly 1:00. We're biding our time till 1. So, y'all, this keeps coming up on my timeline. I wish I could play the music, but I was like, man, this the type of thug I hope comes back, y'all. This is what I hope. This is what I want to see. Oh, hold up. Can't play the music or they're going to demonetize me. This is a thug I hope comes back, y'all. Like, this is like fellas with their fellas, man. This is just like the best. Y'all really need to hear the music. You know what I'm saying? But like, this is just the fellas chilling. Oh my gosh. It would be much better if you could hear the music, but vibes like this have not been detected in the last 2 years, y'all. So if he comes back and he just, you know what I'm saying? If he just have fun, I think people will gravitate to his music. If he comes back and just has fun, man, and makes good, fun music like this, you know what I'm saying, and just does his thing, I don't think he needs to come out bitter. I don't think he needs to come out bitter and saying F people, F this person, F that person. You know what I'm saying? I think they need to come out and just have fun. I think people ready to have fun. I think people ready to have fun for real. So, yeah, man, come out, have some fun, make some good vibes music, make some good chill music, make some good just be with your partners type music. And I think he could pick up right where he left off. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he might drop something gang. I mean, but you know, every Vibe album got some gangster issue on it too. So, you know, ain't nothing wrong with that. So anyway, y'all, we are kind of biding our time with your host, Paralegal. We have a 1 a.m. time that we're shooting for. What we're hearing is one or more deals have been either agreed to or are in the process of being worked out right now. Research is public. I don't know what you're talking about. Lawyer by heart, would you tell me what you're talking about? Because I'm probably missed your first comment. Let me know what you're talking about. Y'all ask your questions. No more info till 1 p.m. Yeah, so we just biding our time till 1. Hopefully we'll get court. We'll probably see. No, I don't know what we'll see. Truly humble under God. I wonder if any deals were reached, would there be a press conference? The mic stand would be a good indication. That's true. See, Rosie, you on point. Rosie's on point with all of her comments. Well, I'm going to tell you this. If they're on lunch and then they're going to come back, maybe they're going to come back before 1 p.m. because I would imagine if they're on lunch and they're coming back at 1, that would mean whatever business they were going to do or take care of is already done. That would mean that whatever business they were going to do is already done. And if the business they were going to do is already done, then somebody would probably be talking at lunch to the press. What's up? What's going on with Garlington and his group? Not sure. Are those even being televised or streamed? Good question. Y'all think Dirk trial gonna be crazy like this? No, because Dirk his trial is gonna be federal. Y'all know how much flack I got for saying let's not jump to conclusions on Dirk. And people like, man, somebody was wearing a wire. Somebody was wearing a wire, man. You crazy. And then yesterday, Trench's news came out, and I don't know what he knows. I don't know if he knows or if he doesn't. But he was like, nope, OTF Jam was not wearing a wire. And I felt vindicated. I was like, man, why won't people just chill and wait for the evidence to come out? Like, why won't people watch the Thug trial We hear all of this evidence that's supposed to be coming out. We think, oh man, Thug done. This is before the trial. You're like, man, Thug did that. He done. Then as you watch the trial, you're like, hold up. Y'all tricked me. I thought y'all had all this evidence. So you learn a lesson. The DAs will present the case as if it's this when it's really that. You learn the lesson. Okay, whoop, you got me. Then they come out, Dirk's arrested, blah, 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 blah. And everybody, oh man, Dirk done. And I'm like, huh? Didn't we learn a lesson with the Thug stuff? No, but this the feds. It's still a prosecutor, people. It's still a prosecutor, people. Just reserve judgment till you see the evidence, people. What's so hard about that? Why is it so hard for you to just reserve a little bit of judgment? Why is it so hard to learn a lesson? Why is it so hard to learn a lesson? Yeah, Dirk trial will not have cameras inside, most likely. So we'll have to learn about the evidence from secondhand accounts and stuff. My point was just like, why can't people just say, oh shoot, they saying all that? Well, let's see. Why does it have to be he's done? You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, they said he wasn't wearing a wire. By the way, he's getting 2 more bang bangs added. Well, Trench's News says Jam wasn't wearing a wire. He says it very clearly. Jam was not wearing a wire. He wasn't wearing a wire. Now, Trench's News is known as being a Chicago guy who supposedly has connections. I don't know, y'all. My point is, like, just reserve judgment. Jeez Louise. Anytime the other side offers you a plea, that means they don't have an airtight case and want you to cop out because they can't get you. John Gibson, I made a speculation that Fonnie wanted to get the 2 Quays off the case so she could get rid of this mistrial without prejudice. So she could moot that out. And that turned into speculation and possibly even actual speculation among us that she's negotiating with everybody. And perhaps that's what actually happened. But so John Gibson, if Fonnie could offer the 2 Quays a deal and get the mistrial with prejudice off the table, that would not mean that she doesn't have an airtight case. It would mean that if they stay, they could tank the whole case because of the mistrial without prejudice. Does that make sense? So it might not. And again, I don't know anything. I'm just spitballing here. It might not have to do with the evidence. It might have more to do with that pesky mistrial motion that's in the air that Whitaker seems inclined to grant. And that is that's it with respect to the 2 Quays. So if you offer them deals and get them off the trial, then you get rid of that mistrial motion. Maybe. That's me spitballing. I'm not saying 100% that it would go away, but it seems to me it would go away. It seems to be mooted out because they're not on the trial anymore. So the mistrial motion potentially goes away, and whoever wants to stick around and keep going through the trial, fine, we keep going with y'all. But the mistrial motion is off the table because we got 2 Quays off the table. So that is kind of what nobody has said that yet. I haven't heard any commentator say it. Maybe they haven't said it because it's just a ridiculous thought, and maybe I'm way off base. So take it for what it is. Take it for the speculative, non-informed, non-legal opinion that it is. But with that said, with that caveat, with everybody understanding that I'm not saying this is what happened. I'm just giving kind of like a spitball here. I could see that happening. And then it wouldn't be about the evidence. It would be more about neutralizing that mistrial without prejudice motion. He was wearing a wire for 2 years. If you've seen the Wallow video, Jam is standing right behind him. Whoa. Ocean Beach, you got it. You guys, can you send me that with a timestamp so I can jump right to it? If you can send me that with a timestamp, I'll show it. Since Shannon never waives right to a speedy trial, any mistrial, he would have walked free. You're 100%. That was Fonnie's biggest nightmare. So I think she's trying to get the mistrial motion off the table by getting the 2 Quays off the trial. But then she gets the convictions because a plea deal is a conviction. And then she also gets to continue the rest of the trial without that. Oh, shoot. I had Miss Sylvia open that whole time. I didn't even notice it. Well, Miss Sylvia just said they're going in the courtroom in a few minutes. Y'all might have heard that through my mic. I didn't even realize I had Miss Sylvia open that whole time. I guess I just left that window open. Miss Sylvia just said, hey, guys, we're going in the courtroom in a few minutes. Y'all might have heard that. But, okay, what's wrong? What is wrong? What's wrong? What am I missing? Okay, Hilton is a law teacher of some sort. Yet most of mistrial motions fell under her slop poppiness, her slop pop toppiness. Still take her over love. Love always seemed like she was short-circuiting. Y'all, as a person who has to talk, who's decided to be a talker, I'm trying to correct my short circuits. I have some sympathy for love, y'all. I know y'all gonna get on me, but I feel the short circuits happening, and I'm like, okay, I have to figure out a way to correct this because I'm talking to people all day, every day now. That is what happened to Quays and Yak halfway. Explain lawyer by heart, not the bar. Okay, that's a cool name. Paralegal. I'll find is one of the where Wallow. Yeah, I saw the video, but I was more focused on Wallow than I was anybody else. Man, what powerful just pleading by Wallow to be, y'all. Some people in my Dirk video, some people say, oh, you a fan? I said this yesterday, y'all. I am not a Dirk fan. I am not a hater. I'm just I'm neutral because I don't know its music that well. So I'm not a fan or a hater. But I can tell y'all it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to see what appears to be. I mean, why would I'm not gonna go off into that too much, but it's just heartbreaking, y'all. It's heartbreaking, y'all. It's heartbreaking just all the way around. So I'm not gonna go off too far on that. More breaking news. What is it? Am I missing something? Assumption being, though, that the defense have raised motion, read the judge's response to the motion, fix sloppers. Does it render that moot too? Timothy, by all accounts, the defense does not want to get rid of Whitaker. By all accounts, the defense does not want to get rid of Whitaker herself. By all accounts, the defense does want to get rid of the trial. But if the trial should continue, they want to keep Whitaker by all accounts. And I think that makes perfect sense, which I myself have said many times. I think that makes sense. Please take us in the chat room. Please take us in the courtroom. Oh, okay. I guess that's not to me. She can be eating corn on the cob. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, Wallow did cook. Wallow cooks. I am not saying speaking is easy. I would have bubble something, but she had no. Factually speaking, she has had the many times. I even led one of the videos with that because it was just extreme, you know. I think what y'all, nobody wants to hear any kind of compliment for love, and I get it, but one of the reasons I push back on DEI for love is because love is she it's not like she doesn't know how to be it's not like she doesn't know what she's talking about. It's not like she's up there just saying any old thing. The lady really knows the law, y'all. The lady really knows the law, and she knows how to do what she's trying to do. It's just where I take exception is the unethical behavior. But I get the sense that without the she also has this trial that just doesn't seem to have the evidence needed to convict and on the RICO. So she kind of has like a SHI sandwich that she had to try to make pretty for people, because I mean this evidence was given to her. I suppose she's been assigned this case, or she wanted to take this case, I don't know, but this just doesn't seem to have the evidence to convict. So that combined with the massive amount of evidence and probably pressure to try to get that conviction, you know, she frankly is doing things that I consider totally wrong. You know, I just consider it totally wrong. But she's not like a person who I would say, why is she even in there? She doesn't even deserve to be in there. No, Love is, she knows what she's doing. She knows what she's doing. She's a competent attorney. She just doesn't have the evidence she needs to make the conviction. She's just basically putting on a trial for a crime that probably didn't happen. And that's the RICO in particular. Belfast, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you for becoming a member, Belfast. We're up here talking all day. And it's good. Andre, I know you don't want to give her any compliments, man. I got it. I got you. But hopefully y'all respect the fact that I'm not just a mouthpiece for what I think y'all want to hear me say. I think y'all are here because y'all sense that I'm honest and I'm genuine. And hopefully everybody, most of you can respect that I'm a real human and I have my own opinions. And that they, while you may disagree with them, I don't think I've been too far out of the ballpark with most of what I said. No, we don't. Her antics take away from any good about her. Yeah, I get that, Queen. I get that. But Queen, this is really what I'm addressing. Let me be more clear about this. Queen, if you had to say, Queen, you in particular, because you and Andre, y'all don't let up at all. So both of y'all are the people that I would address this to. If you had to say, does she have the qualifications to be in that courtroom, would you say yes or no? I didn't say qualities. What? Okay. Dang. I'm so good, y'all. Sometimes I just pat myself on the back. Qualifications is what I'm talking about, and qualities are what you're talking about, Queen. So when I say she seems like she should be in there, not should be, but she deserves to be in there, I'm talking about her qualifications, what she's done, what she's learned, her qualifications. You're talking about her qualities. You're saying, hopefully, yeah, she has the qualifications, but her qualities mean she shouldn't be in there. And if that's what you're saying, then we would be in agreement. Qualification-wise, she's qualified to be there, but quality-wise, she's using her qualifications in the wrong way. So her qualities, her personality qualities mean that this case has not been prosecuted ethically. So maybe we can agree on it that way. I think when I put it that way, you will see what I'm saying, and hopefully y'all will hopefully you would agree with that. Wanda, thank you for the super sticker, $1.99. You ain't getting away from defending that demon. Again, hopefully you wrote that before I just issued my clarification. Paralegal, the way she treats even the victims is deplorable. She's a disgusting person who, yes, knows exactly what she's doing. So next time she does something, no defending her. Oh, I don't defend what she does, y'all. I think this case should have been over by now through a mistrial. Let that be clear. Let that be clear. That's why I said earlier, unethical, but not corrupt. I'd have to see another trial in order to know if I want to say corrupt, but I definitely do say lots of unethical behavior. Also seems like she should retire. She seems to have a few senior moments. Come on, y'all. I mean, I don't know how old she is, but that's tough. No, she kind of up there saying any old thing. Every old thing. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Listen, I don't want to be known as the channel where we gonna defend DA Love. I'm defending if there's anything I'm defending, it's her qualifications to be in that courtroom. Okay, I'm not defending her qualities and her the stuff she's been doing. So nobody, don't tag me with that one, please. This case was built on confirmation bias. It certainly seems like it. I pray to God they get off. Y'all, will they have a party? Would it be appropriate to have a party? Well, you would need a dry party, wouldn't you? You would need a party with no alcohol and no drugs. Or else you would just be risking something happening that would just have you right back in there. If you're going to have a not guilty party or whatever, it would have to be the driest party ever. It have to be it have to be family wholesome at Disney or something. It would have to be family wholesome. That's like trying somebody for murder, but they were out eating lunch. A good attorney will make themselves look great, not making someone defend them for being qualified. I don't want to sound like I'm defending her, y'all. It's your channel. You're good. Great conversation over here. I'm not defending DA Love, y'all. I'm just saying, let me give you the basis of what I'm trying to say. I'm going to give you the basis. I've been to law school, and when I'm watching this trial, all of the lawyers who are in there deserve to be in there. There isn't somebody I've seen. I'm not going to say that. There isn't anybody I've seen, mostly for the most part, who I'm like, dang, you shouldn't even be in there. So my point is, they all have different styles. They all have different levels of, well, I won't say different levels of ethical behavior, but they all have different argumentation styles and whatnot. But I haven't looked at anybody like, yo, how did you even become a lawyer? For the most part. That's all I'm going to say. Andre says she's a hack. But Andre and I, for somehow, though we disagree frequently, we still riding together. And I like that. Appreciate you, Andre. Appreciate you, Andre. Andre's become one of my most trusted commentators, moderators. Andre's always here, and he'll never let me slide with a compliment to the prosecution. She doesn't even know how to properly cite the law. I would like a citation for that comment. A real human with your own opinions. Plus, at the end of the day, this is your platform. Say what you want. Forget about the folks. Yeah, I don't want this to be an echo chamber. Maybe on some level, I do express some of these opinions not to be controversial, because y'all see I haven't gone out on a limb to just say some total bullshit, isn't it? But yeah, I do want to represent my true feelings. You know, I don't want people to be like, to feel like I'm just going to say something because the people want to hear it. In as much as, y'all, I love the in as much as, and it's not vehement. You know, Bethany, if you're going to write the vehement, you have to put a capital H. Because she doesn't vehemently oppose. She vehemently opposes the mistrial. She doesn't vehemently. She vehemently opposes the mistrial. That's funny. In all reality, Love has a job to do. That is what she does for a living. Of course, she's not going to do things to benefit the defense. Yeah, you know, I mean, I just personally feel like she has what it takes to have run this trial differently. But what I don't feel like she has is the evidence to have gotten a better outcome thus far. I feel like she has the knowledge and to possibly have run this trial differently, but I don't feel like she has the evidence on her side to have gotten a different outcome thus far. On some level, she's just short of evidence, y'all. I mean, that's not making an excuse for her, because you still have to act ethically when you're short of evidence. But you also maybe sometimes have to say, and this is probably the toughest part, sometimes you might just have to say, you know, I don't think we can win this case. Is we ever going to get in the courtroom? Okay. Right now, court is, don't I have that on the screen? 1 o'clock is the tentative time, y'all. 17 minutes. And if y'all know me, I can talk for another 17 minutes. You're worried for me. Don't be worried for me, buddy. I'm good. Fonnie decides who to try the case. Fonnie is the corrupt. The trial is very bad look for Fulton County. Yeah, I agree with that. Bethany, I can't stand when she says her catchphrases. Oh my gosh. She knows about 4 big words and she uses them a hell of a lot. She vehemently knows 4 big vehement words. She has a BS in math and civil engineering. As an attorney, she would be great doing real estate deals. That's interesting. I did not know that. That's definitely interesting. She's trying to make DA. Love is dirty. No, I don't agree about her knowing the law. Interesting. A real demo. I don't even know how to pronounce that. Demogorgon. Is that like a mythical creature? She's only 40 something. What do you think? Okay, what do I think about Hilton? This is my take on Hilton as a spectator, not knowing her personally. Okay, I'm just making that caveat because when you hear people talk about you and they don't know you, it's like, you don't know me. Okay, I don't know her. From what I've seen in the trial, Hilton, haven't y'all seen them seem to argue? Haven't y'all seen Love seem to take Hilton to task in the trial? On some level, Love seems to at times have been a bit domineering over Hilton. I think Love is senior to Hilton both positionally. I don't know that for a fact, but I think she is as the lead attorney on the case. And I think Love is senior to Hilton age-wise. I don't know their background working together, so I'm not going to go into that speculation, but Love does seem to at times treat Hilton as her subordinate, and she does it in public. And that's embarrassing. It's humiliating, and it's probably led to at least some tension. I don't know that. I don't have any inside information. I'm just thinking about human nature. So, you know, is Hilton as convinced about the outcome of this case as Love? I would say if there's an engine, Love would be the engine in this case, and Hilton would be a train car being pulled along by Love. I don't know if that's a good enough answer, but hopefully you follow me. Andre, this case made me a stalker. Send the link. I will hop in. Oh, Andre wants to talk, y'all. Okay. Let me bring Andre up real quick. Andre, we have like 13 minutes until it's time for court, hopefully. Paralegal, oh yes, she is corrupt. That whole ex parte was more than unethical. Her unethical behavior married to her corrupt actions make her graduating from law school just dangerous. Okay. I'm not gonna rebut that or dispute that. I think you and I both know where we stand. I do thank you for being here. This is a place where we can respectfully speak on the issues and hear different opinions. And I appreciate the fact that you chimed in. And I know that a lot of people here agree with you. And I will say, just to validate your point from my perspective, not that you need my validation, but I can see how you come to that conclusion. I really can. So you're saying she's just flat out corrupt then? I think that's what Queen just said. She's terrible. I think that's what Christian said. Hilton is a terrible attorney. Y'all, I was surprised to get the Hilton hate yesterday. All right, Andre, you have the stage, man. Keep it respectful, please, sir. You're up. Andre.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead and say what you
Can
gotta
y'all
say,
hear
buddy.
me?
Yep.
I'm trying to make sure I can hear you too without causing an echo.
You need to turn your volume all the way down. The volume of the stream needs to be down.
Yeah, I think I did that. It sounds okay?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, thanks guys for rocking with the channel. We appreciate it. And I'm gonna give a disclaimer to Mr. Paralegal, bro. No matter what I ever say, it's all love with you, right? Love and respect, right?
Yes, sir. Yep. 100%.
Having said that though,
Uh-oh. About to drop a bomb. I need some sound effects.
no, I'll give my opinion on the case, right?
Go ahead.
So, at first when I saw when like Doug got arrested, and funny they had the what you call it, like a
The
press
press
conference saying
conference. Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
doing the RICO and they're cleaning up the community and they're tough on crime and stuff. Like I thought it was real, and I was thinking that okay, if they did all those things, then they deserve to go to jail. Then I started watching and seeing that nothing in this doesn't make sense. They have no evidence on Thug that I see. I think the whole case is like smoke and mirrors. Even with the experts, right? It's like they bring experts and say, okay, this person is an expert, so they know everything because they're an expert. So believe them. They constantly bombard um the jury and the whole case with irrelevant information. All cases that people have been tried for, or even cases that don't have a suspect. Even the what they call it, kniving hit. It the kniving hit could have been anybody. Could have been a rival gang. It could have been somebody else could have had that gun. So nothing makes sense to me. I think it's all a campaign. It's like a campaign slogan or something. So it's like Fanny comes out and say, "Okay, we're tough on crime. We're cleaning up Atlanta. Vote for me," and then blame everything on Ted and say, "Okay, he's King Slime. Listen to his music. He's King Slime. It's all his fault. It's all him." And there's no evidence. There's nothing to prove it. The one guy, people can obviously see that actually did something. The man made a song named Homicide with a look-alike of the man that died.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand. I'm trying not to
Right?
implicate
And you give
anybody,
that
but
man immunity, forced immunity. You give that man forced immunity. Then you make deals with people for old crimes, 15-year-old crimes. 15-year-old crimes. So, long ago, with even Mungtung, they were fighting over a girl. With even street people, it don't have to be that it's anything for a gang. People that are in the streets, they always want to act tough. So you get jumped on in a club, their pride is hurt. They're gonna feel like they need to defend that. So they're going to go and shoot something. It's not for anyone. It's not for anyone.
Andre, so I'm gonna have to let you have the last word. We have our first sight of court in a couple of days.
I hope so. I
No, I'm
also think
saying
that this
if
is
you're
a
looking at
con.
your no, I'm saying if you're looking at your screen, court is live. So we
I
on.
hope, yeah, I'm looking at it. I hope the
Okay,
court
cool.
comes on. I think that this is a con too, because the judge has the power to let the media in, right? Why why couldn't we have been seeing anything since
we can't
last
see the
week?
negotiations, the note, the excuse
The
me,
reason why we
the
couldn't see anything
negotiation.
since last week is, I think, you know how the prosecution is. They want it all, and they're not giving up anything. So they probably gave them some terrible deals, like, okay, you spend 99 years in prison, and we'll give you 1 year parole, and that's the deal, and expect them to say, oh yeah.
All right, Andre, look, I'm gonna let you have that word. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna drop you off, not because I don't want to continue this, but any moment they start talking, well, I guess we could keep going a little bit longer because it's not
All
1 o'clock
right,
yet.
bro.
So.
Peace.
All right, so let me just say this. I don't want to. First of all, everything you said is reasonable, y'all. By the way, this is Andre, our mod. So, how do you pronounce your last name, Andre?
Ramtula, Andre Ramtula.
All right, so this is Andre Ramtula. Is that like a Indian name?
Yeah, my dad's Indian, or like
How would
my,
I
my
know that? See, I have a little.
grandparents on my dad's side, they were from India, basically. My grandfather
Now you should have said,
was
"How
from
did you
India.
know that, man? How did you know?" I have a little bit
Yeah,
of
how
knowledge.
did you know?
I have a little bit of knowledge of a lot of different things. Um, so the well, it sounds like. Let me not get into that. Um, but Andre, everything you said is reasonable. Okay, Andre, you're in Jamaica, right? People are asking.
Yeah, I am.
Andre's in Jamaica, so this is our mod, Andre, on the line. We aren't debating anything. We're just talking. I would say this, Andre. Everything you said, I agree with. So our only disagreements have really been about the prosecution, and I think that it's so funny because sometimes you have in the law you have what's called a concurrence, and the concurrence is when you have different reasons for believing or for coming to the same conclusion. So you might say we need to cut the budget because we're spending too much and we're going to go bankrupt. And I might say we need to cut the budget because we need to save money for a rainy day. I don't know. We both have different reasons for believing we need to cut the budget, but we both agree that we need to cut the budget. So we have an agreement in the result, but a disagreement into why we want that result. So you might say mistrial because of corruption. I might say mistrial because of massive error, but I think we both would agree at this point that a mistrial with prejudice is warranted, if that makes sense. So I
Yeah,
think
it is.
so I think the big difference is, am I just willing to go to that, to use the word corruption and in a sense to maintain my own self-respect and of my platform. I just have to be very careful with using a term like corruption as it relates to a public official because
I get
it's
it.
a very
I get it.
serious accusation. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to be that guy who's just out here calling everybody racist, everybody corrupt, everybody is the devil. I just I can't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't do like racist stuff, but I don't think there should be a problem with calling corrupt people corrupt. People that are corrupt
Of
and
course, there's
evil
no
need
problem
to
with
be
that.
called out.
Of course, there's no problem calling corrupt people corrupt. It's just who's the who's the determining factor on corrupt. But I do feel very comfortable using the term unethical. I think we've seen a lot of unethical behavior. And I think at some point, if you have a pattern of being unethical, then yeah, you slap the C word on it, but I'm just not there yet. So that's really,
But I'm
that's
saying though, how many things are infractions, and how many times are you going to see the even the judge takes the prosecution side? She acts obvious and blatant where the whole world can see that she is covering for them, defending them. She even made Miss Love's objections for her.
yeah. Yeah, I
She
know.
even made bestows objections
I
for
know.
her.
I know.
Like, come on, man.
It's unacceptable. But you know what? This is the deal. This is the bottom line on that, Andre. Judge Whitaker, and I've been saying this for weeks now. Judge Whitaker has been attempting to keep this trial going. So if we're gonna call Whitaker biased, I've been saying this for weeks. Her bias is in keeping the trial going. And the problem is the ones who have been mucking up the trial is the prosecution. So by default, if you want this trial to go to a jury verdict, and the biggest threat to that is the prosecution, you got to help them. So people are thinking like Whitaker wants to help the prosecution because she favors them. I think of an equally valid argument is Whitaker wants this to go to a jury verdict, and the prosecution keeps effing up, so she has to help them along. So it doesn't mean she favors them as in she wants them to win. It means she doesn't want their errors to disrupt the trial that she has decided should go to a jury verdict. So,
Well, I get that. I
you
give her
see what I'm
some
saying?
credit.
You see
I give
why?
her some credit that she is somewhat fair. She seems to be compared to Glanville, but there is something I don't know if it's professional courtesy, if it's loyalty. Maybe the DA office gave her start, but it's not only okay. Aren't judges supposed to be fair and impartial? So, all right, why
Andre,
even
we
push
getting some
so much?
activity, buddy. We getting some activity. I'm
Good
up.
afternoon.
I
Everybody
see.
can be seated.
All right, man. Later.
Hey, buddy.
All right. First things first. Miss Sylvia and Mr. Byron, if you all could both please come up to the podium. Yes, please. Thank you. All right, so for both of you, I am sorry to have to say this, but I am going to be entering in order modifying each of your Rule 22s. It has come to my attention and I have confirmed that each of you has been recording in the courtroom while I have not been on the bench, and that is a clear violation of Rule 22. And so you may record today's proceedings, but after today, if you want to record, you're going to have to do it from the media room. You may be in here in the courtroom as a spectator without any recording equipment, or you may be in the media room to record, but no more with your equipment in the courtroom because y'all have both recorded things that you're not supposed to be recording based on Rule 22. So I'll enter those orders today. Thank you. All right. It is my understanding that we have a plea to be tendered for Mr. Nicholls. Is that right? All right.
Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
Yo, for real? She just kicked Miss Sylvia out, y'all. Oh my gosh. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about the fact that she just booted Miss Sylvia? Crap. That's got to be a devastating blow. That's got to be a devastating blow. Miss Sylvia is we can call her a YouTuber, blogger, journalist. She's a personality. She's one of us basically, who just got booted out of the court from recording. She had her own video feed of the court proceedings, and she just got booted. That's wild, man. And in front of the whole world. That's terrible. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just maneuvering something over here. Miss Sylvia is the lady who brought us the information we streamed a bunch of times this morning. What did they do?
All right, so for both of you, I am sorry to have to say this, but I am going to be entering in order modifying each of your Rule 22s. It has come to my attention and I have confirmed that each of you has been recording in the courtroom while I have not been on the bench, and that is a clear violation of Rule 22. And so you may record today's proceedings, but after today, if you want to record, you're going to have to do it from the media room. You may be in here in the courtroom as a spectator without any recording equipment, or you may be in the media room to record, but no more with your equipment in the courtroom because y'all have both recorded things that you're not supposed to be recording based on Rule 22. So I'll enter those orders today. Thank you. All right. It is my understanding that we have a plea to be.
What's the implication of that? Miss Sylvia is media, or she was media. She was considered media. So anybody who says she's not media, well, she's maybe not media now, but she was media. And frankly, we haven't seen the evidence of what Judge Whitaker was talking about. And we also don't know. Yes, that was right now. That was about 10 minutes ago. 10, not even 10 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. So that just happened. Okay. We do not know if we do not know what exactly Judge Whitaker was talking about. So it's tough for us to analyze what the heck this is all about, honestly. Byron took pics of Thug last week. You know, we saw I'm not gonna comment. Y'all saw what happened. You come up to your own conclusions. You can have your own conclusions about that. You come up to your own conclusions about that. Okay. Definitely does suck for them. What else can anybody say what the heck I'm thinking? It sucks for Miss Sylvia. I feel bad for her. So I want to acknowledge that, but that's not what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking something else. Who else can deduce something from what Judge Whitaker just said? I feel like I'm in class. We're in paralegal class, y'all. Who else can deduce something else from what Judge Whitaker just said? Y'all, everybody should have said, oh, and nobody said it. Eric Hamilton, the plea deal. You're close. They're watching Law and Crime. Seems like somebody's just looking. Nobody's going to say it. She said tomorrow. This case is moving forward. Yes, that's what I was thinking.
And Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay. All right, Mr. Harvey, do either you or you, Ms. Hilton, need this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form back?
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Nicholls and Mr. Harvey, whenever y'all are ready, you can come on up to the podium.
It's good. Mr. Harvey said he's signing the indictment.
Okay, whenever y'all are ready.
Your Honor, I'd like my client to be present for this. He's a member of the public, and I would like him to observe this, and he has a right to be here.
Okay,
Thank you.
can we get
Are you granting
Mr.
that?
Kendrick
Thank you.
out, please?
They signing, y'all. They signing.
Stand by.
Oh, wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can we have the, yeah, can I approach?
Another approach. What are they signing? They're signing plea deals, Gemini. They're signing the plea deals. Some of these guys are taking deals right now, and apparently some of them are not. It looks like some people are taking deals, and it looks like some people are not. No appeal if they take a deal. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Why am I so nervous? I don't know. I don't feel nervous. This trial's going forward, y'all.
Okay, we're going to recess for just a minute, and I am sorry about that, but I'm going to have to ask everybody to step out for just a minute, and then we'll let y'all back in, okay?
So what we can conclude, is Mr. Nick. Well, okay, let's go back real quick. Since they're going to recess, we can take a look. She said the three people's names, y'all. Check it out. We're gonna, y'all. See, this is where the streamers get on people's nerves. They like, man, y'all be trying to get as much as you can out. Yes, we do. I'm trying to get everything I can out of this little 5-second clip. Let's take a look again.
And Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay.
All right.
And Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay. All right, Mr. Harvey, do either you or you, Ms. Hilton, need this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form back?
All right, who do we see back here? Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland. Who is Mr. Garland, y'all? Who's Mr. Garland represent? I think Mr. Harvey and Ms. Westmoreland work together, right? And they work for Mr. Nicholls, who we see back here. We're about to see him sign something. Does Mr. Garland work for Mr. Nicholls too? Does Mr. Garland work for Mr. Nicholls?
Harvey, Miss Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay. All right, Mr. Harvey, do either you or you, Miss Hilton, need this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form back?
Y'all, they got both the Quays back there together. They got both the Quays back there together. Check it out. Hold up.
Okay. All right, Mr. Harvey, do either you or you, Miss Hilton, need this?
Oh, no, my
plea of
mistake.
guilty
I thought that was the other Quay right here.
and waiver of rights form back?
My mistake. That's not the other Quay. My mistake.
Thank you.
Ain't no delay on it.
All right, Mr. Nicholls and Mr. Harvey, whenever y'all are ready, you can come.
While
up
I'm
to
monitoring the live
podium.
feed, there's no action yet. All right, so Mr. Nicholls.
Mr. Harvey said he's signing me.
Look at Mr. Nicholls. He has the pen in his hand right there. That's Mr. Nicholls with the pen in his hand. Y'all see him? Yeah, y'all, we kind of making a little bit of a big deal out of this, but this is what we have right now. Court's not back yet. And that's Mr. Oh, you can't see it. Mr. Nicholls has the pen in his hand right there. So apparently, what we had heard yesterday about Nicholls having taken the deal. Yeah, I noticed that. I did move the chat, so y'all should be able to see it now. So apparently, what we heard yesterday about Nicholls taking the deal, at that point, perhaps he had not actually signed it. Okay, I mean, he said he clearly said he's signing. I mean, yeah. So let's take a look.
Indictment.
Okay, whenever y'all are ready.
Your Honor, I'd like my client to be present for this.
He's signing,
He's
y'all.
a member of the public, and I would like him
By
to observe
initialing
this,
too.
and he has a right to be here.
Okay.
Thank you.
There y'all have it. Yep. Correct. Yes. He better read that. I agree with that. I want to know. They might read this out. Remember, they read Montone's deal out in court. They read Montone's deal out in court. What's up, cousin Lean? Do I know you? Are you my real cousin? Some of the lawyers are court appointed, correct? I don't think Mr. Harvey is, but I'm not sure. Yes, at least one or two. Julianne, we are watching Mr. Nicholls. Apparently, we are watching Mr. Nicholls sign a plea deal of which we do not know the details. We're watching Mr. Nicholls sign a plea deal of which we do not have any details, and court came in session. They kicked Miss Sylvia out of court. That's a provocative way of saying it. The judge allowed Miss Sylvia to stay in court and record for the rest of the day, and she said after today she can't record in court anymore. She's not kicked out of court. She can attend, but she cannot record inside the courtroom anymore. She can record from the media room, but not from inside of court. So she probably feels kicked out, but she's not like barred or banned. Okay. Court is on another recess after they came in session for about 10 minutes. She took the action against Miss Sylvia and Mr. Byron that I just said. They didn't even get a word they didn't even get to speak. And then we started seeing Mr. Nicholls sign.
Mr. Harvey said he's signing the indictment.
Okay. Whenever y'all are.
Okay, hold on now. Mr. Harvey said he's signing the indictment. So we don't know if he's signing the deal. We don't know what he's signing. No, they do plan on having a half day today, Anita. It looks like they're just out of the courtroom for the time being. We don't expect this to be court date over with. Mr. Harvey said he's signing the indictment. So is this the deal? What is he signing? We don't know. Let's go back real quick. He's signing the indictment. He's signing something, y'all. He's signing
Mr. Harvey said he's signing the indictment.
Okay, whenever y'all are ready.
Your Honor, I'd like my client to be present for this. He's a member of the public, and I would like him to observe this, and he has a right to be here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can
Hello?
we get
Are you granting
Mr.
that?
Kendrick
Thank you.
out, please?
All right, y'all.
Oh, wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can we have the, yeah, can I approach?
That's it. That's where we left off. So we back to the Georgia State seal, y'all. Signing for 20, but to serve 7. Man, he already been in for 2.5. Practically, well, 2.5, right? So what? That would leave you, if you got 7, well, I guess 7 is the reduced amount, right? So that would leave you with 4.5. Dang. That would be kind of, what y'all think about that? I don't know. I told you he's not going. The indictment is the accusation. All right, Cousin Lean. I agree. I said he was signing the deal, but then I listened again and it says he's signing the indictment. Yes, the indictment is the accusation, as you said. So, but it still seemed like he's signing a deal. Because listen to what Judge Whitaker said. Hold up. Listen to what Judge Whitaker said. Y'all think they got HD cameras now. I don't know, it's the same thing. Listen to what Judge Whitaker says here. She's reading something.
And Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay.
What'd she say, cousin? Who's going to be taking the lead going through what?
Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay. All right,
There
Mr. Harvey,
should be no doubt as to what they're about to go through. Who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? So he's signing the indictment. That must be part of taking your plea deal. This is Quay Nicholls. This is Quay Nicholls. So this is a plea deal that we're about to witness. I'm just going to leave it on the court for the time being. He looks like he's pleading right now. Yeah, Doug wants Diamante present. What do y'all think about the 14th Amendment? What do you mean, Jose? Can you be more specific? What do we think about it as it relates to this trial? How exactly? I want to know the conditions of the plea. I think they're going to read that out, Rosie. I think with Monk Tonk, they read it out loud. They read all the factual acknowledgments. They read the sentencing agreement or whatever it was. They read the whole thing out. They signed plea deals in open court. That's what's happening right now. That's why Weinstein wants his client present. And that makes sense, doesn't it? Because if anything changes or if there's any kind of scratch that out and put this in, like Mr. Kendrick is the one who's accused. He should be there. I agree with that. 20 to serve 7 was facing an M charge, so I call it a win. Plus, he'll get time served. He might do another 2. So Graphic Solutions, that's my question. If you do 20 to serve 7, you saying you can do 20 to serve, isn't that already the reduction? Like, wouldn't it be 20 to serve 7, but you got to do the 7? Or are you saying 20 to serve 7, and then you can get that 7 even knocked down further? That seems That doesn't seem right. I thought the 7 was the knockdown from the 20. If you can knock 20 down to 7, then knock 7 down to 4, then that's really knocking 20 down to 4. I agree 100%. The Quays have the deal, so it won't be a mistrial. That was my theory, y'all. Y'all heard me putting that theory out there since this morning, that they would get the Quays off this trial so that they could get rid of the mistrial so they could moot it out. But they have to both accept the deal, so that means they would have to get, something that makes sense. Oh, and also, will they have to testify? So he just won't be a part of the ongoing case, so he just pled out for 5 years suspension. We don't know what the terms are. We don't know what the terms are yet. So you saying you can get 20 to serve 7 and then knock the 7 down to 5 or 4? Like, what is that? Is that real? You can get 20. I would think the 7 is the knockdown from the 20. If we're going to let you knock 20 down to 7, how are we going to let you knock the 7 down? Paralegal, exactly. That's what plea is. 20 to serve 7, then time served and can be reduced. Whoa. Oh, so you're saying the other 13 of the 20 would be probation? Dang. Y'all, we're going to have to find out. We're going to hear it. We're going to hear it soon. Yeah, we're going to have to. Ooh. Oh, my gosh. Would we all agree if he got 20 to serve 7, then you can knock the 7 down to 4? Is that a sweetheart deal for his charges? If all of his charges are wrapped into it? We don't know anything yet, y'all. We don't know anything yet because we have to also see if this is if we have to see what the deal is. Are all of his charges going away? Y'all, if all of his charges are going away and he might knock the 7 down, take time served off of that, plus knock it down further, that means Cuz could be out in 2 years. That doesn't sound right. All right, something must be happening. They had to move the camera. Would it be 85%? 85% is the federal guideline. I think you have to be 85% of your time federally. Would be sweet, but I bet they will be under a microscope. Yeah, but y'all, no way he could get out in like 5 years. So hold up, y'all. And I'm just being honest. I really don't know. So I'm putting this out to the people. Are y'all saying 20 to serve 7? So we got 7. So forget the 20, we got 7. Then you're going to take 2.5 off for time served, so we got 4.5. Then you can knock that 4.5 down even further with good behavior. Y'all, they playing with us now. I get 7 years prison with 13 probation, but wouldn't they take time served off to 7? And then off of that, don't you get good behavior? So we looking at 2. He doing like 85 months. I gotta pull out the calculator. That's like 6 years. Their time is 85%, I think. Don't quote me. If he do 24 months, that would he's already done over that. He's already done 30 months or whatever it is. So that you have to take that into account. But 24 more months, if he get all of his charges wrapped up in 24, 36, 48 more months, even 4 years, y'all, that would be, what would you call that? 7 years in Jordan that long, he already done 2, so he'll be out in 2 years. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yikes. Y'all think he got that kind of sweetheart deal? I'll tell you what, if they gave him that, they're gonna make him get up on that stand. You already know. Prison has what they call grit sheet. Okay. He'll get credit out. He'll get credit out to 7. Yeah, credit for what he served. Yeah, it's a finish on probation. 13 years of probation is crazy. Yeah, but honestly though, move out of Georgia. Go to another state. Go to Miami or something. That's what. Go to California. Go to a chill spot. Just relax. Start a family. He already did 2, so he's looking at another 2.5. Y'all, we got to see if all of his crimes are gonna get wrapped up into this, or if they only pleaded them out to certain. If they sign, they're getting released soon. I don't know about that one, Papa. People are speculating he's getting 7 years. People are speculating he's getting 7 years. Each day served as counts as a day and a half. That would be wild. The others took plea deals. The trial continues, so why wouldn't it now? I mean, the judge has already mentioned tomorrow. Whitaker has been very good at hinting to the public that stuff is continuing because she will certainly talk about tomorrow. So she's already mentioned tomorrow. He got to be doing more than Moontook, surely. Yeah, would it be trippy if he out before Moontook? Surely we would be like, yo, what is going on? He's looking at a total of about 3 years. I guess you mean 3 additional years? Not 3 years. Are you saying if it's a total of 3 years, he's already in for 2.5? So 3 years total would be like half a year more. That couldn't possibly be the case. It's hard to keep track of it. When I first started watching, I was like Harvey Weinstein until I realized, oh, okay. Where's Thug? Well, we noticed that Kendricks wasn't in the courtroom either. So Weinstein asked that they go and grab Kendricks. So maybe the guys who didn't take the plea aren't in the courtroom, or maybe they're going to come in one by one. I don't know. It depends on what the conditions are. Green light on man, woman, child. I don't know what you mean by that. It's state. Yeah, this is state. Oh my gosh, he will have to pull another 3.5. All right, y'all. I guess we'll go back to our regularly scheduled programming, which is I'm just looking at the X feed now to see if I can get any more information. Let's take a look at this. Right now, the court is on a break. Somebody said that they were like, they're going to come back for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, and then they're going to go on break. You won the lottery. Our client, Diamante Kendrick, has been wrongly accused and incarcerated since May 2022. We continue to fight for freedom so that he can go home to his family and support system that all love him very much. Okay, we're back.
Apologize for the interruption. Thanks for y'all's patience. Some of the co-defendants in the ongoing trial wanted to be out here, so they are out here now. And Mr. Harvey, are we ready with Mr. Nicholls?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want him at the podium or do you want him here at seated?
I think at the podium, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's have him at the podium because he's going to have to take an active part in this entry. All right.
Okay, sure.
Sergeant, can you swear him in, please?
Raise your right hand. So I affirm testimony you give today the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. State, spell your first and last name for the court. Allow me to the mic, please, sir.
Marvius Nicholls. Quamarvious. Last name Nicholls. Nichholls.
Did you get that, Judge? Okay. Do you want to do it again? All right. Slow down. Your name. Spell it for this young lady right here.
Okay, my name is Marvius Nicholls. First name Quamarvious. My last name Nicholls. Nichholls.
And Mr. Nicholls, are you the same person referred to as Quamarvius Nicholls on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
And are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
Have you had the opportunity to sign this indictment with your attorney, Mr. Bruce Harvey?
Yes.
How old are you?
29.
And how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
I did not hear you.
I got my GED.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Do you understand that in this indictment, you were initially charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were also charged with count 49 in this indictment, which is murder, which carries a sentence of life. You were charged with 2 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which was counts 50 and 51, which each carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were initially charged with counts 53 and 65, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under Code Section 16-11-133, which each carry a sentence of 15 years consecutive to count 1. And then you were also charged with count 54, which is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which carries a sentence of 5 years consecutive to count 1. Do you understand that that is what you were initially charged with?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to go over and review the waiver of rights form with your attorney?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand this to your attorney. Did you sign this along with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Bruce Harvey, about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with his counsel and representation?
Yes.
And I'd include in there the counsel and representation by Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Garland as well. You had a team of attorneys.
That's correct.
All right.
And they are all attorneys of record and have participated in this particular proceeding and negotiations leading up to this proceeding.
Thank you.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you waive any and all defects with respect to the indictment?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, have you been arrested on all the charges in this indictment?
Yes.
And Mr. Harvey, the state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
Not related to those charges.
Have you been advised of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
Yes.
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, a sentence of 20 years to serve 7 years in custody, balanced on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that as a part of the negotiated agreement, the state will null, or dismiss count 49, which is the murder count, count 50, 51, which are the gang activity counts, count 53, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, count 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and count 65, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Do you understand that is the negotiated agreement?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those charges consecutively or one after the other?
Yes.
Well, there's only one charge that
So I,
a guilty plea is
I
being
listened
entered into, so
under my breath to that.
there's no other sentence to run anything consecutively with
Right.
regard to this plea. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you understand this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of your sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would? And that is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or board of partisan paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you'll be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? After each right, I'll ask you to say yes or no if you understand. The right to a trial by jury.
Yes.
The right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to assist with counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case.
Yes.
The right to the presumption of innocence.
Yes.
The right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence.
Yes.
The right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence.
Yes.
The right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
The right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you're in fact guilty?
Yes.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this plea?
Yes.
And that can challenge anything about the constitutionality of the plea. It's not limited to voluntariness, understand?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if this case were to
Hang on just a second. You also have, so 4 years for that to file a direct appeal. You have 30 days from the date of sentencing, which is going to be today. And you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea. That doesn't mean anything like that would be granted. You would have to establish facts that would warrant that. That's just the time period is until the end of this term of court. Do you understand that as well?
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, if this case were to continue with trial, Your Honor, the state would expect, as to this defendant, the state would expect to show that what has already come into evidence that on July 3rd, 2017, as well as October 23rd, 2018, that this defendant is an associate of the enterprise of YSL, also known as Young Slime Life, and that he conspired to associate together with others for the common purpose of illegally obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity and conducting and participating in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. In furtherance of the conspiracy, this defendant engaged in the activities below. He engaged in activities that assisted with preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise through acts of racketeering activity to include murder, assault, and threats of violence. That this defendant preserved, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise by the posting of messages, images, appearance in videos, and songs demonstrating allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf, and to obtain money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity, including the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. Your Honor, evidence has come in during this trial that on July 3rd, 2017, Mr. Nicholls was located at 2612 Steele Avenue, which is in the Cleveland Avenue sector of the city. Your Honor, he was found inside of a vehicle. When that vehicle was searched, Your Honor, this was in October of 2018, they found marijuana as well as sandwich baggies that would be used to package drugs. And there are also guns found inside of that vehicle. Also in July of 2017, this defendant was stopped during a traffic stop in the Cascade area, Your Honor. After being stopped, Your Honor, there was a consensual search of the vehicle that yielded powder MDMA, Xanax, as well as a loaded gun inside of that vehicle. Additionally, Your Honor, in July of 2019, Mr. Nicholls was featured in a video with another YSL member, Shannon Stillwell, and Woody Lee. In that video, it was entitled Slap Talk. And in that video, co-conspirator Shannon Stillwell, while performing, makes such quotes as, "Me and my slimes are above the law." We know from the evidence that slimes is one of the terminology used by members of YSL to refer to themselves or other members of this enterprise. And then last but certainly not least, Your Honor, that in March of 2022, Your Honor, Mr. Nicholls was found in surveillance video at a gas station at Windsor Street and Fulton Street here in Atlanta, Georgia. This was on March 14, 2022, during what the state would believe to show an onset of a gang war that really started in 2015 with the death of Donovan Thomas that carried on into 2022. In February of 2022, a rival gang member by the name of Rayshawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci, was stabbed at the Fulton County Jail in February of 2022. Information about that stabbing was made public at the early part of March 2022, around March 3rd of 2022. Once that information was released to the public, there was an onset of retaliatory activity that occurred between March 3rd, 2022 and March 16th of 2022. That includes a March 11th homicide of YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. It also did include a retaliatory shooting of a YFN associate, and then ultimately it led to a murder of Shamel Drinks, who we believe is a YFN associate. This murder occurred again on March 14, 2022. Mr. Nicholls is seen on surveillance video at that BP gas station, as I just referenced earlier. He was at the gas station with YSL co-conspirator Shannon Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell was driving an Audi vehicle. Mr. Nicholls came to that gas station in a Ford Fusion vehicle. You see both of them on camera together. While they are at that gas station, Shamel Drinks approaches that gas station as well. I think unbeknownst to Mr. Drinks, Mr. Stillwell was still in his vehicle, which is the Audi, At some point in time, Mr. Nicholls got to his vehicle, the Ford Fusion. Once Mr. Drinks finished his business or finished handling business at that gas station, we know that there is a phone call between occupants of the car that Mr. Stillwell was in and occupants of the car that Mr. Nicholls was in. That communication was to the effect that we need to get on FaceTime. As soon as that conversation ensues, we see Mr. Drinks leave the gas station in his vehicle, and both the car that Mr. Stillwell is driving, as well as the car that Mr. Nicholls is driving, both follow out of the gas station, following behind Mr. Drinks. Mr. Drinks proceeds down the street to the light at Windsor, which is right by I-20 in Windsor. Mr. Drinks is in the far left lane. The car involving with Mr. Stillwell pulls up to the middle lane, and Mr. Nicholls' vehicle pulls up to the far right lane. This is all captured on surveillance video and surveillance camera. They are at the light for a moment. Then we see both this car with Mr. Stillwell as well as the car with Mr. Nicholls drive through a red light, leaving the car with Mr. Drinks sitting at that light. About 30 minutes later, a Good Samaritan sees that car still sitting there, approaches the vehicle, and Mr. Drinks is now deceased inside of that vehicle. We had know through LPR readers that both Mr. Stillwell's vehicle and the car involving Mr. Nicholls drive in the direction of 20 westbound and follow in tandem. 2 days later, when after the case is investigated and arrest warrants are taken out, on March 17th, 3 days later, Mr. Nicholls is found with Mr. Stillwell at a Chick-fil-A gas station, Chick-fil-A restaurant. There is a chase, I won't call it a high-speed chase, but there is a chase through the city of East Point, and eventually Mr. Nicholls as well as Mr. Stillwell are both apprehended after arrest warrants were ultimately taken out for the murder of Mr. Drinks, Your Honor. Given where we are in the case, Your Honor, we know that Mr. Nicholls, we do not believe Mr. Nicholls was in the vehicle in which the shooting occurred, but he was in this other vehicle. The state has made the decision to move forward with this recommendation for the RICO count, Your Honor, for count one.
Mr. Harvey, are y'all acknowledging a factual basis to the count one, the RICO count?
Okay, we are acknowledging a factual basis. There has already been evidence with regard to the July 3rd, 2017 drug event, the October 23rd, 2018 drug event. We categorically deny and contest any use of violence by Mr. Nicholls. We don't agree to that underlying factual basis. We believe those two predicate acts that were committed by Mr. Nicholls without any question are sufficient to meet the elements of the offense. The offense to which he's pleaded to, which is a RICO conspiracy. A RICO conspiracy requires proof that the defendant either conspire with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that would be drug offenses, or personally endeavor, I believe that's what the language of the statute says, to violate one of the substantive provisions.
Well, that's what the language of the statute says, but
Yes.
he is indicted in this indictment with conspiring, not with endeavoring.
That's correct. So we're talking about a conspiracy. We acknowledge the two events that he participated in. We categorically deny any other allegations other than those two events that are sufficient for a factual basis. We categorically deny that we participated in any way in the unfortunate death of Mr. Drinks. We categorically deny any other charges to which we are, substantive charges to which we are not entering a plea, and that includes gang charges. This is a plea. solely to a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. So that, but yes, we acknowledge a factual basis to that extent, Your Honor.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we just have one additional thing to say.
Go ahead.
The factual basis regarding the nature of YSL is that the evidence has shown and will continue to show that Mr. Nicholls conspired with others to participate in Young Slime Life through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting the violent nature of and asserted dominance of Young Slime Life, also known as YSL. And that concludes our factual basis.
And again, once again, we categorically deny those representations. And again, the only thing that is necessary to meet the factual evidence of a 1614-4C is proof that the defendant conspire with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that is subsumed by the drug offenses that have already been proven in this case, and to which Mr. Nicholls has previously pled.
All right, thank you. Understood.
And Your Honor, may I approach with the waiver of rights form again?
Yes.
Y'all, how is this possible? Oh,
All right, Mr. Harvey, have you reviewed with Mr. Nicholls this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form, which the two of you have both signed?
I have, Judge, in each individual provision in that plea colloquy has been acknowledged and gone over personally with Mr. Nicholls.
All right. And Mr. Nicholls, have you had sufficient time to consider this guilty plea that has been negotiated between the state and your attorneys, and to discuss anything you wanted to about that with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right. And you understand, I hope, I'm going to ask you, that it is your decision ultimately, obviously with the advice of your attorneys, but it's ultimately up to you individually to decide whether you want to enter this guilty plea or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And you do want to enter this guilty plea?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Harvey, have you advised Mr. Nicholls of the alternatives if he does not ultimately go through with this guilty plea, and the potential benefits and drawbacks of all of the other options?
Yes,
All right.
very thoroughly, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Harvey, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Judge, other than the statement with regard to the underlying factual basis, I would point out for the court that when Mr. Nicholls filled out his form, it says 29 plus. He is a birthday boy in a couple of days, and he will be 30. And at 30 years of age, he has a wife. He has got a 13-year-old daughter. He's got a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. His wife and sister, I believe, are here in the courtroom to support him. He, Mr. Nicholls, was born and raised in Atlanta. And, you know, we're at this point before I have even given my opening statement in this case.
Yes, sir.
I do want the court to know that Mr. Nicholls' mother died in prison. His father was shot by the Atlanta police when he was 4 years old. And he was raised by friends and family in the Atlanta area. So he has come to this point in his life from a very humble beginning. And he has sought the support of friends in this courtroom and others in this courtroom. He is an intelligent young man who I believe has a future. Every day we do a word of the day. We put a new word into a sentence. And I think this is in his best interest. I know that there is, and I know this plea is negotiated, but it's a long downside from 7 to 20. So the courts will have jurisdiction over him for a period of time. So I asked the court, given who this young man is, and given our categorical denial of some of the factual basis, to accept the plea and sentence Mr. Nicholls accordingly.
Mr. Nicholls, is there anything that you want to say?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, I find there to be a factual basis for the guilty plea to the RICO count one of the indictment, that being a conspiracy to acquire control or interest in money and personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And that is the only count that guilty plea is being entered for. The remaining counts of this indictment as against Mr. Nicholls are being null pros by the state as a part of this indictment. I find, having heard the evidence up to the point of trial right now, that there is evidence of at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And that there is evidence that would fall within the required statute of limitations to establish this RICO conspiracy count. One of the things that we as judges are instructed by our Uniform Superior Court rules to do when we are considering whether to accept a guilty plea and whether to accept a negotiated sentence, and this is a negotiated sentence in this case, is to take into account whether giving leniency in sentencing is going to aid in ensuring promptness and certainty, or at least more promptness and more certainty with regard to corrective measures, whether the defendant, and in this case, the defendant has acknowledged guilt and is accepting responsibility for his guilt of the RICO count, and whether accepting the plea will aid in avoiding further delays, not just with regard to this case, but with regard to the entirety of our system here in Fulton County. And this plea does go towards doing all of those things. I am going to accept the plea as negotiated and sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. As I said before, find there to be a factual basis for count one of the plea. I find the plea to have been freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered into by Mr. Nicholls, with an understanding of the consequences of doing that. And the sentence on count one is the sentence that has been negotiated of 20 years to serve 7, with the balance of those years to be served on probation. And that, I don't know if there are any special conditions attached to this that y'all have talked about at all.
There are no negotiated special
Okay.
conditions in those, but there are none as far as I'm concerned.
All right. No. Okay. So with regard to the time that you are on probation, you need to stay out of all kinds of criminal trouble. Make this a birthday present to yourself and to your children and to your wife and family, that you will leave from here today and leave whatever you used to do behind you, and take the next few years, you know, you're going to have some years that are still to be served on this. You'll have credit for the time you've already served, but you're still going to be facing some incarceration time. But after that, you are going to be out, and you, I believe, Mr. Harvey is correct, can be a productive member of society. And this is an opportunity for you to do that and for you to put your past behind you, the bad parts of it, and continue and make your children proud of you and set a good example for them, an example that I guess unfortunately you were not lucky enough to have throughout the entirety of your childhood with your parents. I'm sorry about that, but you can be the kind of parent that you ought to be to your children. So I am going to impose that sentence, and I am going to wish you luck and good fortune as you go forth from here. So I think that unless there's anything else from either party, that will conclude these proceedings, and y'all can go ahead and take him into custody. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And Ms. Taylor will make this an exhibit to the plea. Thank you. All right, we are adjourned for the day.
That's it.
Oh,
That's it.
Nate, I think I handed you the wrong.
That's it. It's over. It's over. What are the conditions? There are no conditions. There are no conditions, y'all. I didn't even hear that he has to testify, which I thought was almost a certainty. And you do wonder if the other Quay took a deal or not. Y'all, what I'm gonna do, I like to let the chat run for a little while. I am gonna just replay that part for anybody who didn't catch it. I'm about to grab some grub. We'll decide what we're gonna do when I get back. So if y'all want to rewatch that all started right.
Apologize for the interruption.
That all started right here. So I'm gonna be turning off my camera. If y'all want to hang out, chat, ask questions, whatever the case may be, you're certainly free to do so. Also, some of your questions will be answered by just watching because I'm going to replay it. I need to get some food in me, talk to my wife a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and play this again.
Thanks for y'all's patience. Some of the co-defendants in the ongoing trial wanted to be out here, so they are out here now. And Mr. Harvey, are we ready with Mr. Nicholls?
Yes.
All right.
Do you want him at the podium or do you want him here at seated?
I think at the podium, please. Thank you.
I think that's on. Thank you.
Now let's have him at the podium because he's going to have to take an active part in this entry. All right.
Okay, sure.
Sergeant, can you swear him in, please?
Raise your right hand. So I've heard testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. State, spell your first and last name for the court, so now to the mic, please, sir.
Quamarvius Nicholls, Quamarvious, last name Nicholls, Nicholls.
Did you
All
get
right.
that? Is that? Okay. Do you want to do it again? All right. Slow down. Your name. spell it for this young lady right here.
Okay, my name is Quamarvius Nicholls. First name Quamarvious. My last name Nicholls, Nichols.
And Mr. Nicholls, are you the same person referred to as Quamarvius Nicholls on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes,
And are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
no,
Have you had the opportunity to sign this indictment with your attorney, Mr. Bruce Harvey?
yes,
How old are you?
29.
And how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Did not hear you.
I got my GED.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes,
Do you understand that in this indictment, you were initially charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were also charged with count 49 in this indictment, which is murder, which carries a sentence of life. You were charged with 2 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which was counts 50 and 51, which each carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were initially charged with counts 53 and 65, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under Code Section 16-11-133, which each carry a sentence of 15 years consecutive to count 1. And then you were also charged with count 54, which is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which carried a sentence of 5 years consecutive to count 1. Do you understand that that is what you were initially charged with?
yes,
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges? And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
yes,
Have you had an opportunity to go over and review the waiver of rights form with your attorney?
yes,
And I'm going to hand this to your attorney. Did you sign this along with your attorney?
yes,
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Bruce Harvey, about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment?
yes,
Do you need any more time to discuss this man with your attorney?
no,
Are you satisfied with his counsel and representation?
yes,
And I'd include in there the counsel and representation by Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Garland as well. You had a team of attorneys.
That's correct.
All right.
And they are all attorneys of record and have participated in this particular proceeding and negotiations leading up to this proceeding.
Thank you.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
yes,
Do you waive any and all defects with respect to the indictment?
yes,
And to your knowledge, have you been arrested on all the charges in this indictment?
yes,
And Mr. Harvey, the state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
Not related to those charges.
Have you been advised of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
yes,
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, a sentence of 20 years to serve 7 years in custody, balanced on probation?
yes,
Do you understand that as a part of the negotiated agreement, the state will null, or dismiss count 49, which is the murder count, count 50, 51, which are the gang activity counts, count 53, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, count 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and count 65, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Do you understand that is the negotiated agreement?
yes,
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
yes,
And the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those charges consecutively or one after the other?
yes,
So
Well, there's only one charge that
so I-
a guilty plea is
I'd
being
listen-
entered into. So
under my breath to that.
there's no other sentence to run anything consecutively with
Right.
regard to this plea. You understand that?
yes,
Okay.
Do you understand this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of your sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would? And that is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else.
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or Board of Partisan Paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you'll be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? After each right, I'll ask you to say yes or no if you understand. The right to a trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assist with counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes.
the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you're in fact guilty?
Yes.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charge against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this plea?
Yes.
That can challenge anything about the constitutionality of the plea. It's not limited to voluntariness, understand?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if this case were to
Hang on
continue-
just a second. You also have, so 4 years for that to file a direct appeal. You have 30 days from the date of sentencing, which is going to be today. And you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea. That doesn't mean anything like that would be granted. You would have to establish facts that would warrant that. But that's just the time period is until the end of this term of court. Do you understand those as well?
Yes.
Uh,
All right.
Your Honor, if this case were to continue with trial, Your Honor, the state would expect, as to this defendant, the state would expect to show that what has already come into evidence that on July 3rd, 2017, as well as October 23rd, 2018, that this defendant is an associate of the enterprise of YSL, also known as Young Slime Life, and that he conspired to associate together with others for the common purpose of illegally obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity and conducting and participating in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity and furtherance of the conspiracy This defendant engaged in the activities below. He engaged in activities that assisted with preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise through acts of racketeering activity to include murder, assault, and threats of violence. That this defendant preserved, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise by the posting of messages, images, appearance in videos, and songs demonstrating allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf, and to obtain money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity, including the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. Your Honor, evidence has come in during this trial that on July 3rd, 2017, Mr. Nicholls was located at 2612 Steele Avenue, which is in the Cleveland Avenue sector of the city. Your Honor, he was found inside of a vehicle. When that vehicle was searched, Your Honor, this was in October of 2018, they found marijuana as well as sandwich baggies that would be used to package drugs. And there are also guns found inside of that vehicle. Also in July of 2017, this defendant was stopped during a traffic stop in the Cascade area, Your Honor. After being stopped, Your Honor, there was a consensual search of the vehicle that yielded powder MDMA, Xanax, as well as a loaded gun inside of that vehicle. Additionally, Your Honor, in July of 2019, Mr. Nicholls was featured in a video with another YSL member, Shannon Stillwell, and Woody Lee. In that video, it was entitled Slat Talk. And in that video, co-conspirator Shannon Stillwell, while performing, makes such quotes as, "Me and my slimes are above the law." We know from the evidence that slimes is one of the terminology used by members of YSL to refer to themselves or other members of this enterprise. And then last but certainly not least, Your Honor, that in March of 2022, Your Honor, Mr. Nicholls was found in surveillance video at a gas station at Windsor Street and Fulton Street here in Atlanta, Georgia. This was on March 14, 2022, during what the state would believe to show an onset of a gang war that really started in 2015 with the death of Donovan Thomas that carried on into 2022. In February of 2022, a rival gang member by the name of Rayshawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci, was stabbed at the Fulton County Jail in February of 2022. Information about that stabbing was made public at the early part of March 2022, around March 3rd of 2022. Once that information was released to the public, there was an onset of retaliatory activity that occurred between March 3rd, 2022 and March 16th of 2022. That includes a March 11th homicide of YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. It also did include a retaliatory shooting of a YFN associate, and then ultimately it led to a murder of Shamel Drinks, who we believe is a YFN associate. This murder occurred again on March 14, 2022. Mr. Nicholls is seen on surveillance video at that BP gas station that I just referenced earlier. He was at the gas station with YSL co-conspirator Shannon Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell was driving an Audi vehicle. Mr. Nicholls came to that gas station in a Ford Fusion vehicle. You see both of them on camera together. While they are at that gas station, Shamel Drinks approaches that gas station as well. I think unbeknownst to Mr. Drinks, Mr. Stillwell was still in his vehicle, which is the Audi. At some point in time, Mr. Nicholls got to his vehicle, the Ford Fusion. Once Mr. Drinks finished his business or finished handling business at that gas station, we know that there is a phone call between occupants of the car that Mr. Stillwell was in and occupants of the car that Mr. Nicholls was in. That communication was to the effect that you need to get on FaceTime. As soon as that conversation ensues, we see Mr. Drinks leave the gas station in his vehicle, and both the car that Mr. Stillwell is driving, as well as the car that Mr. Nicholls is driving, both follow out of the gas station, following behind Mr. Drinks. Mr. Drinks proceeds down the street to the light at Windsor, which is right by I-20 in Windsor. Mr. Drinks is in the far left lane. The car involving with Mr. Stillwell pulls up to the middle lane, and Mr. Nicholls' vehicle pulls up to the far right lane. This is all captured on surveillance video and surveillance camera. They are at the light for a moment. Then we see both this car with Mr. Stillwell as well as the car with Mr. Nicholls drive through a red light, leaving the car with Mr. Drinks sitting at that light. About 30 minutes later, a Good Samaritan sees that car still sitting there, approaches the vehicle, and Mr. Drinks is now deceased inside of that vehicle. We had know through LPR readers that both Mr. Stillwell's vehicle and the car involving Mr. Nicholls drive in the direction of 20 westbound and follow in tandem. 2 days later, when after the case is investigated and arrest warrants are taken out, on March 17th, 3 days later, Mr. Nicholls is found with Mr. Stillwell at a Chick-fil-A gas station, Chick-fil-A restaurant. There is a chase, I won't call it a high-speed chase, but there is a chase through the city of East Point, and eventually Mr. Nicholls as well as Mr. Stillwell are both apprehended after arrest warrants were ultimately taken out for the murder of Mr. Drinks, Your Honor. Given where we are in the case, Your Honor, we know that Mr. Nicholls, we do not believe Mr. Nicholls was in the vehicle in which the shooting occurred, but he was in this other vehicle. The state has made a decision to move forward with this recommendation for the RICO count, Your Honor, for count one.
Mr. Harvey, are y'all acknowledging a factual basis to the count one, the RICO count?
Okay, we are acknowledging a factual basis. There has already been evidence with regard to the July 3rd, 2017 drug event, the October 23rd, 2018 drug event. We categorically deny and contest any use of violence by Mr. Nicholls. We don't agree to that underlying factual basis. We believe those two predicate acts that were committed by Mr. Nicholls without any question are sufficient to meet the elements of the offense. The offense to which he's pleaded to, which is a RICO conspiracy. A RICO conspiracy requires proof that the defendant either conspire with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that would be drug offenses, or personally endeavor, I believe that's what the language of the statute says, to violate one of the substantive provisions.
Well, that's what the language of the statute says, but
Yes.
he is indicted in this indictment with conspiring, not with endeavoring.
That's correct. So we're talking about a conspiracy. We acknowledge the two events that he participated in. We categorically deny any other allegations other than those two events that are sufficient for a factual basis. We categorically deny that we participated in any way in the unfortunate death of Mr. Drinks. We categorically deny any other charges to which we are, substantive charges to which we are not entering a plea, and that includes gang charges. This is a plea solely to a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. So that, but yes, we acknowledge a factual basis to that extent, Your Honor.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we just have one additional thing to say.
Go ahead.
The factual basis regarding the nature of YSL is that the evidence has shown and will continue to show that Mr. Nicholls conspired with others to participate in Young Slime Life through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting the violent nature of and asserted dominance of young Slimelight, also known as YSL. And that concludes our factual basis.
And again, once again, we categorically deny those representations. And again, the only thing that is necessary to meet the factual evidence of a 1614-4C is proof that the defendant conspire with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that is subsumed by the drug offenses that have already been proven in this case, and to which Mr. Nicholls has previously pled.
All right, thank you, understood.
And you're right, may I approach with the waiver of rights form?
Yes. All right, Mr. Harvey, have you reviewed with Mr. Nicholls this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form, which the two of you have both signed?
I have, Judge, in each individual provision in that plea colloquy has been acknowledged and gone over personally with Mr. Nicholls.
All right. And Mr. Nicholls, have you had sufficient time to consider this guilty plea that has been negotiated between the state and your attorneys, and to discuss anything you wanted to about that with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right. And you understand, I hope, I'm going to ask you, that it is your decision ultimately, obviously with the advice of your attorneys, but it's ultimately up to you individually to decide whether you want to enter this guilty plea or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And you do want to enter this guilty plea?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Harvey, have you advised Mr. Nicholls of the alternatives if he does not ultimately go through with this guilty plea, and the potential benefits and drawbacks of all of the other options?
Yes,
All right.
very thoroughly, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Harvey, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Judge, other than the statement with regard to the underlying factual basis, I would point out for the court that when Mr. Nicholls filled out his form, it says 29 plus. He is a birthday boy in a couple of days, and he will be 30. And at 30 years of age, he has a wife. He has got a 13-year-old daughter. He's got a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. His wife and sister, I believe, are here in the courtroom to support him. He, Mr. Nicholls, was born and raised in Atlanta. And, you know, we're at this point, before I have even given my opening statement in this case.
Yes, sir.
I do want the court to know that Mr. Nicholls' mother died in prison. His father was shot by the Atlanta police when he was 4 years old. And he was raised by friends and family in the Atlanta area. So he has come to this point in his life from a very humble beginning. And he has sought the support of friends in this courtroom and others in this courtroom. He is an intelligent young man who I believe has a future. Every day we do a word of the day. We put a new word into a sentence. And I think this is in his best interest. I know that there is, and I know this plea is negotiated, but it's a long downside from 7 to 20. So the courts will have jurisdiction over him for a period of time. So I asked the court, given who this young man is, and given our categorical denial of some of the factual basis, to accept the plea and sentence Mr. Nicholls accordingly.
Mr. Nicholls, is there anything that you want to say?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right, I find there to be a factual basis for the guilty plea to the RICO count one of the indictment, that being a conspiracy to acquire control or interest in money and personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And that is the only count that guilty plea is being entered for. The remaining counts of this indictment as against Mr. Nicholls are being null pros by the state as a part of this indictment. I find, having heard the evidence up to the point of trial right now, that there is evidence of at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And that there is evidence that would fall within the required statute of limitations to establish this RICO conspiracy count. One of the things that we as judges are instructed by our Uniform Superior Court rules to do when we are considering whether to accept a guilty plea and whether to accept a negotiated sentence, and this is a negotiated sentence in this case, is to take into account whether giving leniency in sentencing is going to aid in ensuring promptness and certainty, or at least more promptness and more certainty with regard to corrective measures, whether the defendant, and in this case, the defendant has acknowledged guilt and is accepting responsibility for his guilt of the RICO count, and whether accepting the plea will aid in avoiding further delays, not just with regard to this case, but with regard to the entirety of our system here in Fulton County. And this plea does go towards doing all of those things. I am going to accept the plea as negotiated and sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. As I said before, find there to be a factual basis for count one of the plea. I find the plea to have been freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered into by Mr. Nicholls with an understanding of the consequences of doing that. And the sentence on count one is the sentence that has been negotiated of 20 years to serve 7, with the balance of those years to be served on probation. And that, I don't know if there are any special conditions attached to this that y'all have talked about at all.
There are no negotiated special
Okay.
conditions in those, but there are none as far as I'm concerned.
All right. No. Okay. So with regard to the time that you are on probation, you need to stay out of all kinds of criminal trouble. Make this a birthday present to yourself and to your children and to your wife and family, that you will leave from here today and leave whatever you used to do behind you, and take the next few years. You know, you're going to have some years that are still to be served on this. You'll have credit for the time you've already served, but you're still going to be facing some incarceration time. But after that, you are going to be out, and you, I believe Mr. Harvey is correct, can be a productive member of society. And this is an opportunity for you to do that, and for you to put your past behind you, the bad parts of it, and continue and make your children proud of you, and set a good example for them, an example that I guess unfortunately you were not lucky enough to have throughout the entirety of your childhood with your parents. I'm sorry about that, but you can be the kind of parent that you ought to be to your children. So I am going to impose that sentence, and I am going to wish you luck and good fortune as you go forth from here. So I think that unless there's anything else from either party, that will conclude these proceedings, and y'all can go ahead and take him into custody. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And Ms. Taylor will make this an exhibit to the plea. Thank you. All right, we are adjourned for the day. Oh, I handed you the wrong.
All right, y'all, that's it. You know what's interesting about this is this leaves us, first of all, I guess we should just discuss this. Y'all have been able to watch it twice. For anybody who didn't see it the first time, we just played the entire plea again. So it looks like it's confirmed. Nicholls did not have to agree to any of the type of factual acknowledgments that we saw with Monk Tonk. So they really did Monk Tonk. I mean, what do y'all think about this, y'all? Because now we kind of can make a comparison. And yeah, Nicholls had to sit through this whole trial, this whole, whatever it was, basically an extra year of jail over Monk Tonk. But then he got a murder charge dropped. Y'all. I mean, yeah, he sat through another year of jail. Then he got a murder charge dropped. Monk Tonk had a gun charge or something. So, you know what I'm saying? This is wild. He gonna probably be out before Monk Tonk, y'all. There's a true possibility. Now, Monk Tonk wasn't locked up this last whatever year or whatever he was out. But there's a true chance that Nicholls will get out of prison before Monk Tonk. There's a true chance of that. Yeah, I agree. They didn't drop it for no reason, Tim. I agree that there must have been a reason. So, maybe they slapped that on them and they didn't have the evidence or some kind of reason. There's got to be a reason. But Monk Tonk could theoretically be in prison longer than Nicholls. Now, we do have to count the fact that Nicholls has been in already while Monk Tonk was free. So the comparison is not 1-to-1. But Monk Tonk could be in there longer than Nicholls, just starting from today's date going forward. Monk Tonk's been back in for about a couple of weeks. So basically starting from now going forward. Rob, is it over? Court is done for today. But the case continues. I mean, I think by all indications, just going to keep going forward starting tomorrow. Bro, he had no choice because he already played to it. So he did great, but it's bad for everyone else. We'll have to see how this pans out for everyone else. He being Nicholls did not have to agree to the same kind of factual acknowledgments. At least we didn't hear him say he will testify to this or that. So he kind of got like, I don't know. It's like a sweetheart deal, y'all. I mean, I hate to use the term sweetheart in such a tragic situation, but it's the type of deal you would dream of. Somebody please send me $3 to get. Okay, I don't know what that's about. Doug, who they want anyway, they should all finish trial. How are you going to be out if he committed? So can we all agree that this trial seems like it's going to keep going forward? And it doesn't even feel like a mistrial can derail this trial at this point. This trial is like a locomotive. This trial is like a locomotive just going forward. Nothing can stop it. Some people might jump off, but it's going forward. He had no... Andre, I don't know why you keep saying that he had no choice. Are you talking about Quay? I'm not criticizing Quay. What I did was I compared Quay and Montonc's deals. And it seemed like when you take it all into account, Montonc got the short end of the stick by far. Seems like Montonc got the short end of the stick by far. They could have all walked. That man sold his soul. Who? Which man? Quay? There's literally no choice. Why do you keep saying that, man? I never said he had any. I never literally never talked about any choice he might have had or not have had. I'm not concerned with whether he had a choice or not. I was talking about comparing his deal to Montonc's deal. Nicholls will see light before Montonc. On top, Nicholls pleads guilty to RICO charge racketeering. He's saying yes in an indirect way. That gives state momentum to keep pushing the case. You have to imagine this helps the state in some kind of way. I don't know exactly how, though. The state they gave him this deal for some reason. My theory was both Nicholls were going to get, both Quays were going to get a deal so that the state could get that mistrial with prejudice off the books. So court is over today, but that doesn't mean necessarily that the plea deals are over. That doesn't necessarily mean the plea deals are over. I guess we'll see what day they're coming back and what they're going to do and what they're going to cover on that day or on those days. We don't know for sure if tomorrow we'll be back. Usually she says we'll be back on such and such date at such and such a time. She did not do that today. So that's one. And then two, we also don't know what's on the agenda. Maybe that's why she didn't tell us. But it seems pretty clear. Oh, let's go to Twitter real quick. Y'all, so the information that Nicholls was going to take the deal was correct. So the information that Miss Sylvia gave us that Nicholls was taking the deal was correct. Look at what Weinstein wrote. Our client, Diamante Kendrick, has been wrongly accused and incarcerated since May 2022. Let me remove this banner. Since May 2022. We continue to fight for his freedom so that he can go home to his family and support system that all love him very much. He appreciates all the love and support from the public whose words and deeds have helped sustain him during these many long months. So Thugger comes in with the understatement of the century. Seems like Yak rejected his plea. So that is what it seems like for sure. Seems like Yak rejected his plea. Let me acknowledge the super. I think Miss Love thought he was going to say he did all that violent stuff for the RICO. Well, I would imagine. Yeah, you know what? Let's go back to this real quick, y'all. I'm gonna come back. Let me acknowledge your what you said, because someone did point out that Love looked angry when Harvey was talking. Let's see if we can find a quick shot where Love is. Let's see. All right, let's see if we can.
That's correct. So we're talking about a conspiracy. We acknowledge the two events that he participated.
All right, here's Love. So let's see if we can get. Somebody did say, I think on X, that Love looked like she was angry or what have you. when he started going off onto this, what they're not going to acknowledge. Let's take a look at it.
And we categorically deny any other allegations other than those two events that are sufficient for a factual basis. We categorically deny that we participated in any way in the unfortunate death of Mr. Drinks. We categorically deny any other charges to.
I have to imagine they would have talked about this beforehand. This is not the type of thing that seems like you would want to put on the record with the other side not knowing you're going to say this and potentially blow up this deal.
Which we are substantive charges to which we are not entering a plea, and that includes gang charges. This is a plea.
Is there a press conference going on right now? I saw somebody said press conference. Patricia, are you saying there's a press conference right now? Let me check. I'm going to play this.
Solely to a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. So that, but yes, we acknowledge a factual basis to that extent, Your Honor.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Your Honor, we just have one additional thing to say.
Go ahead.
The factual basis regarding the nature of YSL is that the evidence has shown and will continue to show that Mr. Nicholls conspired with others to participate in Young Slime Life through a pattern of racketeering activity and multiple defendants in.
Okay. There is going to be a press conference coming up, people. It looks like once that starts, I have that on my other screen. Once that starts, we'll stream it. Okay. So it looks like they're waiting for the attorneys to come outside and talk. So once they go to the press conference, we'll cover it. All right. So back to the super chat. Of course, we do approve of, and we want to appreciate all super chats. I just had a love moment right there. I didn't see that she looked that upset right there. It certainly was not the best. The best way for her case, for Harvey to put that on the record, but I have to imagine she knew he was going to do that. Yeah, it does look like they really want Thug. I agree. You know that you can get re-indicted. I get that, but these charges, all of this is taken care of, y'all. I don't know, Jose, if you're talking about for something else, but all of this for Nicholls is done. This is political charge trial period. It certainly seems like it. Y'all, so we're gonna wait for the press conference to start. I'll just keep this up. If you watch Hilton finishes speaking, now she looks mad. Let's take a look.
Unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting the violent nature of and asserted dominance of Young Slime Life, also known as YSL. And that concludes our factual basis.
And again, once again, we categorically deny those representations. And again, the only thing that is necessary to meet the factual evidence of a 1614
we don't know what she's saying right there. She looked like she's disapproving of something, but we can't tell what it is. Is she disapproving of what Harvey's saying? Is she disapproving of what Hilton's saying? We don't know. But she does look like she's disapproving of something. That's cool, Andre. So back to what you were saying, he had to take that deal. I mean, y'all, we just all watched live. We just all watched live the type of deal that you hear about on the news. We just all watched live the type of deal that you hear about on the news. Right or wrong? It's like, you like, yo, this guy had this charge, and he had that charge, and he had this charge, and he had that charge. He even had an M charge, and he got off with 7 years time served. He gonna be out in a year. You like, what? How does that happen? Well, now y'all see how it happens. Everybody just watched exactly how it happens. Okay, Hot Boy. I don't know what you're asking. When somebody who saw what Hot Boy's question was, help him. Yeah, I see Bruce Harvey's doing a press conference. Isn't this it? I just don't. Am I missing something? I just don't see him at the podium right now. I don't see him at the podium. Yeah. So Nicholls, y'all, the thing is, I don't even think y'all can call Nicholls a snitch or a rat because he didn't have to tell on anybody so far. He didn't have to tell on anybody. What would you do in that situation? The situation of Nicholls, he didn't have to tell. I think they can probably still call him as a witness, but because he doesn't have a deal, he can say whatever he wants. Because he didn't, y'all, I kind of feel like I'm missing something. I kind of feel like I'm missing something because I didn't hear him say that he was going to testify. I didn't hear anything about that. Am I tripping? Because if he didn't agree to testify, now he could just get on the stand and plead the fifth. Then they have to do slapping him with the immunity thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, again, I'm not upset about this, but it's part of this I don't get. All right, come on, man. Don't go there. Don't go there. He got an excellent. Oh, by the way, Jose, I don't commit crime, so I wouldn't be in there at all. I don't need to sing. I don't need to do anything because I'm not a criminal. So that's not my situation. Yeah, he got the best deal ever. No, not against. Oh no, not against everybody. Against him, against Nicholls. Quay was the cause of the whole situation. They had to give him a good deal. Well, there were two Quays. We don't know if we're going to see the other one take a deal tomorrow. It was a mistrial. That is the. Oh, maybe they found out factually, y'all. Maybe they found out factually. Oh, you know what? Something I didn't consider. Maybe they found out factually that the free Quay was that Quay. So maybe the wheeling and the dealing was more about that Quay than the other Quay. Because what if the other Quay wasn't even locked up at that time? Then that would make sense if only one Quay gets a deal. They moot out the mistrial issue. Because then there's no confusion as to free Quay. Which Quay are we talking about? If it was only as to Nicholls, then they give the instruction to the jury. I guess they would still have to give them the instruction, but they moot out the mistrial issue without having to give both Quays a deal, a sweetheart deal. Okay. So my theory still holds though. They're getting rid of the Quay so they can get rid of the mistrial. Still, my theory is still holding. It's just if they know for sure that it's this one Quay, then they don't have to give both Quays a deal. So they look at the history. They say, well, one Quay was locked up, one Quay wasn't. So we say to the Quay who wasn't locked up, we aren't giving you this sweetheart deal. They say to the Quay who was locked up, we are giving you the sweetheart deal. So y'all, let's go back to the beginning. We saw Mr. Matthews. He didn't look very happy. You know, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to deduce whether he was happy or not. I don't know. I'm not going to do that. Not going to do that. The other Quay know he going to win. Yeah, no more cameras. What do you mean by that, Jose? They're going to have cameras. Just Miss Sylvia and Mr. Byron are out. They still have the issue with him mentioning Shannon, though, right? No, because nobody even raised a mistrial motion on that. I haven't seen any motions. There was no motion in court, and I haven't seen any motions even filed later about that. Whitaker didn't care about that. She said the jury didn't know and probably would say the defense fault if they brought that up. No, that's not correct. I mean, it is correct that she said that, but it's not correct she didn't care about that because after she said that, she asked Ms. Westmoreland if she wanted to request a mistrial without prejudice. So after she said what you just mentioned, she then asked Ms. Westmoreland if she wanted to request a mistrial without prejudice. So essentially, you just saw Wooney Lee. Y'all just saw Wooney Lee get Quay off. You just saw Wooney Lee get Quay off this trial. Y'all just saw Wooney Lee get Quay off the trial. You have no idea about Thug, huh? Nobody has any idea about Thug. I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't know what the question is, but if you're saying, do we have any idea what's going to happen at Thug? It looks like the trial is going to continue. Crazy how one man can mess it up for everyone. I don't know. It's not messed up, though, Jose. Nothing. I mean, so far, Wooney Lee made a statement that allowed one Quay to get off of this trial with a sweetheart deal. And at this moment, it's not clear how this Quay getting off of this trial is going to hurt the rest of the defendants. It might, but I don't know how. Andre says, you second guess and scared to do a lot sometime. I don't know what you mean by scared to do a lot. I don't feel like I'm scared of anything right now. There wasn't even an objection, no. Good deal or not, they still got the conviction, though, when he possibly could have beat the case. Yeah. I agree with that. He could have possibly beat the case. They still working on deals. I wouldn't be surprised. Andre, you lost me, man. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, buddy. Hopefully, Thug get out. You talking about this guy like we don't know. I don't know if y'all having conversations with each other, but I kind of feel like y'all are talking about certain things I'm not totally sure about. So I think Nicholls had most serious charge. Think about the victims' families. If they let him off 7 and no murder charge, they're letting everyone else maybe walk. Yeah, I can't even imagine the victims' families but I think Shannon Stillwell's on trial for that murder too. So, there's still SB. A fire extinguisher is up to date. Y'all losing me a bit with some of these comments. She did not rule out cameras. She told Miss Sylvia and Mr. Dennis. Is it Byron Dennis? She told them they can't bring their cameras in. All right, so y'all gonna leave because I'm not seeing your questions. All right, well, see y'all next time then. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Thug don't got no reason to hurt anyone. You get in some way. I'm not sure about this. But she said she didn't think it was that big of a deal, and we have seen how she tries to make up for the state's mistakes. I agree with you. She said that, but what did she say first and what did she say second? She said that first, and then after that, she ruled out a mistrial with prejudice and asked if the defense would like to request a mistrial without prejudice. So would she have asked them that if she didn't see it as a big deal? So maybe as her thought process evolved, she didn't see it as a big deal at first. She thought about how can we fix this, and she came to understand that this could be grounds for a mistrial without prejudice. I think that's the most reasonable way to think about it. One thing about this is one case brings any of those defendants' prior cases to an end. I mean, we just saw Nicholls' case come to an end. Thug has no criminal record, correct? He doesn't have to testify. I don't know if that's true. He doesn't have to testify as a part of his deal. but I believe they can still call him as a witness. Think about it. Quindarius Zachary, Woody, neither one of those guys had a deal with the state. There are many people who have been called in to testify who have not had a deal with the state, but they still had to testify. Now, the difference is where Monk Tunk, his testimony was circumscribed by his deal. If Nicholls doesn't have a deal, he's kind of free to say whatever he wants up there, and he doesn't have to worry that they're going to violate his probation because he didn't make a deal with relation or with respect to his probation. So in that sense, Nicholls may have to testify, but he may not have to say any specific thing. See the difference? He actually helped Thug by pleading out. Y'all are going to see different takes on this. Some people are saying he helped. Some people are saying he hurt. Some people are think that he helped Thug. Some people think he hurt Thug. I think it's too early to tell. It's definitely good that he didn't have those factual acknowledgments that he would have to testify to in the future. I thought that would be part of it. But again, that makes me even more convinced that his attorneys had that mistrial. They had that Uno card. I mean, again, this is not inside information, but that makes me even more convinced that his attorneys must have had the Uno card, and they're like, look, this is what I'm guessing. We could take this whole trial down and we could start over, or you could let our boy off without making him into a turncoat. So, that's what I'm guessing. Off the trial by burying Thug. I told y'all there's going to be two sides. Some people are going to say this is a good deal. It doesn't hurt Thug. Some people are saying this is a bad deal, and it does. Even if he wrong, free him because I like him. Again, the worst charge there is the Charmel drinks charge, and I think Shannon is on trial for that as well. When Winnie Lee take the stand again and testify, he will be very careful about what he says. DA really had him shook. Oh my God! Look, that wasn't his fault. I mean, some people are saying it was his fault. I don't think it was his fault. This is good for all defendants since prosecution looks even worse for their incompetence. I think it's going to be how they play it from here. It can go either way. Again, y'all, we're waiting for a press conference to get a little bit more perspective. We don't know when the press conference is going to start. There's still a basis for a mistrial due to the judge admitting she is trying to clean up the state's mess. I think that's probably true, but the indications are that the defense lawyers prefer this judge, and they might not want to take any risk of, I would say recusal probably, but mistrial as well. I don't know. They haven't really gone at this judge. They went at Glanville to have him recuse himself. They haven't done that with this judge yet. And so I do think it's interesting. I think it's an interesting question, but would this judge be still presiding over plea deals if that were going to happen? It seems like no. He actually helped they still working on deals. I think I've seen all of this stuff. If there's some sort of damage, Mr. Steele will fix it, okay? I think he should have stayed in the race with a lawyer like Bruce Harvey. I'm mostly in civilian litigation, but it appears that for these defendants or witnesses that have criminal liability, Mr. Woody's I don't recall routine is the safest play. Yeah, so when they call Nicholls to the stand, because he doesn't have a deal contingent upon testimony, he probably could just go with the I don't recall. I'm sure all the defense attorneys collaborated before this and will still. That's what I was saying, y'all. I was saying that all day. I was saying they better all be talking. When I say better, I just mean from the perspective of each defense lawyer. You definitely want to know what the other one is thinking and what they might do. Lil Rod on the stand telling Love he wanted to keep their fling That was Lil D. Quindarius Zachary. They should give Thug a quote with this weak case. Yeah, I think the case was weakened by their allowing Nicholls to plead to Rico while stipulating that only the drug charges were the only overt acts. I mean, we'll have to see if the defense is able to use that to their advantage, though. He didn't hurt Thug because the state didn't prove their case. Yeah, that's why I said it's going to be two sides. I think some people want to call people a snitch or a rat if they take a plea deal, but he didn't have to say Thug did anything, and he didn't have to say anybody did anything. And if y'all noticed, did y'all notice that the word enterprise was used as opposed to gang? Maybe we should run that back. They were using the word enterprise. Hold up. So I thought it was interesting that the word enterprise was now substituted. There was never a time that he acknowledged to any gang activity, if I'm not mistaken. The press conference is supposed to be, I don't know. It just says attorneys. Good question, Ed. I do not know. I just imagined it was going to be the defense, but not sure. People act like there's not a burden of proof still. No one can just bury Thug with words. If their game plan is to snitch on him, there has to be something to snitch on. I agree with that. It would prolong the case and keep their clients in jail to file for judge recusal. That ain't happening. Yeah, I think they're just going to stick with Whitaker. My opinion is that the judge will see the closing of this case. She really put herself in position for causing the mistrial. It seems like it. But they don't seem like they want to go at her. He was clear that his client denies any of the gang wording in the indictment. Y'all, they let Nicholls, they dropped major charges. I don't even know why they insisted on him having the RICO, frankly, because he didn't even use the gang language. They let him dispute factual allegations. I mean, he got everything. Yeah. That's why I don't tend to do this on the phone. I try to do it from my laptop. Yes, enterprise, the more appropriate word for the state. They are trying to get more technical, associating it with RICO. Enterprise. I don't know if that was a negotiated term, maybe between the two sides, to not call it a gang, but to call it something. Organization, enterprise, endeavor, whatever the case may be. We're not going to get any more than we already know from the press conference. Not going to get any more detail than being in courtroom while plea is read. That's probably true. Maybe they'll give some behind the scenes information. Plus, we don't know which attorneys are going to speak. I think it would be interesting if the attorneys who speak are the prosecution. That'd be very interesting. The prosecution has not spoken that I know of. They haven't spoken in public about this trial that I can think of for the entire trial, or at least in the past many months. So it'll be interesting to see which attorneys are expected to speak, or if both sides will speak, maybe one and then the other. Yeah. So y'all, what we're doing is we're just kind of just hanging out and waiting for the press conference, but I imagine there might still be negotiations happening. I think that Nicholls got a not quite a get out of jail free card, but a get out of jail with less time than you otherwise would have gotten card by that comment from Mooney Lee. I don't understand how it's not a bad thing he pleaded guilty to Rico. Isn't that admitting Thug was running a gang? I think for the people who feel that this is going to hurt Thug, this is the exact rationale that they give. They say, well, if you agree that you were in an enterprise, then that's agreeing to the existence of the enterprise. And if the existence of the enterprise is confirmed, then the contention that this guy led the enterprise is also not necessarily confirmed, but it is strengthened. Right? Air, I think that's what you're saying. If you agree that you were part of the enterprise, then that's saying that for sure it exists. We're saying this guy ran the enterprise, so therefore your agreement that it exists, it doesn't prove this guy ran it, but it does help us to establish the existence of the enterprise. And then it takes us part of the way toward proving that this guy ran it, because at least we can say it exists or existed. People who feel that this is bad for Thug, that is their point of view. This trial is over. It's the fruit of poisonous tree doctrine. The trial has been tainted. It can't go on. The state is trying to compromise everyone. I know what the fruit of the poisonous tree is. I don't know if that's the correct usage for what's happening right now. Judge Whitaker said tomorrow, y'all. So we back tomorrow. So this trial is continuing. We saw one plea deal. There's 5 people left. Will they all plea out? Oh, getting kind of tired over here, y'all. Will they all plea out? Maybe. That's a dot you're connecting. Anyone can run the enterprise. Now the state has even more to prove. Yeah, that's a dot I'm connecting. The dot. So the first dot is the first thing is there an enterprise? Yes. Were you in the enterprise? Yes. Were you subordinate to such and such who was a higher up or ran the enterprise? So his plea says, was there an enterprise? Yes. Were you in or a part of the enterprise? Yes. So you have 3 dots you need to connect. So he's connected 2. He's connected. He's connected. Was there an enterprise? Were you in the enterprise? So those are 2 dots, because Thug can't be an enterprise by himself. So he can't be an enterprise alone. So he has Munk Tunk, who has said he was in the enterprise. And you have Nicholls, who now says he was in the enterprise. So now if you need 3 or more, well, now you have Munk Tunk, you have Nicholls, and you have Thug for being on trial for being part of that enterprise. Y'all feel it? So let's say you need 3 or more. Munk Tunk said, yeah, I was part of the enterprise. And then Nicholls says, so was I. So that means 2 things. That means it exists and it had at least 2 people in it. And then you say, well, we know it exists. We know it had at least 2 people in it. Now we want to present the evidence that Thug was the leader of it. So it it just helps them make that case. It doesn't prove anything. It doesn't make the case for them, but it's part of the foundational information they need in order to make the case. Sounds to me. Yeah, so different people are going to have different takes on this one. Different people are going to have different takes on this one. I'm not saying that he proved their point, but what I am saying is if they're going to have an enterprise, they need, I think it's 3 people, right? So you have Monk. There might be other people who signed a deal as well, but let's just take these 2. Monk and Nicholls both acknowledged the enterprise and their participation. So now the prosecution is going to say, well, we have these people who say it exists and that they were part of it. And then they're going to present their own evidence that Thug was part of it as well and was the leader of it. So they got the prosecution with these factual acknowledgments or with these deals. They take the prosecution halfway home by saying that the enterprise exists and that it has these 2 players, because then once you put Thug in, you have the enterprise that exists that has 3 players. So you have the type of enterprise. No, Barbie doll, I'm not saying that these were the only people. I'm simply saying I think statutorily you need at least 3 players. So Nicholls, Monk, and Thug, that would meet the statutory minimum for the enterprise. That's what I'm saying. Unless I'm wrong, I'm sure the state would like to just take their testimony for fact. So the problem is, once you start talking about Thug as the leader, there's a lot of testimony that goes against him doing what leaders do. He's not paying for people's lawyers. He doesn't seem to really be footing the bill for people's lifestyles. Sometimes the leader doesn't pay for the lowers, the minions or the followers, for their, sometimes they pay to the leader, but there's also no evidence that anybody was passing money up toward Thug either. There's no evidence that people were committing crimes and then passing the money up like you would think of in the mafia. Do people still think the defense team is winning? I think this was a huge win for the defense. This was a huge win. Y'all know what this was like? This was like in football, you're running down the field. They put the ball in the air. Nobody even knows if it's a catchable pass. You're close to the end zone and somebody just tackles you. And it's like, we don't even know if you were going to be able to catch that pass or not, but the ball was still in the air. He tackled you. We're going to give you the ball on like the 1 yard line. It's like, yeah, that helped you. Yeah, that definitely helped. That's what Booney Lee did. Like he ran a pass interference that took one person off the case. I did play football, but I was a little kid. I didn't play like high school or anything. I only played like, pee-wee or whatever. Andre's back. When you make a video, look at the part where his lawyer broke it down, explained, and said the only thing they was pleading to is what was. Yeah, I mean, I know that we've been talking about that the whole time. He had multiple charges, and he only had to plead to the RICO, and he didn't even have to call it a gang. He got to call it an enterprise. No evidence at all. This just makes it more difficult for the state. They're letting everyone that did things, they're letting off everyone that did things that they have proof of while trying to charge the guy they know nothing about. I would say if you get to enter the evidence of this plea deal and show the jury, oh man, maybe they're not going to have a press conference. If you get to show the jury this plea deal, I would say yeah. I would say yeah. That seems to help the state. Enterprise, do I mean criminal enterprise? Yes. Yes, that's the term they used. They used the term enterprise. I would say, y'all, my initial gut feeling about all of this is that this helps the defense. Or it doesn't hurt the defense. So I would either say it helps or it doesn't hurt the defense. So my initial feeling is that this either helps or does not hurt the defense. So it's either positive or neutral, but not negative for the defense. I was asking if I'm correct. I'm saying because he pled it from his first plea. If that is what they did, just plead to it now in this indictment and got the best. Well, he did. The point is, Andre, if this were only whatever he had pled to previously, then he wouldn't have got any more jail time. So he pled guilty to Rico today. That stemmed from his prior activity, but he got new time today because he pled guilty to the Rico. I imagine you already know that. So maybe I'm not totally understanding the question, but he pled guilty today to Rico, but yes, for his previous drug related activities. But they specifically said there were other charges or that were part of the Rico that he does not acknowledge, that he does not cop to. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, enterprise. I do mean criminal enterprise. That's what they were talking about. Okay, we have the camera back outside. Yeah. So his charge today that he pleaded guilty to was Rico, but Rico itself is not an act. Rico is like a pattern of activity. So you have to have acts that make up the Rico. So the state didn't lose here. Mr. Collins, can you explain? The state doing the slice the cake thin process. He got 7 years and 20 years No, he actually got 20 years with 7 years to serve and 13 years probation. So he got 20 years total time. Of that 20, he's going to serve 7 minus, I think, time served and good behavior. So he's going to be out in no time. I mean, I say that as a person who hasn't done time, but he's going to be out quick relatively. And then the rest of the 13, he's going to be on probation. It hurts the defense immensely. All right, I just like for you to say why you say that. He will be eligible for parole in 9 months. So if he goes to prison today, he'll be out by summer. He'll be out by summer or by early midsummer if everything goes right for him. He's going to be out before Montauk, probably. Now, again, he was in prison or in jail while Montauk was free, so it's not a one-to-one comparison. But he's probably going to be out. It's not an Alford plea, I don't think, because he acknowledged. Alford plea, you would say you don't acknowledge the wrongdoing. He acknowledged that he had committed the acts that were part of the Rico, so I don't think this is Alford. People are saying he'll be out in as few as 9 months. I don't know about that. I would have not taken that deal. Alicon, let me think about this. What if it's true you'll be out in as little as 9 months with the deal, or you could fight the charges and be out in 6 months with no deal if you win the jury verdict? But you could risk going to prison for 20 years if you lose. So say somebody comes to you, you've been in jail for 2 years, and you have this decision. This is for Ali Khan. is your decision. You're already a convicted felon. You already have felonies in your background, so there's no way you're going to stay clean because you already have a felon background. So this specifically for Alicon, this is your question. This trial is probably going to take another 5 to 6 months as it's going, right? If it continues. So you can stay in jail for the next 5 or 6 months. Keep paying your lawyer whatever money you have, wherever that money's coming from, and risk going to prison for 20, 30 years or whatever, or maybe going free in 5 to 6 months. So your best case scenario today, reasonable scenario is you stay in jail for the next 5 to 6 months, you pay another couple of hundred G's to your lawyer, and then you get found not guilty on all charges in March or April of next year, and you go free. Or, and I'm not co-signing he'll be out up for parole in 9 months, but let's just say he is. I don't know. This is just for the fun of the question. Or you could take a plea, stop paying your lawyer today, do 3 more months than you would have done even if you were found not guilty, and you have no risk of being found not guilty. You get all of this stuff off of you, and you can just adjust yourself starting today to move forward for this next 9 months. Now, I'm not co-signing the 9 months parole thing. I haven't verified that, but this is just for the fun of the question. And you don't have to testify. I mean, you feel what I'm saying? It can be people trying to line you up to people just don't trust. He doesn't have to testify. He would, if he has to testify, he doesn't have to testify according to an agreement. He might have to testify, but it's not according to an agreement. We've seen Quindarius Zachary have to testify. We've seen Woody have to testify. We've seen other people, I forget, but there have been other people who were called to testify. They have to testify. They're subpoenaed. They have to testify. But he doesn't have to testify in the same way Monk Tonk had to testify because Monk Tonk had a deal. So his having to testify means I have to say what they want me to say or I'm going to prison. It doesn't look like Nicholls has that. So though he may have to testify, he doesn't have to say any particular thing. They might not even bring him on to the stand because they don't know what he's going to say. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? By him taking a deal, it makes everybody else look guilty. That is a possibility. That is a possibility. I'm sitting this out with my nigga. Okay. If you didn't do anything and there's no evidence, keep your record clean. He's already a felon. I mean, maybe you mean keep your record clean of these charges, but he's already a convicted felon, so ain't no clean record for him, regardless what he did. I can't say what I do, but I feel like they are winning. Yeah, this is sad. I agree with that. Please save hip hop. Street people always want to enforce street laws. Ain't the point of being in the streets? You don't follow rules and codes. Why you want to enforce every rule except don't do crimes? Yeah, I mean, I'm certainly, I don't think that's at me, LTK. I'm certainly not enforcing any street laws. I think I don't think that a street law says you can't cop a plea. The street law I've heard is you can't work with the police. You can't give information. You can't talk to the police. But he doesn't have to. His deal allows him to not cooperate with them with testimony or with any kind of factual acknowledgement or anything. So this is kind of like, isn't this kind of like every street dude's dream? You get jammed up, you get a deal, you don't have to talk. You go in, you do a minimal amount of time for a maximum for huge crimes, and then you come home. I mean, yeah, I didn't think it was at me, but I'm just saying, you know, isn't this every... Oh, okay, plea deal is cooperating. It's cooperating against yourself. And I've also, as a non-street guy, I've also heard you, if you're talking about your own activities, it's not snitching. Like, you can't snitch on yourself. So his plea deal was as to Nicholls, nobody else. So still, it's not, like, as far as I understand, you know, it's not breaking the code, because Nicholls was speaking on Nicholls. He wasn't speaking on anybody else. Right. He pled to crimes he committed. He didn't implicate anybody else. Again, I'm only speaking from my secondhand knowledge of this stuff. I just watched the live that was sad as the lawyer was crying. Yeah. Talking about his client who Yak was sentenced 7 years of prison, but he got his switch to probation, but I'm confused. Well, Yak, his client is Nicholls. Yak is, it looks like Yak is still on trial. We don't know what's going to happen with the other guys. Let's go back. Here they are talking about Yak. I'm going to just get rid of these comments for the moment. I don't see Shannon, Yak, and Thug separating. I'm still standing on my prediction. One or both Quay take a plea. Poor little Rod. Okay. Do you think these couple of days, maybe one person might substantiate a renewal for bond? At this point, the guys got to free themselves. Wow. I agree. Them all they know. Question: can Whitaker still grant the mistrial since it was asked for? If so, does this apply to everyone? This has been my question. I can see her taking pleas and then declaring a mistrial with precedent for whoever did case. Oh my gosh. I can see her taking. Do y'all see how people, I mean, I'm not trying to make fun of Carlos, but what? She's going to just take pleas for whoever does cave, and then with no additional trial. Y'all want to hear a grounds for an appeal of your plea deal? Somebody asked me today, they were like, can you appeal your plea? And I was like, you know, I don't really think so. I mean, there might be a scenario where you could do it, but it's hard to imagine one. Well, here's one. Imagine you take a plea, and with no additional trial, with nothing else happening, the judge comes out and just declares a mistrial with prejudice for everybody else who stays solid. Yeah, you better believe any of those plea deals that people did take would immediately get appealed. They would immediately get appealed if the judge just comes back with no new facts and says, all right, well, I'm going to just wrap this up for the rest of y'all who didn't take a deal. I'm going to just knock it out for y'all. Come on. That would be like, well, I just took a deal. I think I want to appeal that deal. She can, which I doubt she will. I think if there was probably Quay Nicholls. It was probably Quay Nicholls who all this was about. All right, we have a lot of people still in here, y'all, but I think I'm going to wrap it up now, man. I think I'm going to wrap it up. You can appeal your plea, but you have some specific time frame, 11 days, and your constitutional rights were violated. I think, Adrian, if let's say 2 or 3 guys take a plea, and then the judge waits till after the election, no new court dates, nothing else happens in court, no new facts. And the judge just says, I've reviewed the case and I'm going to declare a mistrial with prejudice based on an accumulation of prosecutorial errors. You best believe that anybody who took a plea is going to appeal based on that. Now, new facts, that would be different, right? New facts would be different. But I don't even know what happened, y'all. The feed for the feed just went off for the press conference, y'all. If it happens, we'll cover it. Stay tuned. Everybody do please. Y'all, you know what? I'm going to ask y'all for a favor now. I'm going to ask y'all for a favor. I'm about to I have another channel, y'all. It's paralegal training something. I'm about to pull this up real quick. I would like to ask y'all to go subscribe to this channel, please. I'm going to be streaming on this other channel too. I want to build this one up. Let me just get it up real quick. If whoever rocks with me, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to be starting to put some content on this channel. Please subscribe. Oh, hold up. Maybe I should. You're going to see a workshop there, y'all. Hold up. My daughter's here. Hey, how you doing? All right, y'all. So please subscribe to our other channel. Just go on there, just subscribe real quick. We're going to start I'm going to start doing some lives on that channel to build it up. Right? I'm going to start putting some lives on there to build it up. We're going to have some really good content on there as well. Different kind of content from here. I think I'm going to rebrand that to frauds, scams, and crimes and talk about that kind of stuff on there. So if you can go help me start building that one up. Will there be court tomorrow? I do not know. Probably. Yeah, y'all. Please do subscribe to the other channel. I'm going to put it one more time. Hit the like button. I will probably be simultaneously streaming on both of those channels today. I tried to today, but they gave me a 24-hour waiting period. So we should be on that channel tomorrow. Thank y'all for watching. I appreciate everybody. Hit the like. Can we receive a redirect into your live stream? I don't know what you mean by that. I would certainly give you one if I knew what that was. Y'all, this has been great. I really appreciate everybody. Y'all know, y'all could tell I like this. So we're just gonna keep it moving, okay? But I gotta go, y'all. Yeah, there you go. In furtherance of the paralegal enterprise. I'm gonna put that as the tagline. LTK, hope you don't charge me for that. I'm gonna put that. Thank y'all. I will see y'all tomorrow. Have a good evening, y'all. Bye-bye.